What's up, everybody? This is Tech G, and I want to welcome you all to my CompTIA A Plus Core 2 course for the exam number 220-1202. And the information I'll be presenting in this course is going to give you everything that you need to know to successfully pass the CompTIA A Plus 1202 examination, assuming you study properly. So with that being said, let's get into it. All right, so the CompTIA A Plus certification, this is an entry-level computer certification for PC computer service technicians, and the exam is designed to certify the competency of entry-level PC computer service professionals in installing, maintaining, customizing, and operating personal computers. All right, so let's talk about the things that you're going to learn. So the CompTIA A Plus 1202 exam, this will focus on 4 primary areas of study, which are also known as domains. So we have domain 1, and that is operating systems, and that's going to take up 28% of the exam. And this domain is going to focus on operating system installation when it comes to working with Windows, Mac, Linux, and mobile operating systems. You're also going to learn about Windows tools, such as managing systems with Task Manager, Command Prompt, and Disk Management. And it's going to focus on file systems when it comes to handling file systems updates and operating system upgrades. When it comes to domain number 2, or security, that's going to take up 28% of the exam, and this is going to focus on security measures. You're learning about encryption, access controls, and wireless security protocols, and also malware prevention, where you're going to be learning about detecting, removing, and preventing malware threats. Then there's domain number 3, software troubleshooting, and this is going to take up 23% of the exam, and this is going to focus on operating system issues. You're learning about diagnosing and resolving problems with operating systems and applications. You got mobile troubleshooting, where you're addressing connectivity, application, and performance issues. And then there's also security concerns, where you're learning about fixing unauthorized access and malware issues. And then that leaves us with our last domain, which is operational procedures, and it's going to take up 21% of the exam. And in this domain, you're going to focus on documentation, where you're learning about using best practices for system changes and documentation. You got safety and communication, where you're following safety protocols and communicating effectively. And also backup and recovery, where you're setting up workstation backups and recovery processes. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about some of the CompTIA 1202 exam details. So CompTIA 1202, this is the latest and greatest exam version, which was launched on March 25th, 2025. Now, at the time of this recording, CompTIA has not scheduled a retirement date for this exam, but normally 3 years after the launch of an exam is when you can expect for that exam to be officially retired, so they can begin introducing the latest version. Also, this exam has a maximum of 90 questions, and the questions are presented in multiple choice format, drag and drop questions, and performance-based questions. You're going to have 90 minutes to do this exam. And in order to pass the 1202 exam, you're going to need to score 700 points out of a possible 900 points. Now, it is recommended by CompTIA that a candidate have at least 12 months of hands-on experience in an IT support specialist job role prior to taking the certification. But based on my training experience of teaching this to hundreds and hundreds of people, there are plenty of people who successfully passed this exam who have absolutely no experience whatsoever. Also, at the time of this recording, the exam is only available in English in Pearson VUE Testing Center. This is the company that's responsible for administering the exam. And at the time of the recording of this video, the price to get a CompTIA 1202 voucher is $265. Now, if you want a discounted voucher, go visit my website, technologyg.com, where you can save a few bucks unless you feel like paying full price. Now, as a side note, you need to understand that the CompTIA A Plus certification exam, this is a 2-part exam, meaning you must pass the 220-1201, also known as the hardware test, and the 220-1202, which is called the software test, or Core 2, in order to be awarded the CompTIA A Plus certification. Now, you can take either test in any order, and you can schedule the exam days, weeks, or months apart if you like, but you have to pass both exams. And once you pass both, you will be awarded your CompTIA A Plus certification, and the certification will go into effect the day that you pass the second exam. All right, so let's talk about operating systems. They're running in the background, making sure everything plays nicely together on your computer or your mobile device. Now, if you're studying for the CompTIA A Plus 1202 exam, then you've got to know them inside and out. So in this video, we're going to break it all down for you. the different types of operating systems, their purposes, various file systems, lifecycle limitations, and what compatibility issues you need to keep in mind when you're bouncing between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and everything else in between. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's talk about workstation operating systems. So when we talk about workstation operating systems, we're usually referring to the ones that power desktops and laptops. And these are the full-featured operating systems used by everyday users, businesses, gamers, and tech professionals alike. And the first one is Windows. So love it or hate it, you cannot escape it. This is the most widely used desktop operating system in the world. Whether you're in an office, school, or even a hospital, chances are someone is using a Windows machine nearby. So why do people use it? Well, it offers broad software compatibility. You can use Microsoft Office, Adobe Suite, you name it. It has huge gaming support. It has a very familiar interface, and it is easy to find support and tutorials for it. And the common use cases are it's used in business workstations, gaming rigs, and developer machines, especially when you pair it with Windows subsystem for Linux. Now, as a fun fact, most malware is written for Windows, not because it's insecure, but because it has the largest user base, aka it is the biggest target. Then we have Linux. Now, Linux is like that cool, mysterious friend who knows a ton but doesn't show off. This is an open source operating system, meaning anyone can tweak and customize it to their heart's content. And so why do people use this operating system? Well, it's great for programmers, system administrators, and cybersecurity professionals. It's super customizable. It's free and open source, and it's lightweight and fast, even on old hardware. And the common use cases are, you can find it being used in servers like web servers, file servers, DNS servers, you name it. It's used in penetration testing. Think of Kali Linux, which is what you're looking at on your screen right here. You can find it in Raspberry Pi projects, and it also offers privacy-focused desktops. And some of the most popular Linux distributions are Ubuntu, Fedora, Debian, Kali, and Arch. Then there's Mac OS. Now, Mac OS, this is Apple's desktop operating system, and it's all about polish, simplicity, and integration. So if you ever used a MacBook, then you know how buttery smooth things can feel. So why do people use it? Well, it offers seamless integration with other Apple devices. It's excellent for creative work. So think of video editing, music production, and design. It's Unix-based, which means it's good for developers, and it's secure and stable. And its common use cases are, it's used by a lot of creative professionals, software developers, and people who are deeply invested in the Apple ecosystem. Now, here's the only major drawback with Mac OS. It only runs on Apple hardware only, at least legally. Next, we have Chrome OS. Now, Chrome OS, this is the new kid on the block. It is a lightweight cloud-first operating system developed by Google and built for speed and simplicity. So why do people use it? Well, it offers fast boot times. It's easy to manage. It has a secure sandbox environment, and it's on cheap devices like Chromebooks. And you can find this thing being used in K through 12 education, people who like to use it for casual web browsing and email, or remote work with cloud applications. So think of Google Workspace. And when it comes to limitations, it has limited offline capabilities and software, though Linux and Android applications are now supported on this operating system as well. All right, so let's talk about mobile operating systems. So while workstation operating systems are the heavy lifters, mobile operating systems are the smooth operators in your pocket. So let's go ahead and break them down. The first one is iOS. And iOS, this runs on iPhones, and they offer a tightly controlled and secure ecosystem. And the reasons people use it is because it offers a smooth user experience. It has consistent updates, tight privacy controls, and deep integration with other Apple services. Its drawbacks, it is less customizable, and it is only limited to App Store applications. Then there's iPad OS. Now, this was originally a branch of iOS, and iPad OS, this was introduced to give iPads more productivity features like multitasking, a proper file system application, and external drive support. So why does this matter? Well, it turns iPads into lightweight laptop replacements. And this is great for media consumption and light productivity. Another mobile operating system is Android. And Android, this is the open source answer to iOS and powers the majority of smartphones around the world. And it's known for being customizable and available on a wide variety of devices. So why do people use it? Well, it offers tons of device options. It is highly customizable, and it integrates great with Google. And when it comes to the drawbacks, it has inconsistent update schedules, and there's the potential bloatware that you can get from manufacturers when you install this operating system. All right, so let's move on to talk about file system types. Now, every operating system, it needs a way to store, organize, and retrieve data, or the ones that you need to know for the A+ exam. The first one is called NTFS, or New Technology File System, and this is used by Windows. It supports large files, it supports file permissions, and it supports journaling to help recover from crashes. Its drawbacks, well, it has limited support on Mac OS and Linux, where it only offers read-only without any of the extra tools. All right, next we have what is called REFS, or Resilient File System, and this is used by Windows Server and some Windows Pro and Enterprise editions. Its strengths are it has high fault tolerance, it's ideal for large data volumes, it supports auto-healing for data corruption. However, it is not typically used on standard desktop PCs. You have what is called FAT32, or File Allocation Table, and this is used by USB drives, memory cards, and older systems. Its strengths, it is universally supported and it is lightweight. Its drawbacks are it supports a 4 GB maximum file size, and it has a maximum partition size of 32 GB on Windows. You have what is called exFAT, or Extensible File Allocation Table, and this is used by flash drives, SD cards, and it offers cross-platform sharing. Its strengths, there is no 4 GB file limit like FAT32, and this is widely supported where it can be used on Windows, Mac, and Linux with drivers. However, its drawbacks are it has no journaling or advanced features like NTFS. Then there's the ext4, or the fourth extended file system, and this is used by most Linux distributions. Its strengths, it offers journaling support, it's reliable and fast, and it supports large files and volumes. Then you have XFS, and this is used by enterprise-grade Linux systems like Red Hat and CentOS. Its strengths, it has high performance, it's very scalable, and this is great for large files when it comes to video editing or managing a database. Then you also have what is called APFS, or the Apple File System, and this is used by Mac OS and iOS. Its strengths, it offers fast file duplication, strong encryption support, and it is very crash resistant. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about vendor lifecycle limitations. So not all operating systems are immortal. In fact, most of them come with an expiration date. So when an operating system reaches EOL, or end of life, the vendor stops providing updates, which makes the system vulnerable to security risks. So let's talk about EOL, and some examples are Windows 7, it hit EOL back in January 2020. Windows 10 recently just reached EOL back in October 2025. And some older Android versions, they will lose support quickly depending upon the vendor. Now, why does this matter? Well, once you hit EOL, there are no more security patches, your software compatibility drops, and there is an increased risk of you getting malware on your system. Also, when it comes to vendor lifecycle limitations, you have update limitations. So some systems, they get updates regularly, while others are at the mercy of the manufacturer. When it comes to Windows, it has frequent updates, which is called Patch Tuesday. And you also have feature updates that are dropped every year or so. Mac OS, this operating system is supported for about 5 to 7 years. Android, depending upon your phone maker, some only provide 1 to 2 years of updates. iOS and iPad OS, they usually get about 5 to 6 years of updates, even on older devices. Now, why should you care about any of this? Well, if your operating system isn't getting updated, then it is essentially a ticking time bomb. And then that brings us to compatibility concerns between operating systems. So what happens when you're working in a world full of different operating systems where you're going to have compatibility issues? So let's go ahead and break down the big ones. The first big issue is file format compatibility. So NTFS drives, they cannot be written to by Mac OS without third-party tools. Also, Mac OS Time Machine drives, they are not usable in Windows, and Linux file systems like ext4, they need special drivers to be read on Windows. Then there's application compatibility. So Windows applications, they will not run natively on Linux or Mac. And some apps, they may have cross-platform versions like Chrome or VS Code. And also virtualization or emulation like Wine or Parallels can help, but they are not always perfect. And then you have mobile and desktop applications. So an iOS application will not run on Android and vice versa. And many apps, they have cloud versions to bridge the gap like Google Docs and Microsoft 365. And then you have file sharing protocols. So SMB, which is used by Windows, this might not play nicely with Mac OS or Linux without a few tweaks. And NFS, which is used by Unix and Linux, this may not work out of the box on Windows. So the bottom line is this: when working in mixed environments, you'll often need to install extra software, change some type of settings, or use cloud-based tools to keep everything running smoothly. So why does any of this matter for the A+ exam? So here's the thing. The point of learning all this stuff is not just to pass the exam, although we definitely want to do that. This is about understanding how tech ecosystems work. You're going to need to know which operating system to recommend based on the user's need. You're going to need to understand what file systems work where, especially when setting up external drives or dual boot systems. You're also going to need to be aware of update policies and EOL risks so that you don't leave a system exposed, and you need to know how to handle compatibility issues, especially if you're supporting users in a mixed Windows, Mac, Linux, mobile world. So whether you're getting into IT support, system administration, or you're just trying to fix your grandma's old laptop, this knowledge is going to serve you very well. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. Operating systems, they may seem overwhelming at first because there's a lot of jargon, a lot of acronyms, and different use cases. But trust me, once you get the hang of the core ideas, and everything's going to start clicking. So just remember, Windows, this is the most common operating system and is great for general use. Linux, this is flexible and powerful, but it requires you to tinker the system a little bit. Mac OS is smooth and polished, but its hardware is limited. Chrome OS, this is lightweight and is great for web-based browsing. iOS and Android, this dominates the mobile space. File systems, you could think of them like the blueprint for how your files are organized. EOL and updates, you never want to ignore these. And compatibility, there's always a workaround if you understand the limitations. So don't stress it. Study at your own pace. Review this video a couple of times. And before you know it, you'll be speaking operating systems fluently. So with that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following file systems is most commonly used by modern Linux distributions? Would this be NTFS, APFS, exFAT, or ext4? And the correct answer is ext4. So ext4, or the fourth extended file system, this is the default and most widely used file system for modern Linux distributions. NTFS is primarily used by Windows, APFS is used by Mac OS and iOS, and exFAT, this is used for external drives that need compatibility across platforms. Next question. What is the key reason organizations should avoid using an operating system that has reached its end-of-life status? Is it the user interface becomes outdated, the operating system no longer supports USB devices, there are no more security patches or updates that are being provided, or it cannot be used on touchscreen devices? And the correct answer is there are no more security patches or updates that are being provided. So once an operating system reaches EOL or end of life, the vendor stops releasing updates, including security patches, and this makes the system vulnerable to malware and security threats. And this is a critical risk in enterprise and personal environments alike. And our final question is, which operating system is best suited for low-cost cloud-based computing environments such as K through 12 education? Is it Windows, Chrome OS, Mac OS, or Linux? And the correct answer is Chrome OS. So Chrome OS, this is a lightweight cloud-focused operating system developed by Google. It's commonly used in educational settings because it's secure, easy to manage, and runs on affordable Chromebook devices. It also emphasizes simplicity and cloud integration, making it ideal for classrooms. You got your sights set on becoming a certified IT professional, and the CompTIA 1202 exam is standing between you and that shiny new certification. And one of the key objectives that you're going to need to master is how to perform operating system installations and upgrades in a variety of situations. So now that might sound simple, meaning you just pop in the disk and click install. But in the real world, operating system installs are an art form. There are different boot methods, installation types, partition styles, drive formats, and upgrade considerations that you have to think about, plus modern IT environments that use everything from network-based deployments to zero-touch installations. So you will need to be ready for any scenario. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get through all of this wonderful information. All right, so we're going to start off talking about boot methods. So when we talk about installing or upgrading an operating system, the very first step is booting into the installer. There are quite a few ways to do that. First one is the USB boot. And this is the go-to method for most modern installations. So basically you take a USB flash drive, you load it with the operating system installer using tools like Rufus or the Windows Media Creation tool. You change your computer's boot order in the BIOS or UEFI so it boots from the USB first, and then boom, your system loads into the installation environment. Now as a tip, You always want to double check that the USB drive is formatted correctly using FAT32 for compatibility, and you want to keep a bootable installer in your IT toolkit because it can save you in emergencies. The next boot method is called a network boot or a PXE boot, and that stands for pre-boot execution environment. And this lets a computer boot from a network server instead of local media. And this is used a lot in enterprise environments for mass deployments. You need a PXE-enabled NIC or a network interface card and a properly configured PXE server. And basically, the server sends the installation files to the client machine over the network. Now, when it comes to a real-world scenario, just imagine that you're setting up 100 new Office PCs. Instead of you manually inserting USB drives into each one of them, you would use a PXE boot to push the operating system remotely. All right, so the next method is the solid state or flash drive boot. So sometimes you'll have an external SSD or a specialized flash drive with an operating system image, and this is faster than traditional USB sticks. And this is great for technicians who carry a quote-unquote Swiss Army knife operating system installer drive. You also have what is called the internet-based boot. Now, some modern systems like Chromebook, they can install their operating systems over the internet. They don't use any USBs or no CDs. It's just a straight Wi-Fi connection. And this is usually used for devices with minimal local storage. Now, as an exam tip, just remember that internet-based installs, they are common in lightweight devices or thin clients. Then you also have what is called the external or hot swappable drive boot. And this is basically where you can connect an external hard drive via USB or Thunderbolt and boot to the operating system installer from there. And this is useful for large installation files that won't fit on a small flash drive. And hot swappable, this basically means that you can plug and unplug things without shutting down the system if it is supported. Another boot method is the internal hard drive partition boot. So sometimes the installer is already stored on a hidden partition inside the computer, and this is common in factory recovery setups. So there is no need for external media. You just trigger the recovery tool by pressing F11 on boot. And then you have what's called the multi-boot. So if you've ever seen someone run Windows and Linux on the same machine, that's a multi-boot. And basically, you set up multiple partitions, each with its own operating system. In the bootloader, it lets you choose which operating system to run when the computer starts. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the types of installations. So once you've chosen your boot method, it's now time to decide what type of installation you're going to do. And the first one we have is called a clean install. And this is the wipe it and start fresh method. And basically it erases all data on the drive. It installs the operating system from scratch, and it gives you the most stable junk-free system possible. And when would you use this? Well, you would use this when a machine is slow, infected, or cluttered beyond repair, or when you're setting up a brand new PC. You have what is called an upgrade. And this keeps your user files, your settings, and applications intact while replacing the old operating system with a new version. And basically, this is faster than a clean install, and it has less disruption for the user. Now, as a word of caution, if the old operating system has problems, then upgrading it might carry those problems into the new installation. You also have what is called an image deployment. So an image, this is a snapshot of a fully installed and configured operating system with applications and settings. And basically, you clone this image onto other machines, and this can save you hours compared to installing each system manually. And you will commonly find this used in corporate rollouts, school labs, and in call centers. You also have what is called a remote network installation. This is similar to a PXE boot, but it may use different tools or platforms. And basically, this lets you install an operating system over the network without touching the device physically. You also have what is called a zero touch deployment, and this is the holy grail of automation. And basically, devices, they connect to the network, authenticate, and automatically install everything they need without an IT tech lifting a finger. And tools like Microsoft Endpoint Manager or Intune, they make all of this possible. Then there's a recovery partition, and basically this is a hidden partition on the hard drive that stores a recovery image, and it lets you reinstall or reset the operating system without external media, and this is common in consumer laptops. You also have what is called a repair installation. So instead of starting over, you can repair the operating system in place, and this lets you keep your data intact. It replaces damaged or missing system files, and this is useful for fixing boot problems or corrupted files. And then you also have third-party driver considerations. So some hardware needs special drivers during installation, like RAID controllers or custom network adapters, because without them, the operating system might not detect the hardware. So you always want to keep these drivers on a USB stick in your kit. All right, next let's talk about partitioning. So partitioning, this is deciding how your storage will be split up. So you could think of it as creating sections on a drive for different purposes. And the first type of partition is called GPT or GUID partition table, and this supports large drives over 2 terabytes. And this can have more than 4 partitions. And this is required for UEFI systems. You have what is called MBR, or the master boot record. This is the older standard. It is limited to 2 terabyte drives. And this can only have up to 4 partitions or 3 primary ones and 1 extended. Now, as some real world advice, you want to use GPT unless you're working with older hardware that requires MBR. All right, next let's talk about drive formats. So formatting, this prepares the partition so the operating system can store files. And some common file systems are NTFS, and this is standard for Windows. You got FAT32, this is good for compatibility, but is limited to 4 gigabyte file sizes. You got exFAT, this is good for flash drives and large files. And you got ext4, this is common in Linux. Now, as a pro tip, you always want to match the file system to the operating system requirements. We also have some upgrade considerations. So before upgrading, you need to ask yourself, have you backed up your user files and preferences? Because you always want to back up before you do anything risky. And also you want to use cloud storage or external drives during a backup. Another thing you need to ask yourself is, will existing applications and drivers work? So you want to check your compatibility list, because sometimes you need updated drivers after you do an upgrade. And another question is the hardware compatible? Because an old machine might not meet the new operating system requirements. So these are some things you need to think about when you're doing an upgrade. All right, next we have feature updates. So modern operating systems like Windows 10 or 11, but mostly Windows 11 because Windows 10 is not supported anymore, they don't just get security patches. They get feature updates that can change functionality, and large updates that can take hours and they can require restarts. You have what is called a product life cycle. So every operating system has a birth date or the release date and a support period and an end of life date. And once an operating system is out of support, then there are no more updates, meaning you're going to be vulnerable to security risks. All right, so let's go over a real world scenario. So let's say that your boss comes to you and says, we got 25 laptops for our new hires. They all need Windows 11 Pro installed, company apps loaded, and user accounts ready to go by Monday. So here's how you would approach this. First, you're going to choose the boot method. You're going to choose a Pixie boot or an image deployment to save you some time. Then you're going to choose your type of installation. So you're going to choose an image deployment for consistency. Next, you're going to choose how to partition this thing. So you're going to use GPT or UEFI because this offers 1 partition for the operating system and 1 for recovery. You're also going to choose your drive format. So you're going to use NTFS for Windows. So you're going to load your network and hardware drivers into the image. And then you're going to do a post install where you're going to apply feature updates, join to the domain, and test functionality. And by Monday morning, those laptops will be ready to hand out and you will be the hero. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So installing and upgrading operating systems, this isn't just about clicking install. It's about choosing the right method for the job, planning ahead for compatibility, and ensuring the system is stable and secure afterward. So if you're aiming for your CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, you need to know the following. You need to know your boot methods. We're talking about USB, network, recovery partitions, multi-boot, etc. You need to know your installation types. You got your clean install, your upgrade, your image deployment, and your repair. You need to know about partition styles. So you got GPT versus MBR. You need to know about upgrade preparation in terms of backups, compatibility checks, and drivers. And you also need to know about life cycle awareness. Basically means you need to know when the support ends. And when you master this, you won't just pass the test. You'll walk into your first IT role ready to handle any operating system install challenge that will be thrown your way. All right, so now that we got that out of the way, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following is the most appropriate partition style to use when installing Windows 11 on a modern computer with a 4 terabyte hard drive and UEFI firmware? Would this be MBR, GPT, FAT32 partition, or exFAT partition? And the correct answer is GPT, or GUID partition table. So GPT, this supports large drives over 2 terabytes and is required for systems using UEFI firmware. NVR, this is an older standard that only supports up to 2 terabytes and is more limited. FAT32 and exFAT, these are file systems and not partition styles, and they would not be chosen at this stage of the operating system setup. Next question. You are tasked with installing Windows 10 on 50 laptops for a company. The IT manager wants all systems set up identically with the operating system, drivers, and company applications already configured. Which installation method will be the most efficient? Would this be a clean install, an image deployment, a repair installation, or an upgrade? The correct answer is an image deployment. So an image deployment, this lets you install a pre-configured operating system and software setup to multiple machines quickly, ensuring all systems are identical. Clean installs, they require setting up each computer individually from scratch. Repair installations, these are for fixing existing operating system issues, not setting up new machines. And upgrades, they keep existing files and applications and move to a newer operating system, which is not the case here. And our final question is, before performing an operating system upgrade, which of the following should you do first to prevent data loss? Should you format the hard drive, check for feature updates, backup user files and preferences, or install third-party drivers? And the correct answer is you want to back up user files and preferences. So always back up user data before an operating system upgrade in case something goes wrong during installation. Formatting the hard drive, this is going to erase data, and this is not something that you would do before an upgrade. And checking for feature updates and installing drivers are important, but they come later in the process. If you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, you're going to spend some quality time with Windows editions. And I'm not just talking about knowing the names. You'll need to understand the differences between them, what features they include or exclude, upgrade options, and the hardware requirements that come with them. Now, I know what you're thinking. Do I really need to memorize all of this? Not exactly. If you work in IT, you're running to different editions in the real world all the time, from a grandma's laptop running Windows 10 Home to an enterprise network full of Windows 11 Pro machines. And knowing the differences can be the deciding factor in solving a problem quickly or telling a client they need to buy an upgrade before you can set up certain features. So let me go ahead and break all this down for you so that you can get prepared to pass your A+ 1202 exam. Let's go. All right, so let's talk about these Windows editions. Now, even though Windows 11 is Microsoft's latest and greatest, Windows 10 is still alive and kicking, especially in corporate environments that don't like rushing into operating system upgrades. So for the exam, you're going to need to know Windows 10 Home, Pro, Pro for Workstations, and Enterprise. So let's talk about Windows 10 Home. So think of Windows 10 Home as the starter edition. It's designed for consumers, so it has all the essentials for everyday use, from web browsing, office apps, streaming, etc. But it lacks certain business-focused features. So the key points when it comes to Windows 10 are as follows. There is no domain joining. It only supports Windows workgroups. There is no BitLocker encryption. There is no remote desktop host capability, meaning it can connect to others, but it cannot be connected to. Its max RAM support is 128 gigabytes, even though that's more than enough for home use. And it has the Microsoft Store or Cortana, depending upon your region, and all the basic Windows applications. Now, if you're out there in the wild and a home user calls you asking why they can't connect their PC to the company's Active Directory domain, it's probably because they're running Windows 10 Home. All right, next is Windows 10 Pro. And this is Windows 10 for professionals and small businesses. It builds on the Home Edition and adds important business and security features. So its key points are as follows. It does have domain join support, meaning it can join Active Directory or Azure Active Directory. It has BitLocker encryption on the drive. It has remote desktop host enabled. It has a group policy editor for advanced settings. It has a maximum RAM support of 2 terabytes, and that's considered overkill for most users, but it is available. It can be assigned access and kiosk mode support, and it has Hyper-V virtualization support. So if you're setting up laptops for a small business, you'll want Pro so you can join them to a domain and manage settings via group policy. Next, there's Windows 10 Pro for workstations, and this is Pro on steroids. This is meant for high performance machines used in fields like engineering, 3D rendering, and scientific computing. Its key points are as follows. It has support for REFS, or Resilient File System, for better data integrity. It has persistent memory. It has faster file sharing with SMB Direct. It supports up to 4 CPUs, and it has a maximum RAM support of 6 terabytes. So if you're working in a video production studio with multi-terabyte RAM workstations and specialized networking hardware, then this is the edition that you will use. And then we have Windows 10 Enterprise, and this is the big corporate edition that's packed with advanced features for large organizations. Its key points, it has everything in Pro, plus Windows Defender Credential Guard, Windows Defender Device Guard, App Locker, which restricts which applications can run, Direct Access, which secures remote access without a VPN, and Windows To Go, which is a bootable USB version. However, it is now deprecated but still in legacy systems. And it has a maximum RAM support of 6 terabytes. So if you work in IT for a Fortune 500 company, you'll almost always see enterprise editions because they come with volume licensing and advanced security features. All right, next let's talk about Windows 11. So Microsoft has kept it simpler with Windows 11, and the most common editions are Home, Pro, and Enterprise. And the core differences, they are similar to Windows 10, but with stricter hardware requirements. So when it comes to Windows 11 Home, this is consumer focused with a modernized UI and strict hardware requirements. Its key points, you cannot join a domain. There is no BitLocker. There is no remote desktop host. It has a maximum RAM support of 128 gigabytes. It requires Microsoft account sign-in for setup. In Home editions, they require internet during the setup process. However, it does support widgets, snap layouts, and Teams chat integration. Then you have Windows 11 Pro, and this is aimed at small businesses and advanced users. Its key points, it can be added to a domain. It does support BitLocker, and it does support remote desktop hosting. And it also supports group policy editors, and it has a max RAM support of 2 terabytes. And it also allows for you to defer updates for longer, and this can be useful for stability in business environments. And then there's Windows 11 Enterprise, and this is only available through volume licensing. And its key points are, it has all the Pro features plus advanced security like Credential Guard and Device Guard. It has application control features. It has Microsoft Endpoint Manager integration, and it has a maximum RAM support of 6 terabytes. Now you might see Windows Home N, Pro N, or Enterprise N, and these are special editions that are sold in the European Union. In the N, this means no media player. They don't include Windows Media Player or certain media-related technologies because of EU antitrust rulings. So as this relates to the real world, if a user complains about missing media functionality, like playing certain videos, you want to check to see if they have an N version. And if so, you can install the Media Feature Pack to restore their full functionality. All right, so let's talk about the feature differences that you actually need to know for the exam. So you need to understand the difference between a domain and a workgroup. So a domain, this is centralized management via a domain controller, aka Active Directory, and this requires editions Pro or higher. Workgroup, this is a peer-to-peer network with no centralized management, and it is supported in all editions. You also need to understand desktop styles and the user interface, or the UI. So while the core interface is similar, business editions, they may have additional administrative tools in the control panel, group policy settings that are available. And Windows 11 has a centered start menu, rounded corners, and a much more touch-friendly design. Also, another difference is remote desktop protocol, and this can be found in the Pro editions and above. And this can act as a remote desktop host, meaning you can connect to them remotely. With the Home editions, you can only be a client, meaning you can connect to others, but you cannot be connected to. Then there's the RAM support limitations. So Home supports a max of 128 gigabytes. Pro supports a max of 2 terabytes. And Pro for workstations and enterprise, they support a max of 6 terabytes. There's also the BitLocker feature. So BitLocker, this is a full disk encryption tool, and this is available in Pro and above. Home users, they can use what is called device encryption on some hardware, but it is limited. And then there's the group policy editor, or gpedit.msc, and this allows for granular control over the operating system settings, and this is only available in Pro and above. All right, next let's talk about the upgrade paths. So knowing upgrade paths, this is key for both the exam and the real world. So when it comes to an in-place upgrade, this keeps your existing files, applications, and settings. So as an example, if you go from Windows 10 Home to Windows 10 Pro, this will require a license key change. And when it comes to an in-place upgrade, just understand that it is a faster upgrade, but there is the potential for leftover junk to be still on your system. You also have what is called a clean install, and this wipes everything and installs fresh. And this is best for performance, but it requires a full reinstallation of all your applications. All right, next let's talk about the hardware requirements. And we have what is called the TPM, or the Trusted Platform Module. So Windows 11, this requires TPM 2.0. And TPM, this is a hardware security chip for encryption and authentication. And most modern PCs have it, but it may need enabling in the BIOS or UEFI. And speaking of UEFI, or the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, this replaces your legacy BIOS. It offers a faster and secure boot, and it has support for a larger drive. And this is required for Windows 11 installation. Now, when it comes to Microsoft, do not let these names confuse you. Windows 10 Enterprise LTSC, or Long-Term Servicing Channel. This is a special build without feature updates for stability, and this is common in kiosks, ATMs, and medical devices. Now, this is not in the exam objectives directly, but it's still good to know in the real world in case you come across it. And here is a quick comparison chart displaying everything that we just discussed when it comes to Windows 10 and 11, the Home Pro, Pro for Workstations, and Enterprise editions. So go ahead and get a screenshot of that in your life so that you can pass this exam. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So if you're in tech support, knowing these edition differences, this will help you recommend the right edition for a customer's needs. It will save you time when troubleshooting. It'll help you understand licensing implications, and it will ensure hardware meets the operating system requirements before you get to installing anything. Now, for the CompTIA A+ exam, you want to focus on knowing which features are available in which editions, the hardware requirements for Windows 11, and the differences between in-place upgrades and clean installs. In the real world, this knowledge can save you time, prevent headaches, and make you look like an IT rock star who instantly knows the solution. Now, with that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following features is available in Windows 10 Pro, but not in Windows 10 Home? Is it access to the Microsoft Store, the ability to join an Active Directory domain, Microsoft Edge web browser, or support for up to 128 gigabytes of RAM? And the correct answer is the ability to join an Active Directory domain. So Windows 10 Pro supports domain join, which allows the system to connect to an Active Directory environment, which is a critical feature for business networks. Windows 10 Home only supports work groups and not domains. The Microsoft Store and Microsoft Edge are available in all editions, and both editions support up to at least 128 gigabytes of RAM, so those aren't correct answers. Next question. A customer wants to use remote desktop connections on their PC. Which Windows edition below would meet their requirements? Would it be Windows 10 Home and Windows 11 Home, Windows 10 Pro, Windows 10 Enterprise, and Windows 11 Pro? Windows 10 Home, Windows 11 Pro, and Windows 11 Home are only Windows Enterprise editions. And the correct answer is Windows 10 Pro, Windows 10 Enterprise, and Windows 11 Pro. So remote desktop host capability, which allows others to connect to your PC, is only available in Pro and higher editions. We're talking Pro, Pro for Workstations, and Enterprise. Home editions can only act as clients. They can connect to other PCs, but cannot be connected to. And our final question is, which hardware requirement is mandatory for installing Windows 11, but was not required for Windows 10? Is it TPM 2.0, a legacy BIOS firmware, 1 gigabyte of RAM, or VGA display? And the correct answer is TPM 2.0. So Windows 11 has stricter hardware requirements than Windows 10, including the need for a Trusted Platform Module, version 2.0 for enhanced security. Legacy BIOS is outdated, and Windows 11, it requires a UEFI firmware, and 1 gigabyte of RAM and VGA display are older baseline requirements for much earlier Windows versions and do not meet modern operating system needs. All right, so you're studying for the CompTIA A plus 1202 exam, and you've hit the section on Microsoft Windows operating system features and tools. So here's the thing. This is one of those topics that's deceptively important. A lot of people think, oh, I've used Windows before. I know Task Manager. But the A plus wants you to go deeper. You need to know what each tool does, when to use it, and how it can save the day when you are troubleshooting. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's talk about the Task Manager. So if Windows were a car, then the Task Manager, this will be the dashboard and the mechanics toolkit all in one. You can open it by pressing Control, Shift, and Escape, or you can right-click the taskbar and select Task Manager, or you can press Control, Alt, Delete, and choose Task Manager. And once inside, you're going to have several tabs to work with. The first one is going to be the Processes tab, which you can see on your screen right here. And basically, this shows you all of the running applications and background processes. You can end tasks if something is frozen. This is useful for identifying CPU, memory, disk, and network hogs. Then there's the Performance tab, and this displays real-time graphs for CPU, memory, disk, and network usage. This is great for spotting resource bottlenecks. You also have the Startup tab, and this controls which programs load when Windows starts. And you can go in there and disable unnecessary startup applications, which can dramatically speed up your boot time. You also have the Users tab, and this shows you which users are logged in and their resource usage. And this is great for shared systems or remote troubleshooting. And then you have the Services tab, and this lets you start, stop, or restart Windows services. And this is useful when an application isn't working because its related service is not running. All right, next let's talk about the MMC, or the Microsoft Management Console. And this is a framework that hosts various administrative tools, which are called snap-ins. And you can open it by pressing the Windows key plus R and typing MMC and then hitting enter. Now, here are some of the important snap-ins that you need to know for the A+ exam. You have what is called the Event Viewer. Basically, this is the black box recorder of Windows where it logs systems, applications, and security events, and you use it to troubleshoot crashes, failed logins, or hardware issues. You also have Disk Management, and this is for partitioning, formatting, and assigning drive letters, where you can shrink, extend, or delete volumes as well. You have the Task Scheduler, and this allows you to automate tasks based on a trigger, such as time or event. You have the Device Manager, where this shows you all of the hardware and their drivers. You have the Certificate Manager. This allows you to manage digital certificates for encryption and authentication. You have what is called Local Users and Groups, and this manages your local user accounts and groups. You have your Performance Monitor, and this is an advanced tool for tracking long-term performance trends. And then you have what is called the Group Policy Editor, and this configures security and administrative policies. And here are some additional Windows tools that you need to be concerned with. Now, these aren't MMC snap-ins, but they are lifesavers for troubleshooting. So you have System Information, and this is basically your one-stop shop for detailed hardware and software specifications. You have your Resource Monitor. This is more detailed than your Task Manager, and this shows you which specific processes are using up your CPU, your disk, your network, and or your memory. You have your System Configuration, and this controls your startup behavior, your boot options, and your services. You got your disk cleanup. This frees space by removing temporary files, old Windows updates, and the recycling bin data. You also have your disk fragmenter. This rearranges data for faster access, mostly on HDDs and not on SSDs. Then you have your registry editor. This directly edits Windows settings in the registry database. However, you want to be cautious about using this because mistakes that you make up in there can break your operating system. All right, so now that we've gone through all of that, let's walk through a real life troubleshooting scenario using multiple tools. So here's your scenario. A user complains that their computer is slow and they can't open certain files and the printer doesn't work. Well, here's how you're going to go about solving this. You're going to go to the Task Manager. You're going to check out the processes and performance. You're going to check the CPU and the memory usage, and you're going to go in there and discover that there's a program in there using up 95% of the RAM. You're going to go to your Startup tab and disable any unnecessary startup applications. You're going to go to your Services tab and restart the print spooler. You're going to go to your Device Manager and update the print driver. You're then going to go to the Event Viewer and check for file access errors. You're going to go to your disk cleanup and free up 12 gigabytes of space. You're going to go to your resource monitor and verify that there are no background processes that are still eating up the bandwidth. Then you're going to go to the group policy editor and make sure that no policies are blocking file access. And if you do all of that in less than 1 hour, you can have that PC running smoother, printing papers like a champion, and files that are opening without any errors. It's just that simple, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so here are some exam tips that you need to know for the A+ exam. You want to memorize the tool names and the commands, like the event viewer and the msconfig command. You want to understand when to use each tool and not just what it does. You want to know safe versus risky tools. So remember, the registry editor, this can break things if used incorrectly. And you need to expect scenario-based questions like a user can't log in, so which tool do they use to view failed in log attempts? And the answer to that is the event viewer. So those are just some things to keep in mind as you're preparing for your 1202 exam. Now, let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So the Windows tools in this section aren't just exam trivia. They're your bread and butter as an IT technician. Whether you're fixing a slow PC, managing a network, or locking down security, these utilities are your go-to. And the more you practice using them, then the more confident you'll be on both the exam and in the real world. All right, so with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a user complains that their Windows PC is taking a long time to boot. You want to identify and disable unnecessary programs that come on automatically when Windows launches. Which tool should you use? Should you use the event viewer, the task manager startup tab, the systems configuration, or disk cleanup? And of course, you're going to go to the task manager and select the startup tab. So the startup tab in task manager, this lists programs set to launch at boot and allows you to enable or disable them, while system configuration can also manage startup programs in older versions of Windows. The current recommended method in modern Windows is through the task manager. An event viewer, this tracks system events, and disk cleanup, this removes temporary files, and neither of those manages startup applications. Next question. You suspect a user's computer is running slowly because a specific process is consuming too much CPU and memory. Which Windows tool provides real-time graphs of system performance and allows you to view detailed usage by type? Would this be the resource monitor, disk management, the group policy editor, or the certificate manager? And the correct answer is the resource monitor. So the resource monitor, this gives detailed real-time usage of CPU, memory, disk, and network, helping pinpoint which processes are consuming resources. Disk management, this handles partitions. Group policy editor, this controls system policies. And the certificate manager manages security certificates. And none of those answers other than resource monitor provide the performance data that you are looking for. And our final question is, a company wants to prevent employees from using USB storage devices on their work computers. Which Windows tool allows you to configure a rule that disables USB storage for all users on a specific machine? Would this be the task scheduler, the device manager, system information, or the group policy editor? And the correct answer is this will be the group policy editor. So group policy editor, this is used to configure and enforce administrative and security policies, including disabling USB storage devices. Device manager, this can disable hardware manually, but it doesn't enforce a policy across users. The task scheduler, this automates tasks, and system information only displays system details. If you've been studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, then you already know that there's a section where Microsoft's command line tools take center stage. And this part of the exam might sound intimidating at first because, after all, command prompts, they can feel like stepping back into the 1990s. But trust me, once you know what each command does and when to use it, you'll realize it's one of the most powerful skills that you can have as a technician. So in this video, we're going to break down all of these commands for you and add a few memory tricks that you can utilize so you're not just memorizing commands just for the sake of memorizing commands to pass the exam. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so we're going to start off with talking about navigation commands. So when you're in the command prompt, The first challenge is finding your way around. So think of it like walking through the halls of a giant building with hundreds of rooms. And these commands, they are your hallway maps. And the first command you have is CD or change directory. And what this does, it lets you move from one folder or directory to another. And as you can see on your screen with this command right here, you got CD, C, colon, backslash, Windows, backslash, system 32. Well, this will take you straight into the system 32 folder. And as a tip, you can use CD ... and this will move you up one level in the folder structure. And basically, you will use this when you're troubleshooting a configuration file within a deep folder. So instead of you endlessly clicking through File Explorer, you just CD your way to where you want to be. And another navigation command is dir, or directory listing, and this shows you all the files and hidden folders in the current directory. And basically you will use this when you need to quickly confirm if a file actually exists in a folder before you run a script. So you would use the dir command. All right, so let's move on and talk about network commands. So if your job involves even a hint of networking, then these are a must know. And these are like a mechanic's toolbox for diagnosing connection issues. And the first one we have is ipconfig. And this shows your computer's IP address, the subnet mask, and the default gateway. You also have another command called ipconfig /all. And this gives the full details, including DNS servers and MAC addresses. And basically, this is your first step when someone says, I can't get online, where you're going to go and check to see if they have an IP address. And next you have what is called the ping command. And this basically tests if one device can reach another. And if you type in the command ping google.com, this is going to check to see if your PC can reach Google servers. And also as a tip, if the ping command works with an IP but not with a domain name, then that's going to be a DNS issue. And basically you use this when you're diagnosing the internet is down issues versus the website is down issues. And then we have what is called netstat, and this actively displays network connections and listening ports. And you use this for checking suspicious connections that might indicate malware. And you also have what is called the NS lookup command, and this looks up the IP address for a domain name. And you basically use this to verify DNS resolution problems. You also have what is called the net use command, and this connects to or disconnects from shared network resources. And this quickly allows for you to map a shared folder for a user without going through the GUI or the graphical user interface. You also have the trace route command, and this traces the path that packets take to get to a destination. And this is essentially used for pinpointing where a network slowdown is happening, like if it's taking place at your ISP versus your destination server. You also have a command called path ping, and this combines both the ping and the trace route for detailed route and latency information. And basically you use this when you want to get more thorough troubleshooting information that trace route simply cannot provide. All right, next we have our disk management commands. So if you have a hard drive that fails or your USB drives get corrupted, then these commands are going to help you fix, format, and manage them. The first one is check disk. And what does this do? Well, it checks your disk integrity, and this can fix file system errors. And basically you will use this when you're running on a failed external drive if you're trying to salvage files. You also have the format command, and this prepares a drive for use by erasing all data and setting up a file system. But just be cautious because this can wipe everything, so you want to triple check your drive letter to make sure you're not erasing something you have no business erasing. You also have the disk part or the disk partition tool, and this is used when you are completely cleaning and repartitioning a drive that will not format normally. And then that brings us to our file management commands. So sometimes you need to create or remove folders without touching the File Explorer, and these commands will help you do that. First one is MD, and that stands for make directory, and this allows for you to create a new folder. You have RMDIR or remove directory, and this allows for you to delete a folder. You have what's called RoboCopy, and this is a powerful file copy tool, and this is used for backing up user profiles during a PC migration. And then there's informational commands, and these commands give you quick system or user information. So the first one is host name, and this displays your computer's name. You got net user. This shows or manages local user accounts. You got WinVer or Windows version. This shows you your Windows version that you're using. You have who am I, and this shows the current logged in user. And then you have the command name / question mark, and this displays help for any command. So if you don't know what ipconfig is, you just simply type in ipconfig / question mark, and it will give you information telling you what ipconfig is. We also have our operating system management commands, and these help you manage Windows settings, policies, and system integrity. So you have GP update, and this refreshes your group policy settings. You got GP result, and this displays group policy settings that are applied to a user or a computer. You got SFC, and this can scan and repair Windows system files. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up for you. So the CompTIA A+ exam, this isn't just testing if you can memorize commands. It's checking if you know when to use them, because in the real world, these commands will save you time, it will give you deeper system insights, and sometimes they will solve problems that no GUI tool can do. So if you take anything away from this video, just simply remember this. You want to practice each command in a test environment. You want to use the / question mark command or the help switch because it's a built-in quote unquote cheat sheet. And then you want to think in scenarios like what problem are you trying to solve, and then pick the right tool for the job. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, you are in the folder C:\users \John documents reports. Now you want to move up one folder to C:\users John documents. Which command will you use? Will you use the CD ... the CD \, the dir ... or CD documents? And the correct answer is you're going to use the CD ... So the CD ... this moves you up one directory level from your current location. CD \, this will take you to the root of the current drive. dir ... this lists the contents of the parent folder, but does not move you there. And CD documents will try to move you into a subfolder called documents in your current location. Next question. A user says they can reach websites by IP addresses, but not by typing the website name. Which command would help you verify if there's a DNS resolution issue? Would this be ping, netstat, nslookup, or traceroute? And the correct answer is this is going to be nslookup. So nslookup, this is specifically designed to query DNS servers to resolve domain names into IP addresses. If DNS resolution fails, this command will reveal the problem. Ping, this can test connectivity, but will not diagnose DNS issues unless used with both an IP and a domain name. Netstat, this is going to show you network connections, and traceroute, this is going to trace the path that packets take, but does not directly test the DNS resolution. And our final question is, you suspect a USB drive has file system errors and you want to check and repair it. Which command is the best choice? Would this be disk part, format, check disk, or robocopy? And the correct answer is this is going to be check disk. So check disk, this checks a disk for file system errors and can repair them with the /F switch. Disk part, this is used for advanced partition management, and format, this erases and prepares a drive for use, which is typically not the first step for error checking. And also robocopy, this is for copying files, not repairing disks. All right, so if you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, one thing you're going to notice is that Microsoft Windows loves giving you lots of ways to tweak, adjust, and configure things. From how your computer connects to the internet to how it wakes up from sleep, Windows has a control for just about everything. In this video, we're going to walk you through the big list of Windows settings that you're going to need to know for the exam, and more importantly, why they actually matter when you're out in the real world supporting users. So think of this as your quote-unquote tour guide version of Windows settings. We're going to point out the landmarks, explain what they do, and give you some tips for when you're in the field. So let's go. All right, so before we begin, all of these settings can be found in the control panel. So just hit the start button and type control panel, and you will be looking at an image on your screen that looks something like this. This is where all of this stuff can be found for the most part. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about internet options. And where do you find this? You go to your control panel and select internet options, or you can do a search for internet options in the Windows search bar. But what does this do? Well, internet options, this is the control center for Internet Explorer and some legacy network settings that still affect Windows and other browsers. So even though Internet Explorer is retired, many businesses still use these settings for compatibility reasons. And the key tabs that you need to know, you got the General tab, and this is where you set your home page, delete browsing history, and adjust your tabs. You got Security. This allows you to adjust your security levels for different zones. You have your Privacy, where you can manage cookies, pop-up blockers, and location services. You got your Connections. This allows for you to configure VPNs, proxies, and dial-up settings. You got your Programs tab. This is where you can choose default browsers and manage add-ons. And you have your Advanced tab, and this is where you can fine-tune browser behavior with check boxes for dozens of features. Now, as a real-world example, you might have a user that complains that a company website isn't loading properly, and then the IT department goes in there to find out that the site is in the restricted sites list in internet options. And you, as the IT professional, you would just simply go in there and remove it to fix the issue instantly. All right, next we have devices and printers, and you go to the control panel and you select devices and printers. That's where you're going to find this at. And what it does is it shows all connected devices like your printers, scanners, Bluetooth devices, and sometimes external drives. And you can use this to add or remove devices, set a default printer, adjust printer preferences, and troubleshoot device problems. Now, if you ever see a device with a yellow exclamation mark, you want to right click and choose troubleshoot, because that is your Windows built-in troubleshooter, and that can often resolve any driver issues. All right, next we have our programs and features, and you can go to the control panel, select programs, and then programs and features. And basically, this is your go-to place for uninstalling software, repairing installations, and viewing installed updates. So as an exam tip, the A+, it wants you to know that not all software can be removed from there. And some applications, they do require their own uninstallers or removal tools. But as far as a real-world example is concerned, so when a user's Outlook crashes constantly, you can repair the Microsoft Office through programs and features, and guess what? You will save the day. All right, next we have the Network and Sharing Center, and you can find this by going to the control panel and selecting Network and Sharing Center. And basically, this is the hub for all network connections where you can view your active networks, change adapter settings, set up new connections, and troubleshoot network problems. Now, why does this matter? Well, if the Wi-Fi is connected but there is no internet access, well, the Network and Sharing Center, this is where you're going to go check for unidentified networks or misconfigured IP settings. All right, next we have the system settings, and you can go to the control panel and select system settings, or you can right click this PC and select properties. And what this is going to show you is going to show you the Windows editions, the processor and the RAM, your system type, the computer name and domain, and the Windows activation status. Now, as a tip, this is where you can access your advanced system settings to adjust performance, remote desktop, and startup settings. Then there's the Windows Defender Firewall, and you can find this in the control panel by selecting Windows Defender Firewall. And what this does, it blocks or allows traffic. It creates inbound or outbound traffic, and it enables or disables the firewall per network type. So as a real world example, you might have a game that cannot connect online, so you create an inbound rule to allow it through the firewall. And then we have the mail. And you can find this by going to control panel and selecting mail. And this will allow for you to configure email profiles for Outlook, where you can add or remove accounts, manage data files, and change server settings. Now, if Outlook will not open, you want to check the mail control panel, because this is often the first troubleshooting step. Then there's sound. You can find this in the control panel by selecting sound. And this will allow for you to set default playback recording devices, adjust levels and enhancements, and troubleshoot sound issues. Then there's the device manager. You can right click start and then select device manager. And this will allow for you to update drivers, roll back drivers, disable or enable drivers, and view hardware properties. Now, as an exam tip, if you see a yellow triangle, that means there's a problem. So your drivers might be missing or the hardware might not be recognized. You also have your indexing options, and you can find this in the control panel by selecting indexing options. And this allows for you to speed up file searches by indexing certain locations where you can choose what folders to index or rebuild the index if the search is broken. You also have your administrative tools. Go to control panel and select administrative tools, and you can look at the event viewer, the task scheduler, the performance monitor, your services, and computer management. So if an application service will not start, you will use your services to manually start it or set it to automatic. And then you also have your File Explorer options, and this controls how files and folders appears. And this is useful for accessing system folders. You can also untick show file extensions like .exe, .docx, etc. And this basically allows you to control how File Explorer opens, and you can also customize folder view defaults. There was a security tip showing the file extensions. This will help you avoid malware that can disguise itself as a harmless file. You also have your power options, and you can find this in the control panel by going to power options, and the settings that you need to know are hibernate. And hibernate allows you to save your sessions to the disk, and it uses no power. You have your power plans, where you can set up a balanced power plan, a power saver plan, or high performance. You got sleep and suspend. This allows you to save to your RAM, and it uses low power. You have standby. This is an older term for sleep mode. You have choose what closing the lid does, and this allows for you to set sleep or hibernate or do nothing if you close your laptop lid. You have turn on fast startup, where you can speed up your boot, but this can cause device detection issues. And you have USB selective suspend, where you can save power by turning off idle USB ports. Then there's ease of access, and you can find this by going to your settings and selecting ease of access. And what this does, this allows for you to go in there and access the narrator, the magnifier, high contrast mode, or your on-screen keyboard. You also have your time and language, and this is in your settings. You can change your time zone, add languages and speech settings. You have your update and security, and this is also in your settings, where you can check for Windows updates, manage delivery optimization, access recovery options, and Windows security settings. Personalization, this is in your settings as well, where you can change your background colors, lock the screen, and put up themes. You got your apps. You can uninstall apps, set default apps, and manage optional features. You got privacy, where you can control your cameras and microphone access, your location services, and diagnostic data sharing. You got devices, where you can set up your Bluetooth, your printers and scanners, your mouse and touchpad. You also have your network and internet, and that's in your settings, where you can do status overviews, look at your Wi-Fi settings, Ethernet settings, and VPN information. There's also gaming, where you can go in there and deal with your Xbox game bar, set up captures, and go into game mode. You got accounts, where you can deal with sign-in options. You can manage your Microsoft account, and you can set up family and other users up in there as well. All right, so we got through all of that. So let's talk about why this stuff even matters. So the CompTIA A+ exam, this isn't just testing whether you can memorize where these settings are. It's checking whether you understand why you'd go there in the first place. In the real world, users will describe problems in everyday language, like they'll say something like, my laptop won't go to sleep, or I can't hear anything, or my Wi-Fi says connected, but there's no internet. And if you hear any of that, then you're going to need to know exactly which setting panel will be able to fix those issues. So you want to master this information, because it's not going to just help you pass the exam. You're basically going to become the person that everybody in the office runs to when their Windows starts acting up. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, you're troubleshooting a user's laptop that says it's connected to Wi-Fi but cannot reach the internet. Which Windows settings should you check first to view network status and troubleshoot the problem? Is it going to be Internet Options, Network and Sharing Center, Device Manager, or the Administrative Tools? You're going to go check out the Network and Sharing Center. So the Network and Sharing Center, this lets you view your active network connections, check if you're connected to the correct network, and run troubleshooters. Internet Options, this deals mainly with browsers and proxy settings. Device Manager, this manages hardware drivers. And Administrative Tools, this provides advanced system utilities. And neither of these is the first go-to for general network status checks. Next question. A user wants to see file extensions like .exe and .docx in File Explorer for security purposes. Which settings should you modify? Would this be programs and features, File Explorer options, indexing options, or privacy settings? The correct answer is you're going to go to File Explorer Options, View tab. So to display file extensions, go to File Explorer Options and select View tab and uncheck the Hide Extensions from Known File Types, because this helps identify potentially malicious files disguised with misleading names. Also, programs and features, this is for uninstalling software. Indexing options, this is for search speed. And privacy settings, this controls permissions, but not file views. And our final question is, a company laptop is set to go into sleep mode when closed, but an employee wants it to stay on during presentations. Where can you change this behavior? Would it be in power options, ease of access, personalization, or administrative tools? And the correct answer is power options. So power options, this contains a setting called choose what closing the lid does, which allows you to change the behavior to sleep, hibernate, or do nothing. Ease of use is for accessibility. Personalization, this is for visual appearance. And administrative tools and service, this is for managing system services. You're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, and you've come across Objective 1.7. Now, at first glance, this can look intimidating because you're dealing with words like domain join versus workgroup, DNS, proxies, and VPNs, and all of that can make it feel like you're already knee-deep in networking. But don't worry. In this video, I'm going to walk you through everything that you need to know so that you can pass this exam like a boss. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start with the foundation, domain join versus work groups. So we're going to start with work groups first. So a work group, this is the simplest way Windows computers share resources. So imagine that you've got 3 PCs at home. You got your laptop, your desktop, and your kid's gaming computer. Now, if you want to share a folder or a printer, you just set up sharing in Windows and boom, you're in a work group. And when you're in a work group, you get access to shared resources where you can right click a folder, share something, and other computers on the same network, they can access it. You also get access to printers. So that printer that's plugged into your desktop, you can share it so others in the work group can print without plugging in. You got access to file servers. Now, this is not exactly enterprise grade, but one PC, it can act like a file server. So if you share the movies folder, then others can stream files directly. You can also map drives. So you can even map a shared folder as a drive letter like drive letter Z for quick access in File Explorer. So essentially, work groups are great for home or very small offices, but just keep in mind that they do not scale well. All right, so next we have what is called a domain. So imagine a company that has 200 employees. Each person needs access to email, files, and printers. Now, managing this with work groups, that will be just pure chaos. And that's why we have domains. So a domain is basically controlled by what is called a domain controller that's usually running Windows Server with Active Directory. And when you log into your computer, you have to enter in a username and password, which is then verified by the domain controller. And also IT admins, they can push settings, manage security, and decide who has access to what. And then you also get access to shared resources, printers, and map drives, and all of that can be managed centrally. So for the exam, just remember this right here. When it comes to a work group, we're talking about peer-to-peer local sharing. When it comes to a domain, we're talking about centralized management that is typically found in enterprise environments. All right, so let's move on and talk about local operating system firewall settings. So every Windows PC has a built-in firewall. And you can think of this like the bouncer at a club where it decides which applications get in and which ones stay out. So when it comes to all of this, you got application restrictions and exceptions. So by default, Windows Firewall, it blocks a lot of incoming connections. But what if you install a game server or you need to run remote desktop? Well, you're going to have to create what is called an exception. An example of this could be you're allowing port 3389 to be open so you can do some remote desktop stuff, or you're letting a specific application like Steam through the firewall. And when it comes to configuration, well, you can configure firewall settings through the control panel, then going to Windows Defender Firewall, or you can go to the Windows Security app and then go to Firewall and Network Protection. Now, when it comes to the exam, you need to expect scenarios like this. There might be a question on there that says something like a user cannot connect to a shared folder until you configure what? And the answer is going to be you're going to need to allow file and printer sharing through the firewall. All right, next we have client network configuration. So now we're diving into the nuts and bolts. And this is where terms like IP addressing, DNS, subnet mask, and gateway come in. So let's talk about IP addressing schemes. So every device on the network needs an IP address, and this is basically like a phone number for computers. And as you can see on your screen right here, we got an example for an IP version 4 address and an IP version 6 address. And there are two ways that you can assign them. The first one is you have what's called a static IP, and this is basically where you manually type in the IP address. And this is good for servers or printers that need a consistent address. And then the other one is called a dynamic IP, and this is where the router assigns IP addresses automatically, and this is perfect for everyday devices like laptops and smartphones. And then we have this thing called a subnet mask, and this separates the network portion from the host portion of the IP address. So in this example right here, we got 255.255.255.0. And basically what that means is it means that the first three octets, the 255.255.255, they identify the network, and the last one is for the host. So that last octet or octet 4 is going to identify the actual device that resides on that particular network. So as we can see in this example right here, we got 192.168.10. Well, this is actually the network in this scenario, and .10, this identifies this particular computer that resides on this network. And then we have what is called the default gateway. And you could think of this as the doorway to the internet. And this is usually your router's IP address, because without it, your computer will not be able to get online. And then we also have what are called DNS settings, or domain name system settings. And basically the DNS, this is the phone book of the internet. So instead of remembering 142.250.72.14, you could just simply type in google.com so that you can get to google.com. And anyways, this is usually set up automatically by your ISP or your router, but you can change it manually, like using Google's DNS 8.8.8.8. All right, so let's move on and talk about establishing network connections. So your PC can connect in several ways. So let me go over them one by one. The first is a wired connection, and this is your classic Ethernet cable. It's still the fastest and most reliable option. You essentially just plug in your Ethernet cable and off to the internet you go. Then you have your wireless connection, and Wi-Fi is everywhere. And you'll connect through the Wi-Fi menu in Windows by entering the SSID or the network name, and then entering a password so you can get access to that network. You also have a VPN, or a virtual private network. So think of this as a secure tunnel over the internet. And companies that use VPN so employees can connect to the corporate network from home. So an example of this would be you're chilling at Starbucks and you open Cisco AnyConnect or Windows VPN, you log in, and now you're virtually inside of your office network. And then you also have what is called a wireless wide area network, or cellular internet connectivity. So if you got a laptop with a SIM card, or you tether your phone, you're essentially using wireless wide area networks. And this is handy for those of y'all who are out there constantly on the road. All right, next, let's talk about proxy settings. So sometimes organizations do not let you connect to the internet directly. Instead, your traffic gets sent through a proxy server. And how to set all this up, you go into your settings, go to network and internet, and then go to proxy. Now, this can be automatic via a PAC file, or manually by way of an IP or port number, how you go about setting these up. And basically, proxies, they can filter content, log traffic, and they can bypass restrictions that are on your network. Next, let's talk about public versus private networks. Now, this one's easy, but it is exam worthy. So when it comes to a private network, these are used at home or in an office. You have sharing that is enabled, and other devices on the network, they can see you. When it comes to a public network, these are used at airports, coffee shops, or hotels. Sharing is disabled, and your PC is hidden. And when it comes to these types of networks, Windows will ask you when to connect by asking you a question like, is the network public or private? So you need to pick wisely. All right, next we have File Explorer navigation. So Windows uses paths to access shared resources, and you have two main types. The first one is called UNC, or Universal Naming Convention. And this is what you see right here with the // computer name /shared folder. And then you have what is called a map drive. And this assigns that UNC path to a drive letter like Z, which is easier for users. So basically, instead of you typing this into your computer to get to this shared folder, you could just simply go to the Z drive that has been mapped to this shared folder. All right, next we have metered connections and limitations. So sometimes you're on a cellular hotspot or limited data. Well, that's where metered connections come in. And basically, Windows, it will limit background data usage. It'll pause updates and reduce synchronization. And you can also enable this under your Wi-Fi settings by going to your Wi-Fi settings and setting it as a metered connection. So when it comes to the exam, just remember this. Metered, this basically equals reduced data usage. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up for you by giving you a quick recap. So we talked about domains and work groups. So remember, domains, this is centralized management, whereas work groups, this is peer-to-peer connections. When it comes to firewalls, these things control what applications can access your PC. When it comes to IP addresses, DNS, subnet, and gateways, these are the core of client network configurations. We talked about VPNs, wired, wireless, and wireless wide area networks. And all of these are just different connection methods for accessing the internet. You have proxies. These serve as middlemen for internet traffic. You have public versus private networks. This controls visibility and sharing. You have network paths and map drives, and these make file and printer sharing simple. Then you have metered connections where you can save your data caps. Now, if you understand these, you will not only be ready for your exam, but you'll also be ready for real-world IT troubleshooting. All right, so now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and do some check on learning. So our first question is, a company with 200 employees wants centralized user account management, group policies, and shared resource access across all devices. Which setup would best meet their needs? Would this be a work group, a domain, a peer-to-peer network, or an ad hoc Wi-Fi? And the correct answer is this will be a domain. So work groups, they are fine for small local setups like home networks, but they do not scale. A domain, which is managed by a domain controller, this provides centralized authentication, policies, and resource management. And peer-to-peer and ad hoc networks, they are not designed for enterprise use. Next question. A user complains that they cannot connect to a shared printer on the same private network. What firewall settings should you check first? Would you block all inbound connections? Would you check file and printer sharing exceptions, remote desktop ports, or the web browser outbound rules? And the correct answer is you're going to check file and printer sharing exceptions. So Windows Firewall, it blocks many incoming connections by default. So to allow other devices to use your shared printer, you must enable the file and printer sharing exception. Remote desktop, this is unrelated. And blocking all inbound traffic, this would prevent most connections, not just printers. All right, and our final question is, a technician is configuring a Windows PC with the following settings. It has an IP address of 192.168.1.50, a subnet mask of 255.255.255.0, a gateway of 192.168.1.1, and a DNS of 8.8.8.8. What type of IP configuration is being used here? Is this an automatic IP configuration, a PIPA, proxy configuration, or a static IP? And the correct answer is this is a static IP address. So when you manually enter the IP address, the subnet mask, the gateway, and the DNS, that's a static IP configuration. DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, this assigns addresses automatically. A PIPA, which stands for Automatic Private IP Address, is self-assigned when the DHCP fails. And proxy configurations, they control internet traffic routing, not local addressing. If you're preparing for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, then you already know that Microsoft Windows takes up a big chunk of the test, but do not overlook the Mac operating system. So Apple's desktop operating system, this shows up on the objectives because in the real world, IT support specialists need to be comfortable troubleshooting both Windows and Mac systems. Even if Macs aren't so dominant in the enterprise, plenty of businesses, design teams, and individual users rely on them every single day. So let me go ahead and break down the common features and tools of Mac OS so that you can master this part of the exam like a champion. Let's go. All right, so let's start off with talking about installing and uninstalling applications in Mac OS. So one of the first things that you're going to run into on the Mac OS operating system is how applications are installed and removed. Now, unlike Windows, which leans heavily on the .exe or .msl installers, Macs, they have their own formats. So let's go ahead and talk about the main ones. The first one is the .dmg or the disk image. So think of a DMG file like a virtual USB stick. When you download a Mac application from the internet, you'll often get it in the DMG format, and double clicking this mounts it like a disk, and you'll usually see a window with the application's icon and a shortcut to the applications folder. And dragging the icon into the applications, this easily installs everything that you need. Then we have the .pkg or the package installer. So a package file, this is more like a Windows installer wizard. It walks you through steps, sometimes requiring administrative credentials, and places the file in the right system directories. Then we have the .app or the application bundle. So once installed, the application itself is basically a self-contained folder ending in the .app. And to the user, it looks like a single icon, but behind the scenes, it contains all the resources the application needs. And then we have the App Store. So just like on iPhones and iPads, macOS has its App Store, and this provides a safer, more controlled installation process, and updates, they happen automatically here as well. Now, when it comes to the uninstallation process, so here's the big difference from Windows. Most Mac applications do not require an uninstaller. You just simply drag the application to the trash. Because apps are usually self-contained bundles, this will typically work fine. But some applications also store preference files and support data in places like the library or the user/library folder. And so advanced users, they might use tools like the app cleaner to remove those leftovers. All right, so let's move on and talk about some important system folders in Mac OS. So supporting Mac OS, this means knowing where files live. Here are the big ones that you'll need to memorize. The first one is the applications folder. And this is the main home for installed applications. Anything here is accessible to all the users. Then you have the users folder. And this is just like the C.\users in Windows. And this folder holds individual user directories, and each account gets its own subfolder with documents, desktop, downloads, etc. Next, you have the library folder. So think of the library as a shared support folder for applications where it stores system-wide preferences, fonts, and plugins. You also have a systems folder, and this is where the Mac operating system itself lives. And this holds critical files and frameworks, and normal users, they shouldn't touch this at all. And then you have the user/library folder. Now, this one is easy to miss because inside each user's folder, there's a hidden library directory that stores personal application settings, caches, and preferences. Now, as an exam tip, if a Mac application seems to misbehave, deleting its preference files from the user's library preferences folder, this can sometimes fix the problem. All right, so let's move on and talk about Apple ID and corporate restrictions. So Apple, it likes everything tied to an Apple ID. This account links to iCloud, the App Store, iMessage, FaceTime, and even hardware features like continuity. However, in a corporate setting, IT admins, they often lock down Apple ID use to prevent mixing personal and business data. And companies, they might use what is called MDM or mobile device management to enforce restrictions, push updates, or disable certain features like iCloud Drive syncing. So for the exam, just remember that Apple ID, this is central to consumer use, but corporate IT may restrict it. All right, so let's move on and talk about some best practices on Mac OS. So as an IT support professional, you're going to want to know what good hygiene looks like on a Mac. First practice is backups. So Mac, it comes with Time Machine, which is a built-in backup solution that can automatically back up the entire system to an external drive or a network location. And when it comes to Time Machine, it is reliable and easy to restore from. You also have antivirus. So many people think Macs do not get viruses, and they will be wrong. They are less common, however, but malware does exist. And IT professionals, they should still recommend an antivirus solution, especially in a business setting. You have updates and patches. So keeping Mac OS and apps updated is essential for security. In Apple, it frequently releases patches. And then you have what is called RSR, or Rapid Security Response. And this is Apple's relatively new system for pushing fast out-of-band security patches without requiring a full operating system update. Now, as an exam point, you want to remember that RSR just makes security fixes quicker and less disruptive. All right, next let's move on and talk about some system settings. So on newer versions of Mac OS, system preferences has been renamed system settings. And this is the control hub, which is similar to the control panel or settings in Windows. And the key areas that you need to know are as follows. So you need to know about displays, where you can control your resolution, your refresh rate, and your display arrangement. You need to know about networks, where you can control your Wi-Fi, Ethernet, and VPN settings. You got printers and scanners, where you can add or remove devices and set defaults. You got privacy, where you can control app permissions. You got accessibility. And these are features for users with disabilities, such as screen readers, Zoom, and voice control. And then you have time machine, where you can go in there and configure your backups. Now, for troubleshooting system settings, this is the first place that you're going to want to go to try to fix any problems that you may have. All right, next, let's talk about some common Mac OS features. Now, this is where Mac OS shows off some of its unique identity. So let's cover the ones that you need to know. First one is called multiple desktops, and this is also called spaces. And this basically lets you create separate workspaces, and it is great for multitasking. You have what is called mission control, and this is an overview of all open windows, desktops, and full screen applications, and is triggered with a gesture or a hotkey, and this is what you're currently looking at on your screen right here. And you also have what is called the keychain, and this is Apple's built-in password manager, where it stores Wi-Fi passwords, application credentials, and certificates. You also have Spotlight. This is the universal search tool, and you can just hit the command key plus spacebar and basically type anything to search for files, applications, definitions, and even calculations. You also have iCloud, and this is Apple's cloud service where it syncs iMessage, FaceTime, Drive files, photos, and more across various devices. You have gestures, so Mac laptops, they love multi-touch trackpads, and common gestures include the 3-finger swipes for mission control and the pinch to zoom. You have the Finder. This is the file manager of Mac OS, where it organizes files, connects to the network shares, and provides quick access. You have the Dock, and this is the bar of icons at the bottom or on the side of the screen. And you can think of it as a blend between the start menu and the taskbar. Then you have what is called continuity. And this is a set of features that ties Macs, iPhones, and iPads together. And it has things like hands off, where it allows you to continue tasks between devices. You also have what is called the universal clipboard, where you can copy on one and paste on another device. And you can even make iPhone calls from your Mac. And then you have various utility tools that you need to be familiar with. And the first one is the disk utility. This is the tool for managing storage, where you can format drives, check disk health, and create partitions. And it's also where you'd mount or unmount disk images. You got your file vault. This is Apple's built-in full disk encryption, and it protects all data with the XTS AES 128 encryption. And this requires the user's password or recovery key to unlock. You also have your terminal. So the Mac OS command line interface is similar to Linux, and this is often for advanced troubleshooting. Then you have your force quit. So like the task managers in Task in Windows, if an application freezes, you can open up the force quit menu by pressing Command, Option, and Escape and shut it all down. All right, so let's put all of this together. So here's the big picture. Apps are simple to install and remove, but you need to know the differences between a .dmg, a .pkg, and the App Store. Also, system folders, they organize applications, users, and system files, so do not delete them from the systems folder. And Apple ID is everywhere, but businesses, they may restrict it. Now, when it comes to best practices, Time Machine, antivirus updates, and RSR are your best friends. System settings, this is your control hub for displays, networks, printers, privacy, and accessibility. You have features like Keychain, Spotlight, Mission Control, and iCloud that can make your Mac operating system unique. And then you have tools like Disk Utility, File Vault, Terminal, and Force Quit. They are your troubleshooting friends. So now that brings us to this. Why does any of this even matter for the exam? Well, CompTIA A+ wants to make sure that you can walk into any entry-level IT role and not panic if someone hands you a Mac. You don't need to be an Apple Genius bar technician, but you do need to know the basics. You need to know, how do you install and uninstall software? Where do you go to adjust network settings? What's the built-in backup system called? How do you handle encryption? And what tools exist for troubleshooting? If you can answer any of those, then you are on the right track. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So at the end of the day, Mac OS is just another operating system. It looks different from Windows, but once you peel back the layers, the same core ideas are the same. It has applications, system settings, user data, and utilities. And the A+ exam expects you to be familiar with the terminology, tools, and best practices so you can support end users without skipping a beat. And if you ever only used a Windows computer, then do not worry. Apple's design philosophy makes a lot of these things pretty intuitive. So go ahead and grab an Apple computer, open up the system settings, play around with Spotlight and Mission Control, and try installing an application or two, because the hands-on experiences will lock in what you have learned here. And because whether you are studying for the A+ or stepping into your first IT job, the key is confidence. And Mac OS will not feel intimidating once you know your way around it. So with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So the first question is, which of the following is the correct process for uninstalling most applications on Mac? Is it use the add remove programs from the system settings? Is it drag the application from the applications folder into the trash? Is it run the apps.dmg installer again and select uninstall? Or is it use the terminal command remove app name? And the correct answer is you're going to drag the application from the applications folder into the trash. So unlike Windows, Mac OS applications are typically self-contained bundles. Most can be uninstalled simply by dragging the application icon to the trash. Some preference or support files that may remain in the user's library, but the main uninstall process is drag and drop. Next question. What is File Vault used for in Mac OS? Is it for backing up files to iCloud? Is it for encrypting the entire hard drive for security? Is it for searching for files across the system? Or is it for managing partitions and formatting disks? And the correct answer is it is for encrypting the entire hard drive for security. So File Vault, this is Apple's built-in full disk encryption system. It encrypts all data on the drive using XTS AES 128 encryption, ensuring that only someone with the correct password or recovery key can access the data. Disk utility, this is a tool for formatting and partitioning disks. And our final question is, which macOS feature provides a quick system-wide search tool for files, apps, and even calculations? Would this be Mission Control, Finder, Spotlight, or the Dock? And the correct answer is this is Spotlight. So Spotlight, which you can open up by simply hitting the Command key plus the space bar. This is Mac's universal search tool. It can find files, launch applications, and do quick calculations. It even pull definitions from the dictionary. Mission Control, this shows you all of your open windows. Finder, this is your file manager. And the Dock, this provides quick access to applications. All right, so you heard that Linux shows up on the CompTIA A+ exam objectives, and you're wondering, I thought A+ was all about Windows troubleshooting. Well, don't worry, you're not alone. Windows definitely dominates the A+ exam, but CompTIA sprinkles in Linux because IT pros often bump into it in the real world. Maybe you'll be asked to reset a forgotten password on a Linux web server, or maybe your company uses Ubuntu desktops in the development department, or maybe you're troubleshooting a networking issue and the only tools available are on a Linux system. So in this video, we're going to break down the common Linux commands, tools, and features that CompTIA expects you to know for the exam. By the end, you're going to feel a lot more confident about using Linux as a client OS, and you'll see how it ties into your exam prep. So let's go. All right, so when you first step into Linux, your terminal or your command line, this is your best friend. So think of it like talking directly to the operating system. And here are the must-know file management commands that you need to know for the A+ exam. The first one is ls, and that stands for list files. And this shows you what is in a directory. So think of it like opening up the File Explorer in Windows and viewing folder contents. Next, you have pwd, and that stands for print working directory. And this tells you where you are in the file system, and this is very useful if you're lost after changing directories a bunch of times. Next, you have MV, and that is for move or rename, and this moves files from one place to another, or you can rename them. You also have CP, and that stands for copy files, and this is just like the copy and paste function in Windows. You have the RM command, and that stands for remove, and this deletes files, but be careful because there is no recycling bin here. You also have the chmod or chmod, which basically changes your permissions. So the Linux operating system is big on permissions, and chmod, this can change who can read, write, or execute files. You got the chown or change ownership, and this lets you reassign file ownership from one user to another. You have the grep command, and this allows you to search inside a file. So think of it like the Control F feature on Windows, but across multiple files at once. And you have the find command where you can search for files, and this searches the whole file system or directory tree for specific files. So why does all this matter for the exam? Well, these commands are foundational. So expect questions that give you a scenario like, which command would you use to search inside of a log file? And the answer is going to be the grep command. All right, next let's talk about file system management. So Linux treats almost everything as a file, but sometimes file systems themselves need maintenance. And the first command is the FSCK, or the file system check. So think of this like the check disk on Windows, where it can scan and repair file system errors. Then you have the mount command, which allows for you to attach a file system. So in Linux, drives do not automatically show up as the C drive or the D drive. You have to mount them to make them accessible. Now, as an example, tip, if you see a question about attaching an external drive to Linux, then that is going to be the mount command. And then we have administrative commands. So Linux is all about users, permissions, and privilege separation. And the first command is su, or switch user. And this lets you switch to another user account, which is oftentimes the root account. And then you have what is called sudo, or sudo, or super user do. So instead of logging in as the root, you can prefix commands with sudo for elevated privileges. Now, as an exam tip, when it comes to security best practices, you oftentimes want to use the sudo command instead of logging in as the root. All right, next up, we have package management. So different Linux distributions, they use different package managers, but CompTIA wants you to know these two. So the first command is apt, and that stands for Advanced Package Tool, and this is used on Debian and Ubuntu distributions of Linux, and this handles installation, updates, and removal of software. Then you have DNF, or Dandified Yum, and this is used on Fedora or Red Hat, and this is similar to the apt command, is just for Red Hat-based systems. So remember, apt, this is for Ubuntu and Debian. DNF, this is for Fedora and Red Hat. And that distinction can show up on the exam. All right, next we have networking tools, and Linux has built-in tools that Windows admins would envy. And the first one is IP, and that shows and configures IP addresses. You got the ping command, where this tests connectivity to another host. You got the curl command, and this transfers data from URLs, and this is great for testing web servers. You got the dig command, this queries DNS servers. And you got the trace route command, which shows the path packets take to reach a host. So an exam scenario will be something like, if you need to check why you can't reach a website, then you would use the ping, dig, and trace route commands together. All right, so moving on, let's talk about some information commands, and these commands help you gather information about the system. The first command is man, and that stands for manual pages, and this is like your built-in documentation. You got the cat command, and that can display files. You got the top command, and this is your real-time system monitor, and this is like the task manager except for Linux. You got the PS command, and that stands for process status, and this can show running processes. You got the DU command, or disk usage, and this tells you how much space files and folders are using. Then you got the DF command, which stands for disk free, and this shows you the available disk space. Now, how this ties into the exam, so if you're asked how to check memory usage, the answer is going to be top, and for disk usage, you're going to use DU or DF. All right, next we have text editors. So sometimes you need to edit configuration files, and to do that, you would use the nano command. And this is a beginner-friendly text editor that is simple and easy to use. And then we have some common configuration files. So Linux uses plain text configuration files, and here are the important ones that you need to know. You have the /etc/passwd command, and this stores user account information. You got the etc/shadow, this stores hash passwords. etc/host, this maps your host names to IP addresses like a local DNS file. You got the etc/fstab, and this defines how drives and partitions are mounted. And you have the etc/fstab /reslov.conf file, and this configures DNF servers. So on the exam, they may show you a path and ask what it's used for. An example of this would be like which file stores encrypted user password hashes, and the answer to that is going to be /etc/shadow file. All right, so moving on, we got operating system components, and the first one is the SYSTEMD or systemd, and this handles system startup services and processes. You got your kernel, and this is the core of Linux where it manages hardware and system resources. Then you have your bootloader where this loads the operating system when the machine starts up, and the popular one is called grub. And then we have what is called the root account. And the root account, this is your super user where it has full control. And this is equivalent to the Windows administrator account, but with even more power. And the best practice for using this is you want to avoid logging in as the root directly and instead use the sudo or super user do command instead. All right, so why does any of this matter for the CompTIA exam? So you might be thinking, why do you need to memorize all of this stuff? Well, don't stress it. The exam will not make you an advanced Linux administrator. Instead, it's going to test whether you know how to recognize the commands and their purposes, know where the key configuration files live, and do you understand the Linux basics enough to troubleshoot simple issues. So expect multiple choice questions like which command displays the contents of a file, and that's going to be the cat command. Or another question might be which package manager does Ubuntu use, and that's going to be apt, or where the password hashes are stored. And once again, that's going to be the /etc/shadow file. All right, so in conclusion, Linux does not have to be scary. Once you get comfortable with the terminal, it actually feels powerful. So for the A+1202 exam, just think of Linux knowledge as a bonus skill. It will not dominate the test, but the questions that do appear are easy points if you have reviewed these commands and their files. So my advice is this. Practice them. Open up a Linux VM. Ubuntu is a great choice. And just start typing these commands, mess around, break things, and then go out there and fix them. Because this hands-on muscle memory will not only help you on the exam, it will give you the confidence when you meet Linux in the real world. And with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which Linux command would you use to search for the word error inside a log file named system.log? Would it be find error system.log, cat error system.log, grep error system.log, or chmod error system.log? And the correct answer is going to be grep error system.log. So grep, this searches inside files for patterns of text. Find, this is used to search for files or directories by name, not the text inside of them. Cat, this displays file contents, but it doesn't search. And chmod, this changes file permissions, and this is unrelated to searching text. Next question, on a Linux system, which file contains the hashed passwords for user accounts? Would it be the etc/passwd file, the etc/shadow file, etc/fstab file, or the etc/host file? And the correct answer is going to be the etc/shadow file. So etc/shadow, this stores hash passwords and is only accessible by root for security. The etc/passwd, this stores account information like usernames and shells, but not the actual password hashes. The etc/fstab, this lists drives and mount points. And the etc/host, this maps host names to IP addresses. And our final question is, which package manager would you use to install software on an Ubuntu system? Would it be DNF, apt, yum, or RPM? And the correct answer is going to be apt, or the Advanced Package Tool. And this is used on Debian-based systems like Ubuntu, DNF, and Yum. They are used on Red Hat and Fedora systems. And RPM, this is a package format, not the package manager itself. All right, so if you're studying for the CompTIA A+1202 exam, then you know that one of the most important skills that you need to master is how to install applications properly. Now, you might be thinking, installing applications, that sounds easy. You just click next, 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 and finish, right? Well, not exactly. In IT support, installing applications isn't just about clicking a button. It's about making sure the computer can handle the application, ensuring compatibility with the operating system, verifying that the network can support it, and understanding the impact on business operations. That's why in this video, we're going to spend some time walking through every angle of installing applications. And by the end of this video, you're going to know how to check system requirements before installing an application, the different distribution methods, and the impact considerations when rolling out new applications in a business environment. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so when someone asks you to install software, whether it's a new payroll system at work or a simple PDF reader, your first thought shouldn't be, where's the download link? Instead, your first thought should be, can this computer even run the software? That's what we mean by system requirements, because every piece of software comes with a list of minimum and recommended requirements. And as a tech support professional, it is your job to check before you install. Otherwise, you risk crashing the system, slowing down performance, or leaving the user frustrated. So let's break down the different types of system requirements that you need to know for the exam. The first one is 32-bit versus 64-bit dependent applications. So one of the most common compatibility issues that you're going to face is the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit applications. So when it comes to 32-bit applications, they can run on both 32-bit and 64-bit operating systems. They are limited to 4 gigabytes of RAM maximum. And even if the system has 16 gigabytes of RAM, a 32-bit application cannot use it all. And many older applications are 32-bit, but modern operating systems are phasing them out. So for example, Windows 11, it only supports 64-bit CPUs. And then we have 64-bit applications, and these require a 64-bit CPU and operating system, and they will not run on a 32-bit system. And a 64-bit system, it can handle more memory, which is critical for demanding applications like video editors, CAD tools, and modern games. And they just overall offer better performance and security in most cases. So let's say that you're working in IT support for an accounting firm, and one of your accountants wants to install a new version of QuickBooks that requires a 64-bit operating system. Now you check their PC and you realize they're still running a 32-bit version of Windows 10. In this case, the application will not even install. So your recommendation will be to back up their files and upgrade them to Windows 11 64-bit before installing the new software. All right, next we have dedicated versus integrated graphics cards. So not every application needs a graphics card, but for those that do, it makes all the difference. So when it comes to an integrated graphics card, basically they are built into the CPU and they are great for web browsing, office applications, streaming video, and light photo editing. But they have limited performance for 3D rendering, CAD, or high-end gaming. And then you have what is called a dedicated GPU or a graphics card. And this is a separate piece of hardware that is optimized for processing visuals and is needed for applications like AutoCAD, Adobe Premiere Pro, Blender, SolidWorks, Unity, or high-end PC games. And it comes with its own VRAM, which takes the load off the system's main memory. So a real-world scenario where you would use this is your company's design team, they want to start using Blender for 3D modeling. You check the hardware and realize most of the laptops only have integrated Intel UHD graphics, and then you realize that that's not going to cut it for rendering complex 3D models. So then you recommend upgrading the laptops with at least an NVIDIA RTX 3060 GPU. Next, we have VRAM requirements, and VRAM, that stands for video RAM. And so when it comes to video RAM, you got 2 gigabytes VRAM, and this is fine for basic video playback and light photo editing. You got 4 to 6 gigabytes of VRAM, and this is suitable for 1080p gaming, moderate video editing, and some CAD work. Then you got 8 plus gigabytes of VRAM, and this is needed for 4K video editing, 3D modeling, CAD, VR, and AI machine learning workloads. Now, as an exam tip, if an application requires 4 gigabytes of VRAM, a system with only integrated graphics, which typically shares system RAM and has 1 to 2 gigabytes max, this will not meet the requirements. That's essentially a red flag that you should watch out for. Next, we have the RAM requirements. So you got 4 gigabytes of RAM, and that is a minimum for basic office applications like Word, Excel, and web browsing. 8 gigabytes. This is comfortable for most users, light gaming, video calls, or multitasking. 16 gigabytes. This is recommended for graphic design, video editing, virtualization, and modern gaming. Then you got 32 gigabytes plus. This is needed for heavy workloads like running multiple VMs, databases, or high-end content creation. Now, as a real world scenario, let's just imagine that you're helping a student install VMware Workstation Player on their laptop, and they want to run both Windows 10 and Ubuntu simultaneously. You check their system and see that they only have 8 gigabytes of RAM. Since each VM might require at least 4 gigabytes for the host operating system, you need to recommend upgrading to at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. Next, we have our CPU requirements. So the CPU, this is the engine that drives everything. And some applications are light while others demand serious horsepower. So we have our entry-level CPUs like Intel Celeron and AMD Athlon, and this is fine for email browsing and light applications. You got your quad-core CPUs like the Intel i5 or AMD Ryzen 5. This can handle multitasking, light editing, and most business applications. You have your high-end CPUs like Intel i7 and i9, the AMD Ryzen 7 and 9, and a Threadripper. And this is needed for CAD, virtual machines, databases, video rendering, and AI workloads. Now, as an exam tip, if an application requires an x64 architecture, then just realize that you cannot install it on a 32-bit CPU. All right, so moving on, we have external hardware tokens. So some software requires physical external devices for security or licensing. First one we have is called a USB dongle license. And basically, this is used for high-end professional software like MATLAB or AutoCAD or music production suites that may require a dongle. You got smart cards and readers, where they're used in government, healthcare, and enterprise for multi-factor authentication. You got hardware security modules, which is what you're looking at on your screen right here. And these are for creating encryption keys. They have biometric devices like fingerprint readers, facial recognition hardware, etc. Now, as a real-world scenario, just imagine that an attorney's office, they buy specialized legal case management software. You go there to install it, but it will not launch. And after troubleshooting, you discover that it needs a USB dongle license key that the vendor ships separately. So once you get that, then guess what? Your problem will be solved. And then we have storage requirements. So applications, they don't just take up space when installed. They continue to consume disk space after people start using them. So we have installation files, and some of these apps, they can be huge, like the Adobe Creative Suite, which can take up 20 to 30 gigabytes of space. You got temporary files like video editing or CAD, which stands for computer aided design applications that can create tens or hundreds of gigabytes in cache. You have free space requirements, where most applications recommend having at least 10 to 20% free space on a drive for best performance. And you have SSD versus HDD. So SSDs, they launch applications faster and they reduce load times, which matters for big applications. Now, as a real world scenario, just imagine that there's a small business that wants to install QuickBooks on their office manager's laptop, but the laptop only has 32 gigabytes of eMMC storage, which is already half full. Now, you explain that the QuickBooks might install, but the updates and backups could quickly fill up the drive. So what is the solution? Well, you're going to upgrade to a larger SSD. All right, next we have application to operating system compatibility. So not every application runs on every system, so you have to check compatibility first. So you got Windows versus Mac versus Linux. So some applications, they only support one operating system, like Final Cut Pro, that only runs on Mac OS. You got mobile applications, where some applications are iOS only and some only run on Android. You got version compatibility. So a Windows XP era program, this might not work on Windows 11 without compatibility mode or a VM. And then you have driver and library dependencies, where Linux applications, they often require specific libraries or kernels to run. And as a real world scenario, just imagine that a user buys a tax software disk from 2010 and tries to install it on their brand new Windows 11 computer. The installation is going to fail because the application is not compatible with the modern operating system versions. So what you're going to do, you're going to suggest running it in a Windows 7 VM or using a newer version of the software. All right, so let's move on and talk about distribution methods for applications. So once you confirm the system meets requirements, then you need to figure out how to deliver and install the application. So here are the most common distribution methods that you'll see in IT support. We have physical media versus mountable ISO files. So physical media are things like CDs, DVDs, and USBs, and these are common in older software installations. However, they may still be used in offline environments like factories, hospitals, or secure labs. Now, the downsides are they have slower installations, there's a risk of a damaged disk, and fewer modern laptops even have optical drives to begin with. Then you have your ISO files, or your disk images, and these are a single file that represents an entire CD or DVD. And they can be mounted virtually in Windows, Linux, or Mac, and they're much faster and easier than shipping physical disks. So as a real world scenario, you will need to install Windows Server 2019 on a new server. And instead of using DVDs, you will mount an ISO file directly in the server management console and start the installation remotely. Then there's downloadable packages, and you have exe and MSI files, which are in Windows, and these are used for most desktop applications. You got DMG, PKG files, which are used for Mac, and these are drag and drop or installer packages. You got DEV and RPM packages, which are used in Linux, and these are installed via package managers like apt, yum, or DNF. And then you got app stores like Microsoft Store, Apple App Store, or Google Play. Now, as a security reminder, you always want to download software from official sources. Downloading cracked software from shady websites, this can introduce malware, keyloggers, or crypto miners into your system. And then there's the image deployment. So when working in IT support for businesses, you'll often need to install the same apps on dozens or even hundreds of devices. And that's where image deployment comes in. So we have what is called a disk image. And this is where you create what is called a golden image of a system that already has Windows, drivers, security tools, and company applications installed. You have various deployment tools like the Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, Windows Autopilot, SCCM, or the Microsoft Configuration Manager, and Clonezilla. And basically, this stuff saves you time, effort, and ensures consistency across all computers. So how would you apply this in the real world? Well, let's just say that you've been tasked with setting up 150 new desktops in the call center. So instead of installing Windows and the voice over IP software one by one, you would create a master image with everything pre-installed, and then using MDT or Microsoft Deployment Toolkit, you will push that image to every computer over the network. And what would have taken you weeks to probably do will now only take you hours to complete. All right, so let's talk about the impact considerations for new applications. So before you hit that install button, you need to think about the bigger picture. Installing an application doesn't just affect the device. It can affect the network, the users, and the business itself. So let's talk about some of the 4 big impact areas. The first one is device impact. So we have performance issues. So if the application needs more RAM, CPU, or GPU than the device can provide, then the system may slow down or even crash. We have battery impact. So on laptops and tablets, resource-heavy applications like Zoom, games, or video editing tools, they can drain your battery life. You got storage space. So installing large applications, this may cause low disk space, which can slow down the system. And then you have peripheral requirements. So some applications that require webcams, microphones, VR headsets, or printers. So as an example, an employee, they want to use Photoshop on their 8-year-old laptop with 4 gigabytes of RAM and no GPU. The application will install, but it will crash often and run extremely slow. So the best solution will be to upgrade the hardware or recommend a lighter photo editing application. And then there's the network impact, and within that you have bandwidth usage. So cloud apps like Zoom, Teams, and OneDrive, they can overwhelm bandwidth. You got update downloads. So applications like Windows, Office, and games, they often require large updates that can eat up your bandwidth. You got network security issues where some applications may open ports or bypass firewalls. And you also have remote work challenges where VPN-based applications that may slow down if too many users are connected at once. So an example of this would be a school rolls out Google Drive syncing to every student laptop. Then suddenly the network slows down because hundreds of students are syncing large video projects at once. Now, as an IT pro, you may need to go in there and set up bandwidth throttling or scheduled syncs. Another impact consideration is operational impact, and within that we have training. So users, they may need time to learn new applications because without training, productivity can drop. You have software conflicts, so installing 2 antivirus programs, this can cause issues. You have downtime, so installing applications across hundreds of systems, this can cause temporary interruptions. There's also licensing and costs because some applications require monthly subscriptions, which can affect the company budget. So an example would be a business switches from Dropbox to OneDrive, and employees, they will initially struggle with the new interface and lose productivity until proper training is provided. And then we have the business impact. So installing new applications, this can have a major effect on the entire organization, such as compliance risk. For applications used in healthcare, they need to be HIPAA compliant, and finance applications that need to follow PCI DSS. There's the issue of cost management because subscription-based applications can get expensive if they're not monitored. You have productivity impacts where a new application can boost efficiency or can slow everyone down if not implemented properly. Then there's security concerns. So installing unauthorized unauthorized applications, this can introduce malware or violate company policies. So an example of this would be a company installs a free file sharing application without approval. The later sensitive customer data leaks online because the application wasn't secure, and this could result in a data breach and potential legal consequences for the company. All right, so let's bring all of this wonderful information together. So let's put this into a story so you can see how this works in real life. So let's say that you're working as an IT support specialist at a mid-sized company. And one morning you get a ticket that says, please install Adobe Photoshop and Microsoft Teams on my laptop. Now, this sounds simple, but here's how you would approach this as a professional. First thing you're going to do, you're going to check the system requirements. So Photoshop, this requires 8 gigabytes of RAM, a 64-bit Windows system, and at least 4 gigabytes of VRAM. And Teams, this requires Windows 11 and at least 4 gigabytes of RAM. Next, you're going to check the laptop specs. So the laptop has 4 gigabytes of RAM, a 64 gigabyte SSD, and integrated graphics. And then you're going to realize that that's not enough RAM or VRAM to support Photoshop. Then you're going to assess the impact consideration. So if you install Photoshop anyway, then your laptop is going to crawl. So the user might experience constant freezing, which will hurt productivity. After all of that, you're going to recommend upgrades if needed. So you're going to explain to the user that Photoshop will install, but with only 4 gigabytes of RAM and no dedicated graphics card, it's going to run really slow or it might even crash. So you're going to recommend upgrading the laptop with at least 8 gigabytes of RAM or suggesting a desktop with a dedicated GPU if they'll be doing heavy design work. And this shows that you're not just a quote unquote button clicker, but you're going to be a trusted advisor who helps the business make smart technology decisions. And then you're going to choose the right distribution method. So you're going to grab Microsoft Teams from the official Microsoft website. For Photoshop, you're going to install it via the Adobe Creative Cloud desktop application, which manages license and updates. And then you're going to test everything. So you're going to launch Teams to confirm that people can log in. You're going to launch Photoshop by testing it with opening up a sample file. And then you're going to check system performance. So if the laptop lags, you're going to note it in the ticket and recommend the hardware upgrades. And guess what? After you do all of that, you've not only installed the applications, but you ensured system compatibility, verified performance, and consider business impact. And guess what? Everybody's going to give you a hug and a pat on the back, and you are going to be the hero. Now, let's quickly talk about some common mistakes that you need to avoid. So when it comes to application installation, here are some of the pitfalls that you got to watch out for. So skipping the system requirements check, this can lead to failed installs or unusable applications. Installing from unverified sources, this can introduce malware. Ignoring updates, this can cause outdated applications to become security risks. Avoid overloading devices, and you do this by not installing heavy applications on hardware that cannot handle them. Also, you want to check your licensing so that you can remain in compliance and avoid any legal issues for your business. And you also want to train the people using this stuff, because users are going to blame the IT people when they cannot figure out how to use a new application. So you want to train these people to avoid that headache as well. So how does all of this apply in the real world? Well, the truth is, application installation, this is one of the most common tasks for IT support specialists. So whether you're at the help desk, working as a desktop support technician, or supporting a team of remote workers, you're going to be asked to install applications all the time. But here's the catch. The exam and the real world does not care about you just clicking install. They care about whether you can check compatibility before wasting time. Pick the best installation method for the environment. Think about performance, network load, and business impact. And secure the installation by using safe sources and supporting hardware tokens. And when you understand this, you will go from being just the person who installs applications to being the IT professional who keeps the business running smoothly. All right, so with all that being said, let's go ahead and do some check on learning. So our first question is, a user wants to install a 64-bit database application, but the installation fails. The computer has a dual core CPU, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and Windows 10 32-bit installed. What is the most likely reason for the failure? Is it the computer does not have enough RAM? The computer has a dual core CPU? The computer is running a 32-bit operating system, or the computer does not have a dedicated graphics card? And the correct answer is the computer is running a 32-bit operating system. So a 64-bit application requires a 64-bit operating system and CPU. Even if the hardware has enough RAM and a capable CPU, a 32-bit OS cannot run 64-bit applications. RAM and graphics cards do matter, but they aren't the cause in this scenario. Next question. An architect is installing CAD software that requires a dedicated GPU with at least 6 gigabytes of VRAM. The installation completes, but the software crashes when rendering complex designs. Which hardware limitation is most likely the cause? Is it the computer only has 8 gigabytes of system RAM? Is it the computer is using integrated graphics? Is it the CPU does not support virtualization? Or is it the storage drive is a traditional HDD instead of an SSD? And the correct answer is the computer is using integrated graphics. So CAD and 3D rendering applications, they need a dedicated GPU with enough VRAM. If the system only has integrated graphics, it will fail to handle the processing load, leading to crashes or poor performance. While low RAM and HDDs can affect speed, they wouldn't directly cause the rendering crashes. And our final question is, a company wants to install Microsoft Office on 200 new employee laptops as quickly and consistently as possible. Which installation method should the IT team use? Should they install Office individually from a CD on each laptop? Have each user download and install Office themselves? Use image deployment with a pre-configured master image? Or use a bootable USB to install Office one by one? And of course, the correct answer is going to be use image deployment with a pre-configured master image. So in large-scale environments, the most efficient way to install software is by creating a master image with all required applications and deploying it to multiple devices. This ensures consistency, saves time, and reduces error. Installing from CDs or USBs is far too slow for 200 laptops, and letting users install software themselves risks inconsistent configurations. If you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, then one of the key objectives that you're going to need to master is installing and configuring cloud-based productivity tools. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Cloud-based productivity tools, that sounds simple enough. I already use Gmail and Google Docs every single day. And you're not wrong. Many of these tools in this section are things you probably already use in school, work, or even just in your personal life. But here's the catch. The A+ exam wants you to understand not just how to use these tools, but also how to set them up, configure them, and troubleshoot them in real-world IT scenarios. So in this video, I'm going to break down this topic step by step, and by the end, you're going to have a rock-solid understanding of what cloud-based productivity tools are and why they matter, how to set and manage email systems in the cloud, how configuration works, how to configure collaboration tools, how identity synchronization ties everything together, and what licensing assignment means and why it's important. So with that being said, let's get into it. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about cloud-based productivity tools. Now, before we dive into the how, let's make sure we're on the same page about the what. So cloud-based productivity tools, these are software applications that run primarily on the internet or the cloud instead of being installed and run only on your local device. Now, unlike traditional software, which you'd buy once and install on a single machine, cloud productivity tools are usually delivered as a service, meaning you log in and use them anywhere with an internet connection. And here are some examples that you're probably already familiar with. You got various email services like Gmail, Outlook, and Microsoft 365 Exchange Online. You got storage services like Google Drive, OneDrive, and Dropbox. Collaboration tools like Microsoft Teams, Slack, Zoom, and Google Meet. And various productivity applications like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides. All right, and here are the main benefits of cloud productivity tools. So the first one is accessibility. This means that you can use them from any device with internet access. There's collaboration where multiple people can work on the same document or project in real time. You got scalability where businesses can add or remove users easily. You got lower costs because subscription-based models means you do not buy expensive software licenses up front. Then there's automatic updates and security where the provider handles most updates and security patches. Now, from an IT support perspective, this means you'll often be tasked with setting up user accounts and emails, troubleshooting sync and login issues, assisting with password resets or access problems, and configuring collaboration tools for various teams. All right, so let's move on and talk about cloud email systems. So email, this is one of the most important cloud-based productivity tools and a big focus on the A+ exam because most businesses today, they rely on cloud-hosted email systems rather than running their own on-premises email servers. So when it comes to common cloud email services, you got Microsoft 365 or Exchange Online. And this is part of the Microsoft 365 suite where it integrates with Outlook. You got Google Workspace, and this is basically Gmail for business, where you get access to calendars and various other productivity tools. And then you have other providers out there like Zoho Mail, Proton Mail, iCloud Mail, and hosted email services by various web hosting companies. And here are some of the key concepts that you need to know. So you need to know about various email protocols like POP3 or Post Office Protocol version 3. And this basically allows you to download emails from the server to the local device, and it often deletes them from the server. And this is best for single device use. They got IMAP or the Internet Message Access Protocol. And this synchronizes email between the server and all devices, and whatever changes that you make, they will appear on all the devices. And then you have SMTP or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and this handles sending email from a client to the mail server or between the servers. And then you have various configuration settings that you need to know about. So you have incoming mail servers like imap.gmail.com or outlook.office365.com. You got outgoing mail servers or your SMTP. It'll look like smtp.gmail.com or smtp.office365.com. You got various ports. You got IMAP with 143 or 993. POP3 uses port 110 or 995. And SMTP uses ports 25, 465, or 587. And then there's the security component with SSL TLS, and this is usually required for secure communications. And as a real world example of something that you might find yourself doing, you might have a new employee that joins the company and your job as the IT support technician. They're going to have to go out there and create their Microsoft 365 account, assign them an Exchange Online license, configure their Outlook client with the correct server settings, and then do a test by sending and receiving emails. Now, as a tip, if a user says, I'm not receiving emails on my phone, but I can see them on my laptop, that usually means that they're set up with POP3 instead of IMAP. So you always want to double check the account type when you're troubleshooting. All right, so let's move on to talk about cloud storage and synchronization settings. So think about Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, or iCloud. These tools allow users to store files in the cloud, synchronize them across devices, and collaborate in real time. So how does cloud storage actually work? Well, files, they are saved to a remote server instead of just the local device. They can be accessed from any device with an internet connection. And changes that are made on one device, they automatically sync to others. And here are some synchronization and folder settings that you need to get familiar with. So when you're configuring cloud storage for users, you're often going to adjust the selective sync, and this allows you to choose which folders will sync locally to save space. You're going to deal with the on-demand sync. So files, they will appear in your File Explorer on Windows or Finder for Mac, but they only download when they're open. They're going to be dealing with offline access, and this allows users to keep certain files available without internet. They have file versioning, where this lets users roll back to previous versions of a document. And you have sharing permissions, where you can set files and folders as private, shared with specific users, or public links. And as a real world IT scenario that you might encounter, you may have a user that comes up to you and says, my OneDrive files are not updating on my work laptop, but I can see the new files on my phone. So the steps that you're going to take to fix this issue is you're going to check to see if OneDrive is running in the system tray. You're going to confirm that the correct account is signed in. You're going to check if the folder is selected for sync in OneDrive settings. You're going to verify their internet connectivity, and you're going to check for sync errors in the OneDrive client. Now, as a tip, when you're configuring OneDrive or Google Drive for Business, you want to set default document libraries and enforce policies, because this is like preventing users from sharing files outside of the organization if security requires it. All right, so let's move on and talk about some cloud collaboration tools. So one of the biggest reasons companies adopt cloud solutions is to make teamwork easier. So let me go ahead and break down the key tools that you're going to need to know for the exam. The first is spreadsheets. In spreadsheets, they are used for budgets, data analysis, project tracking, charts, and pivot tables. Their benefits: well, multiple users can edit at once. There's automatic saving and version control, and they are accessible from any device. When it comes to IT support roles, they help users share files securely. You can set permissions like view, comment, and edit, and you can assist with formatting, formulas, and compatibility issues. In an example scenario that you might run into, you might have a manager that says they cannot see the changes their coworker made in the budget spreadsheet. So the first thing you're going to do, you're going to check to see if they're both using the same file in Google Sheets or OneDrive. Then you're going to ensure the document isn't set to view only. Then you're going to refresh the sheet because sometimes a synchronization delay can cause confusion. All right, next collaboration tool we have is video conferencing, and this is used for meetings, remote support, training sessions, and webinars. Its benefits, it's accessible on any device. You can share your screen and it has various collaboration features, and it offers recording and chat functionality. When it comes to an IT support role, you're going to be helping users install the client or use the web version. You're going to configure the audio and video devices, and you're going to find yourself troubleshooting connectivity when it comes to dealing with a muted microphone, a block camera, or firewall issues. Now, an example scenario that you might run into, you might have a student that says, I can't hear the teacher in the Zoom conference. So what you're going to do, you're going to check to see if the speakers are muted or set to the wrong output. You're going to run a test speaker and mic check in the Zoom settings. And then you're going to verify that the network bandwidth isn't too low. And next we have presentation tools, and these are used for creating slideshows for classes, training, and business meetings. The benefits, it offers real-time collaboration on presentations, and it offers easy sharing via a link, and the cloud auto saves to prevent any lost work. When it comes to IT support roles, you're going to assist with permissions so team members can co-edit. You're going to troubleshoot formatting issues, and you're going to help users via projector or screen shares. So an example scenario might be an employee comes up to you and says, my slides look different on the conference room computer. So the likely cause might be something like missing fonts or different display resolutions. How you're going to fix this? Well, you're going to use standard fonts or save it as a PDF to preserve formatting. And then there's word processing tools, and these are used for reports, letters, documentation, and manuals. The benefits, it offers real-time collaboration and comments. There's automatic saving, and there's template libraries for faster document creation. And when it comes to IT support roles, you're going to help set sharing permissions. You're going to troubleshoot formatting issues when moving between cloud and desktop versions, and you're going to assist with track changes and version control. And an example of an issue you might deal with is a student might come up to you and say, they can't find the essay that they wrote last night in Google Docs. So the first thing you're going to do, you're going to check the Google Drive and then go to recent files. You're going to do a search by keyword or title for that file. And then you're going to confirm that they're logged into the correct Google account in the first place. And then we have instant messaging tools, and these are used for quick communication, project updates, file sharing, and integrating with other tools. The benefits, there's real-time collaboration and notifications. It's a centralized communication hub for various teams, and it works across desktop, mobile, and web. When it comes to IT support roles, they're going to help users log in with the correct credentials. You're going to troubleshoot notifications that are not appearing, and you're going to guide users on creating channels and managing permissions. And then an example issue that you might deal with, somebody's going to come up to you and say, I'm not getting Slack notifications on my phone. First thing you're going to do, you're going to check if the notifications are enabled in the application settings. You're then going to verify the phone notification settings to allow for Slack alerts. And then you're going to ensure that they are connected to the internet. Now, as a tip, you always want to remind users to avoid sharing passwords or sensitive data over chat tools. You want to encourage them to use secure file sharing methods instead. All right, so let's move on and talk about identity synchronization. So here's where IT support meets cloud identity management. So what does this mean? Well, identity synchronization, this is the process of keeping users' accounts and credentials consistent between on-premises directories like Active Directory and cloud services like Microsoft Entra ID, which used to be called Azure AD or Active Directory. And basically, this ensures that when a user logs into their computer, the same credentials work for cloud services like email, Teams, OneDrive, etc. And here are some tools that you need to know about. So you have what is called Microsoft Entra Connect. This used to be called Azure Active Directory Connect. And basically this syncs on-prem Active Directory accounts with cloud accounts. You got single sign-on, and this lets users log in once and access multiple services without re-entering their password. And you have multi-factor authentication, and this basically adds extra security requiring something like a password plus something that you have like a phone or some type of token. And here's a real world IT task that you might find yourself dealing with. So your company just migrated to Microsoft 365 and employees are complaining that they have to log in twice, once for their computer and again to access Outlook. So here's how you're going to fix this. Well, you're going to verify that Azure Active Directory Connect is properly syncing the accounts. You're going to configure single sign-on so that the user only needs one set of credentials, and then you're going to test the login across multiple services. Now, as a tip, when you're troubleshooting synchronization issues, you always want to check the sync logs in Azure Active Directory Connect because many issues come from duplicate usernames, mismatched UPNs, or disabled accounts. All right, so let's move on and talk about licensing assignments because this is the topic that tends to confuse a lot of new IT professionals. So exactly what is it? Well, cloud productivity tools like Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace, they require a license for each user. And the license, it defines what service that the user can access. So for example, they might just be able to access email, or they might be able to access email plus Teams and plus various Office applications. And without that license, users, they may have accounts, but they can't use certain features. So here's an example. So in Microsoft 365, you might assign Exchange Online Plan 1, and that'll give the user access to some email. When it comes to Office 365 E3 license, this will give you access to email, Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, and desktop Office applications. In Google Workspace, you might assign licenses like the Business Starter, where you get 30 gigabytes of cloud storage, Gmail, and Google Meet. With Business Standard, you get 2 terabytes of storage, advanced security, and a whole bunch of other features. And another real world scenario that you might find yourself dealing with is you might have a new employee that logs in and says that they cannot install Word or Excel because it says they don't have a license. So here's how you're going to solve that. You're going to go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You're going to search for the user. You're going to check to see if they have an Office 365 E3 or E5 license assigned. And if not, you're going to assign the license and ask them to log out and log back in. Now, as a pro tip, you always want to double check available licenses before creating new accounts, because if your company runs out of licenses, the new users won't have access until more are purchased or reallocated. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this wonderful information up. So here is exactly what you need to know for the CompTIA 1202 exam. You need to know about email systems, meaning you need to know how to configure POP3, IMAP, and SMTP settings for cloud-based email services. You need to know about cloud storage, meaning you need to be ready to explain and configure sync, folder settings, versioning, and sharing. You need to know about collaboration tools, meaning you need to understand how to set up and troubleshoot spreadsheets, video conferencing, presentations, word processing, and instant messaging in the cloud. You need to know about identity synchronization, so be familiar with Active Directory, Azure AD Connect, single sign-on, and multi-factor authentication. And you need to know about licensing assignments, meaning you need to know how to assign licenses in Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace to enable services. Now, at the end of the day, businesses rely heavily on these tools to communicate, collaborate, and stay productive. And as an IT support specialist, your job is to make sure everything runs smoothly, from creating new accounts to fixing synchronization issues to ensuring security policies are followed. And if you understand these concepts, not only will you be ready for the exam, but you'll also be prepared for real-world IT support situations. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So you're helping a new employee set up their email on a mobile device. They can receive emails, but when they try to send, nothing goes through. Which settings should you check first? Should you check the IMAP server address, the DNS server IP address, the file sync settings, or the SMTP server settings? And the correct answer is you're going to check the SMTP server settings. So SMTP or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. This handles sending email. IMAP, this is for retrieving messages. So if the receiving works, then IMAP is fine. DNS settings could cause both send and receive issues, not just sending. And file sync setting, this only affects cloud storage, not email. Next question. A user complains that some files they saved in their company's OneDrive are visible on their smartphone, but not on their work laptop. What is the most likely cause? Is it the files are stored on a public cloud instead of private? Is it the files are not selected in the laptop's OneDrive sync settings? Is it the user doesn't have an email license assigned? Or is it the files are in an encrypted format? And the correct answer is the files are not selected in the laptop's OneDrive sync settings. So cloud storage tools like OneDrive and Google Drive that let you choose which folders to sync locally. If a folder isn't selected, it will not appear on the device, even though it's still available in the cloud. And our final question is, your company just moved to Microsoft 365. A user logs into their PC, but still has to log in separately when opening Outlook. What is the best solution? Would it be to enable POP3 on their email account? Would it be to configure single sign-on with Azure AD Connect? Would it be to reinstall Microsoft Office? Or would it be to upgrade the user's Wi-Fi connection? And of course, the answer is going to be to configure single sign-on with Azure AD Connect. So single sign-on, this allows users to log in once with their company credentials and access multiple cloud services like Outlook, Teams, and OneDrive without re-entering their password. POP3 is outdated and only affects retrieving mail, not sign-in issues, and reinstalling Office or upgrading Wi-Fi. This will not solve the identity synchronization problem. All right, so you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam and you hit the section on security measures. Now, at first glance, this can look like a laundry list of gadgets and concepts. We're talking about bollards, badge readers, multi-factor authentication, zero trust, and a whole bunch of other acronyms out there. But don't worry. We're going to walk you through every single one of these, and by the time you're done watching this video, not only will you be prepared for the exam, but you'll also understand how these things actually protect companies, homes, and even your personal devices in the real world. So let's go ahead and break it down into three main buckets. First, we're going to talk about physical security, and this is keeping the bad guys away from the building or the equipment. Then we're going to talk about physical access security, and this pertains to controlling who actually gets inside of restricted areas. And then we're going to talk about logical security, and this is protecting the digital side of things. We're talking accounts, devices, and networks. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so when CompTIA says physical security, they literally mean stopping someone from physically walking up and stealing gear, damaging property, or gaining access to sensitive areas. So think of this as your first line of defense. And within that, we have what is called a bollard. So if you ever notice these short, thick posts that are in front of banks or government buildings, those are called bollards. Their job is simple. They are there to stop vehicles from ramming into a building. Now, on the exam, just remember that bollards equals vehicle barriers. Now, in real life, bollards, they do prevent smash and grab attacks where criminals might try to drive a truck through a storefront to grab all the valuables. Then we have what is called an access control vestibule. Now, this sounds fancy, but it's basically a man trap where you have two doors, one after the other. You enter the first door, you get verified, then the second door unlocks. Now, in real life, you might see this in data centers or high security offices. And basically, it stops what is called tailgating. And this is where someone sneaks in behind an employee. Next, we have what is called a badge reader. So you probably use one of these at your job where you tap your badge and the door unlocks. Well, they tie into a company's access control system, which decides who can go where. So on the exam, just remember that badge readers, they basically identify verification through employee ID badges. Then we have video surveillance. So cameras are everywhere. They're in hallways, server rooms, parking lots, you name it. Video surveillance acts as both a deterrent and a record keeper. So in real life, if a laptop goes missing from an office, then the cameras, hopefully if they're recording everything, they can help figure out what happened. You have alarm systems. So think of break-in alarms that can be triggered by doors opening, windows breaking, or motion detected after hours. On the exam, just remember that alarms, this equals detection plus deterrence. You also have motion sensors. So if you ever walked into a room and the lights pop on, well, it's the same idea. Motion sensors, they detect movement and can trigger lights or alarms. In security, they're often part of the intrusion detection systems. You have door locks, and this is the oldest security tool. From mechanical locks to electronic card readers, door locks, they restrict access. Now, as an exam tip, locks are basic but effective, especially when they are combined with other controls. You also have equipment locks. So if you've ever seen those metal cables locking laptops to the desk, those are called equipment locks, and they make it harder for someone just to grab a device and take off running. Now, on the exam, equipment locks, this equals physical theft prevention. Then there's security guards. So technology is great, but sometimes you need a human presence. And guards, they basically deter bad behavior, they check IDs, and they respond to incidents. So in real life, large companies or schools, they tend to use guards for 24/7 security. And you also have fences. Now, this is simple but effective, but fences, they define boundaries and they make it harder to sneak onto property. As it relates to the exam, just remember that fences, this equals perimeter protection. All right, so let's talk about measures that control who actually gets access to a building, room, or a device. And we're talking about physical access security. So within that, we have what are called keys, and this is the OG of access control. Keys are simple, but they're not perfect. They can be lost, copied, or stolen. We also have what is called a key fob, which is this thing right here. And basically, if you ever use a little plastic device that unlocks a car or an office door, well, that is a key fob. And they use RFID or NFC to communicate with readers. As far as the exam is concerned, just remember that key fobs, they equal electronic access tools. Then you have what is called a smart card. So think of ID badges that have a chip. You insert or tap them to gain access, and they're smarter than your basic fobs because they can store more data. As it relates to real life, government employees, they often use smart cards for both building access and computer logins. You also have what are called mobile digital keys. Now, this is a newer one. So instead of carrying a fob, your smartphone becomes the key. And apps and NFC, it makes all of this possible. So an example will be you go check into a modern hotel and they can let you unlock your room with your phone. Then there's biometrics. So here's where sci-fi meets reality. Biometrics, this uses human traits for identification. So you have retina scanners, and this scans the unique blood vessel patterns in your eye. And this is very accurate, but it is also a bit intimidating. You have fingerprint scanners, and this is the most common biometric sensor out there. And you've probably used one to unlock your phone. You also have what is called a palm print scanner, and this reads the unique lines in your palm. You have what is called facial recognition technology, where it scans your facial features, and this is used in airports, phones, and security checkpoints. You also have what is called voice recognition technology, where this authenticates you by analyzing your speech patterns. Now, on the exam, just remember that biometrics, this equals something that you are. You also have lighting. Now, this might sound boring, but it is crucial because good lighting, this reduces hiding spots and makes surveillance more effective. So in real life, parking lots with poor lighting, this could equal crime hotspots. And then you also have what is called a magnetometer. So if you've ever gone through airport security, well, those metal detectors are magnetometers, and they detect hidden metal weapons. So on the exam, just remember that magnetometer, this is a screening tool. All right, so let's go ahead and shift gears into the digital world. So logical security controls, they protect data, systems, and accounts. And the first logical security concept we have is called the principle of least privilege. Now, this is the golden rule because this gives users the minimum access needed to do their job. So as an example, in real life, an intern would not need administrative rights. Now, as far as the exam is concerned, just remember that least privilege, this prevents accidental or malicious damage. Then there's the zero trust model. And zero trust is basically means never trust and always verify. So every access request is verified, even if the user is already inside the network. So think about this. You log into your work PC, but you still need to re-authenticate when you're accessing sensitive applications. That is the zero trust model. We also have access control lists, and ACLs are rules that say who can access what. So for example, the HR group, they can access the payroll folder, but the IT group cannot. Now on the exam, just remember that ACLs, they equal permissions at the file, folder, or network level. You also have multi-factor authentication, and this is where you need 2 or more factors to log in. And those factors could be something that you know, like a password or a PIN, something that you have like a token or a phone, or something that you are like your biometrics. Now understand that CompTIA loves to test multi-factor authentication, so let's go ahead and break down the methods. So email, this could be a code that you sent to your inbox. A hardware token, this could be a physical device that generates a code. You got authenticator apps like Google Authenticator, a Microsoft Authenticator. You got SMS or short message services where you get a text message with a code. You got voice calls like automated systems systems that call you and give you a code. You got what is called TOTP, or time-based one-time passwords, where these are codes that expire quickly. They also have OTPs, or one-time passwords or passcodes, and these are single-use codes. Now, as an exam tip, just remember that multi-factor authentication, this is stronger than just using a password. And then we have what is called SAML, or Security Assertions Markup Language. Now, this one sounds intimidating, but it's basically a way for websites and applications to share login information securely. So as an example, you log into your work account and automatically get access to Salesforce without re-entering your credentials. That is Security Assertions Markup Language. And then we have what's called single sign-on. And basically, this lets you log in once and you can access multiple systems. So in real life, you might log into your Gmail account, but that'll also get you access to your YouTube account and your Google Drive account without separate logins. Now, here's the difference between SSO and SAML. So SSO, this is essentially the end goal that you're trying to achieve by just logging into one system and gaining access to all these other systems or applications with your login credentials. SAML, this is basically a protocol to achieve SSO, or single sign-on. So that is the difference between the two. SSO is the goal. SAML is a way to achieve the goal. And then we have what is called just-in-time access, or privileged access management. So instead of giving someone permanent administrative rights, you grant them temporary elevated access when needed. And this reduces risk. So if their account gets hacked, then attackers do not get full privileges. We also have what is called mobile device management. So companies, they love MDM tools because they can control work phones and tablets, where they can enforce encryption, push updates, and even wipe lost devices. And on the exam, just remember that MDM, this equals managing and securing mobile devices. We also have what is called DLP, or data loss prevention. So think of DLP as a watchdog for sensitive data. It stops employees from emailing customer data or uploading trade secrets to Dropbox. Now, in real life, DLP, this can block or warn when sensitive data is leaving the company. We also have what is called identity access management. And this is an umbrella system that handles who you are, what you can access, and how you prove it. On the exam, identity access management, this equals user identity plus permissions. And then we have what are called directory services. So directory services like Microsoft Active Directory, these are central databases that store all the user accounts and permissions. So you could think of it as a phone book for your company's IT success. All right, so now that we covered all the terms, let's go ahead and connect the dots. So remember that physical security, this protects the building and equipment. Physical access security, this makes sure that only the right people get inside. And logical security, this locks down the digital world. Now, in real world IT, you'll see these layers working together. A data center might have bollards outside, a man trap at the entrance, badge readers on every door, and biometric scanners for the server room. Once you get inside, then you're going to discover that accounts are being protected by multi-factor authentication, identity access management, and data loss prevention policies. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So security measures might feel overwhelming at first, but once you see how they all connect, it begins to click. And the goal is simple: to keep people and data safe. Now, understand that the exam is going to test your ability to recognize which measures apply to which situation. And here's the cool part. Everything that you're learning isn't just for the test. These are the same tools and concepts IT pros use every single day. So whether you're locking down a small office Wi-Fi network or managing access to a massive enterprise system, you're going to see these measures in action. So the next time you walk into a building and swipe a badge, or when your phone asks for a fingerprint scan, then think of it as the real world CompTIA A+ in action. All right, so with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following best describes the purpose of bollards? Is it to prevent unauthorized badge access? Is it to stop vehicles from entering restricted areas? Is it to detect motion inside of a building? Or is it to provide lighting for surveillance cameras? And the correct answer is, it is to stop vehicles from entering restricted areas. So bollards, these are physical barriers, often short, sturdy posts that are designed to block vehicle access. They do not control people directly. Instead, they prevent vehicle-based attacks or crashes into buildings. Next question. A company wants to reduce the risk of employees accidentally sending files like customer credit card data through email or uploading them to unauthorized cloud storage. Which security control would best address this concern? Would this be multi-factor authentication, directory services, magnetometers, or data loss prevention? And the correct answer is this will be data loss prevention. So DOP systems, they monitor and control the movement of sensitive data to prevent leaks or misuse. Multi-factor authentication, this helps secure logins. Directory services, they organize identities. And magnetometers, they detect metal objects, not data leaks. And the final question is, which of the following is an example of logical security rather than physical security? Would this be a badge reader, a security guard, the zero trust model, or an equipment lock? And the correct answer is this will be the zero trust model. So logical security controls like zero trust, access control list, multi-factor authentication, and identity and access management, they protect data, accounts, and networks. Physical security tools, they protect buildings and devices. And when it comes to zero trust, this specifically ensures that no user or system is automatically trusted, even if they're inside the network. When you think about keeping your Windows computer safe, what comes to mind? Maybe you imagine an antivirus program scanning your files, or maybe you picture a firewall standing guard blocking shady traffic from sneaking in. The truth is, Windows security isn't just about one feature. It's about a collection of tools, settings, and best practices working together like layers of armor. And if you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, then you're definitely going to want to know how to configure and apply these basic Windows operating security settings. And not only will this help you on the exam, but it's the bread and butter of what you'll actually do on the job as an IT support professional. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start with the most obvious, and that is antivirus. So for years, people would rush to install third-party antivirus software as soon as they bought a new PC. But nowadays, Windows Defender Antivirus, which is now just called Microsoft Defender Antivirus, this comes pre-installed, it's always on, and it's surprisingly good. All right, so by default, Defender is active unless another antivirus is installed. And if you install something like Norton or McAfee, then Windows usually steps back and disables Defender automatically. And you can manually turn it off in Windows security by just going to viruses and threat protection settings. But honestly, you rarely should have to do that. And then when it comes to updating definitions, antivirus is useless without up-to-date definitions. And these are basically the quote-unquote bad guy fingerprints that help Defender recognize threats. Also, updates come automatically through Windows Update, but you can force an update if needed. And when you're on the job, sometimes you're going to troubleshoot systems where definitions are way out of date and maybe the machine hasn't been updated in months. And a quick definitions update, this can make a big difference. Now, as an exam tip, you want to remember that definitions, this equals the database of known malware signatures. Without them, the antivirus is essentially flying blind. All right, next we have the firewall. So imagine your computer as a building. Well, the firewall, this is the security guard at the front door deciding who gets in and who does not. When it comes to activating and deactivating it, well, Windows Firewall, which is now called Microsoft Defender Firewall, this too is turned on by default. And you can turn it off in the control panel by going to Windows Defender Firewall. But again, you rarely should turn this off unless you're troubleshooting. And then when it comes to port security, so you can think of ports like doors into your building, where you have port 80, that's for web traffic, and port 245, that's for email. So firewalls, they let you block or allow traffic on specific ports. So for example, you might block port 21 to shut down FTP access if it's not needed. Then we also have application security. So you can also block or allow traffic on an app by app basis. So an example would be the first time you install Zoom, Windows might ask you, do you want to allow Zoom to communicate on private or public networks? Well, that is an example of application level firewall control. Now, how does this relate to the real world? Well, as a technician, you're often troubleshoot why an application isn't working. And sometimes it's just that the firewall is blocking it. All right, next we have users and groups. So Windows is all about accounts and permissions. So let's go ahead and break this down. We have local versus Microsoft accounts. So a local account, basically the credentials live only on the computer. And this is the old school style, and this is good for standalone PCs. Then you have your Microsoft account, and this is linked to an email like an Outlook.com email. And this can sync settings across devices. It ties into OneDrive, and it allows password resets through Microsoft. You have your standard account, and this offers limited permissions, and this can run software but not install system-wide applications or mess with the settings. And this is good for kids or employees who do not need administrative rights. And then you have your administrator account, and this is where you get full control. You can install software, change system settings, and manage users. And you never want everyone running as an admin, because this is a recipe for malware spreading like wildfire. And then there is the guest user account. So basically, this is a temporary visitor account. It's very limited. You cannot make any permanent changes. And this is rarely used these days, but it is worth knowing about. And you also have what is called a power user. Now, this was more relevant in older Windows versions. And this was a step below the administrative account with more privileges than a standard user. And you'll mostly see this in legacy setups. Now, when it comes to the exam, if you see something that says least privilege, just understand that that is more than likely being associated with a standard account. All right, next let's talk about various login options. So security, this starts at the login screen, and Windows offers more than just the classic username plus password combination. So once again, you got the username and password combination, that's default and it's still widely used. You also have the PIN, and this is a shorter numeric code tied to that device only. So even if it's stolen, it will not work on another machine. You got fingerprints. These are biometric logins if your device has a fingerprint reader. You got facial recognition, where Windows Hello, this supports facial recognition on supported hardware. You got single sign-on, and this is basically one set of credentials that can give you access to multiple systems and services. And this is common in workplaces that are tied to Active Directory. And you also have passwordless or Windows Hello. So instead of passwords, you log in with biometrics, a PIN, or security keys. And this is more secure since there are no passwords to steal. Now, as a side note here, passwordless authentication, this is the future, and most companies are already moving towards this. All right, next we have NTFS versus share permissions. So this one trips up a lot of people. So let me go ahead and make this real simple. NTFS permissions, this equals file system level permissions. They control who can read, write, modify, or delete files or folders on an NTFS drive. Share permissions, this applies when files and folders are shared over a network. And then we have file and folder attributes, and some of those attributes are hidden, read-only, archive, and system. And essentially, these are basic flags that you can set on files and folders. And we have this concept of inheritance. So permissions, they can cascade down from parent folders to child folders and files. So for example, if a folder is read-only for a group, then everything inside it inherits that setting unless explicitly overridden. Now, when it comes to the exam, just understand this. NTFS permissions are usually more granular than share permissions, and when both apply, then the most restrictive will win. All right, next we have run as administrator and standard user. So sometimes you're going to log in as a standard user, but you need to run a program with elevated privileges. And if so, you're going to enter run as administrator. So essentially, you're just going to right click an application and then select run as administrator. And this uses admin privileges without having to fully switch accounts. So as a scenario, you might use this when you're installing drivers, software, editing system files that often require elevated privileges. Then there's the UAC, or the user account control. So if you ever see a pop-up that says, do you want to allow this application to make changes to your device? That's the user account control. And its job is essentially to prevent unauthorized changes. Even admins, they get prompted on this to confirm before risky changes happen. And it can be annoying, but it is a solid safety feature. And then there's encryption. So even if someone steals your laptop, encryption makes your data useless without the proper credentials. And so some of the encryption mechanisms that are out there are BitLocker, and this is a full disk encryption system that locks down the entire drive. However, this does require a TPM or a trusted platform module chip for secure key storage. You also have BitLocker to go, and this is the same idea, except this is for removable drives like USB flash drives, and this protects the data even if the drive is stolen or lost. And then you have what is called EFS, or encrypting file system. So instead of the whole drive being encrypted, you can just encrypt individual files and folders on an NTFS partition, and this is great for selectively securing sensitive data. And when it comes to the exam, just understand the difference. BitLocker, this encrypts the entire drive, and EFS, this encrypts individual files and folders. All right, next let's talk about Active Directory. So when you move into corporate IT, Active Directory is everywhere. It's Microsoft's system for managing users, groups, and devices across the network. And here are some of the key components. So you can join domains. So instead of logging into just a local computer, a user can log into the domain that is controlled by Active Directory, and this allows centralized management of accounts and policies. You can also assign login scripts. So admins, they can set up scripts to run when users are logged in. An example of this will be mapping network drives automatically for the user. There's this thing called an organizational unit where you can move objects back and forth. So think of OUs like folders for organizing users and computers in Active Directory, and moving objects. This lets you apply different policies to different groups. You can assign home folders where you can give users a personal network folder that follows them to any computer in the domain. You can apply group policies, and a group policy is basically administrators that are pushing out rules and settings across the network. So an example of this would be forcing password complexity rules, disabling USB drives, or setting the default home page. You can select security groups. So security groups, they control access to resources. So for example, only members of HR can access HR files. You can also configure folder redirection. So you can move folders like documents or desktop to the network instead of the local machine. And this ensures that files are backed up and available no matter where the user logs in. Now, as a side note, just understand that Active Directory, this is the backbone of corporate IT, and mastering this is key for any type of help desk or system administrator job. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So we have covered a lot from antivirus to Active Directory, but here is the big picture. Defender, firewall, and encryption, these three things protect the system and data. Users, groups, and permissions, they can define who can do what. Login methods and UAC, this makes sure that the right people are accessing the system safely. In Active Directory, this takes all of this and applies it at scale in business environments. Now, as an IT professional, you're going to spend plenty of time tweaking these settings, whether it's creating new user accounts, troubleshooting firewall rules, or resetting a BitLocker key for a panicked user who forgot their key. And from the exam perspective, each of these is fair game, and you should know not just what they are, but why they matter. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following statements about NTFS versus share permissions is correct? Is it NTFS permissions only apply when files are shared over a network? Is it share permissions are always more restrictive than NTFS permissions? Is it NTFS permissions apply to local file system access while share permissions apply when files are accessed over the network? Or is it if both NTFS and share permissions are applied, then the least restrictive permission wins? And the correct answer is NTFS permissions apply to local file system access, while share permissions apply when files are accessed over the network. So NTFS permissions apply at the file system level, whether the file is accessed locally or across the network, while share permissions apply specifically when the folder is accessed via network sharing. When both apply, the most restrictive permissions take precedence, not the least restrictive. Next question. A company laptop has been stolen. The IT team wants to ensure that the thief cannot access the sensitive data stored on the drive. Which Windows feature best protects the entire disk from unauthorized access? Is it EFS, BitLocker, UAC, or Windows Defender Firewall? And the correct answer is BitLocker. So BitLocker, this provides full disk encryption, making all the data on the drive unreadable without the proper decryption key. EFS works at the file and folder level, but does not protect the entire disk. And UAC, this is for privilege elevation prompts, and the firewall is for network traffic control, not physical data protection. And our final question is, which of the following is an example of a passwordless authentication method in Windows? Is it username and password, Windows Hello with facial recognition, PIN code, or administrator account login? The correct answer is Windows Hello with facial recognition. So Windows Hello supports passwordless authentication using biometrics like facial recognition or fingerprint scans. A PIN, this is more secure than a password since it's device specific, but it's still considered a type of credential. Username and password and admin login, these are traditional methods that still rely on passwords. When you connect your phone to Wi-Fi or log into your work laptop, you probably don't think much about what happens under the hood. You just want that little Wi-Fi icon to light up so you can get online. But in the world of IT, and especially if you're preparing for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, you need to understand not just how devices connect, but how they stay secure while they are connected. And that's where wireless security protocols and authentication methods come in. These are the rules and technologies that keep hackers out, protect your data, and make sure only the right people or devices are allowed into a network. So in this video, we're going to talk about the differences between WPA2 and WPA3 Radius and TACACS Plus. And by the end of this, you're going to understand why they matter in the real world. So let's go. Let's start with the obvious. Wi-Fi is everywhere. It's at home, it's at your job, it's in the coffee shops and airports, you name it. But the very convenience of Wi-Fi makes it a big target. Anyone within range of a wireless signal could try to connect, and without the right protections, that means attackers could eavesdrop, steal data, or even launch attacks on connected systems. And that's why wireless security protocols were invented. They dictate how your data is encrypted and how devices prove they're allowed to connect. So think of them as the locks and keys of the wireless world. All right, so let's go ahead and tackle the protocols first. Now, these are the big names that you're going to see in Wi-Fi settings, exam questions, and in real life IT work. The first is WPA2, or Wi-Fi Protected Access 2. So WPA2, this is like the workhorse of Wi-Fi security. It came out in the mid-2000s and quickly became the standard because it offered strong encryption through AES, or Advanced Encryption Standard. Now, why is it good? Well, AES is considered extremely secure. In fact, it's used by governments and banks worldwide. And WPA2, this is considered a massive improvement over the older and weaker WEP encryption and even WPA with TKIP. Now, exactly where are you going to see WPA2? Well, nearly every home router and office network has used WPA2 for years, and many still do. Now, here's the downside. Now, while it is strong, WPA2 still has some weaknesses, especially in the way it handles what are called initial key exchanges, and that's why WPA3 came along. So essentially, you could think of WPA2 as the reliable Toyota Corolla of Wi-Fi security. It's solid, dependable, but it's not the latest model. And then that leads us to WPA3, and this is the newer, shinier version. It was introduced in 2018, and WPA3, it fixes some of WPA2's issues and brings even stronger protections. So it offers better key exchange. So WPA3 uses something called SAE, or Simultaneous Authentication of Equals, instead of the older pre-shared key method. And what that means in plain English is it's much harder for hackers to crack Wi-Fi passwords, even if they try brute force attacks. Also, WPA3 is more secure for public Wi-Fi. So if you ever worry about connecting to Wi-Fi at an airport or a coffee shop, with WPA3, it includes individualized encryption even in open networks, so your traffic isn't easily snooped on. Now, the downside, not all devices support WPA3 as of yet, and you're often going to see networks that are running in WPA2/WPA3 mix mode to support both old and new devices. So essentially, if WPA2 is the Corolla, then WPA3 is the Tesla, where it's sleek, modern, and designed to handle today's challenges. Next, we have what is called TKIP, or Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. And TKIP, this is the awkward middle child in Wi-Fi security history. It was introduced with WPA before WPA2 came along as a quick fix for the broken WEP standard. So exactly what does it do? Well, TKIP, it improved key management and made it harder for attackers to guess encryption keys. However, the problem was TKIP was only a patch. It still relied on old methods and eventually became obsolete. So by today's standards, modern systems consider it insecure. Now, as an exam tip, if you see TKIP in a question, then the answer is probably do not use it. So you could think of TKIP like duct tape on a leaky pipe. It worked for a while, but it wasn't a long-term solution. And then we have what is called AES, or Advanced Encryption Standard. Now, AES, this isn't a Wi-Fi protocol by itself. It is an encryption standard, but it is the gold standard for protecting data in transit. And the strengths are AES uses either 128, 192, or 256-bit keys. So to put it simply, cracking AES by brute force, this would take longer than the age of the universe. Now, AES is used in Wi-Fi, so WPA2 and WPA3, they use AES to scramble your data so that even if someone intercepts it, they cannot read it without the key. And some other uses are AES isn't just for Wi-Fi, it's also used in VPNs, secure file storage, and even government communications. So imagine that AES is a vault with walls made of titanium. So even if a thief gets into the vault, they're still not getting inside. All right, next let's talk about some authentication methods. So encryption is one half of the security equation. The other half is authentication, and this is essentially how a network verifies who you are before giving you access. So let me go ahead and break down some of the heavy hitters that you're going to see on the exam and in the real world. The first is called RADIUS, and that stands for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service. So despite the old school name, because this does go back to the dial-up days, RADIUS is still widely used, and this is basically a centralized way to handle authentication for many users and devices. So how does it work? Well, instead of every router or switch keeping its own list of usernames and passwords, they all talk to a RADIUS server. And then the server decides if you're allowed in. Now, how is this thing used in the real world? Well, you can find it being used in enterprises, universities, and ISPs where they all use RADIUS. So for example, when you log into your campus Wi-Fi with your student ID, RADIUS is probably behind the scenes. Now, what strengths are, it offers centralized control, it's scalable, and it supports multiple authentication types like passwords, certificates, and tokens. So essentially, think of RADIUS as the bouncer at a club, but instead of checking every ID himself, he radios the central security office to confirm if you are on the list. And then we have what is called TACACS Plus, and that stands for Terminal Access Controller Access Control System Plus. So if RADIUS is the bouncer, then TACACS Plus, this is the full-on security detail. And this is a Cisco-developed protocol that provides authentication, authorization, and accounting. So how does this differ from RADIUS? Well, TACACS, it separates authentication, authorization, and accounting into distinct processes, whereas RADIUS combines them all. So what is the use case for this? Well, this is more commonly used for managing access to network devices like routers, switches, and firewalls. Now, its benefit is very flexible and secure, and it encrypts the entire packet, whereas RADIUS only encrypts passwords. So you can think of TACACS Plus as VIP security that not only checks if you belong, but also decides what areas of the building that you can access and keeps a log of what you do while you're inside. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about Kerberos. So unlike RADIUS and TACACS Plus, Kerberos isn't primarily for Wi-Fi. Instead, it's a network authentication protocol used in environments like Windows Active Directory. So how does it work? Well, Kerberos uses a system of tickets. So when you log in, you get a ticket from the Key Distribution Center, or the KDC, and that ticket proves your identity to other services without sending your password over and over. Now, why is this secure? Well, the tickets are time-stamped and encrypted, which prevents replay attacks. And where will you see this? Well, you're going to see this in corporate domains whenever you log into your Windows machine and then access shared drives, printers, or emails. Just understand that Kerberos is working in the background. So essentially, Kerberos is like a movie wristband. Once you've got in, you can walk in and out of theaters without showing your ID each and every single time. And then that leads us to multi-factor authentication. So exactly what is multi-factor authentication? Well, this is using more than one factor to prove that you are who you say you are. And the classic breakdown is this. You have to show something that you know, like a password or a PIN, something that you have, like a smartphone, a token, or a key fob, or something that you are, like your fingerprint or a face scan. So why does this matter? So even if a hacker steals your password, they will not be able to get in without your phone or your fingerprint. So an example of how this is used, just imagine that you're logged into your bank account with a password and a text code, or unlocking your laptop with a PIN and a fingerprint. So essentially, multi-factor authentication, this is like a double lock on your front door, because even if someone picks the first lock, the second one should keep them out. All right, so let's go ahead and put all of this together. So we've got our protocols like WPA2, WPA3, TKIP, and AES. And we have our authentication methods like Radius, TACAX Plus, Kerberos, and multi-factor authentication. But how do they work together in real life? So imagine that you're setting up Wi-Fi at a corporate office. You would configure the router to use WPA3 with AES for strong encryption. So instead of just a shared Wi-Fi password, you integrate the network with Radius so employees log in with their work credentials. Now, in the back end, the company's Kerberos-based Active Directory, this issues tickets to handle user authentication across services. And for extra safety, employees are required to use multi-factor authentication, where maybe they have to input a code from their phone along with their password. And basically, what this is called, this is a layered approach to security. Each piece adds protection, and together they make it much harder for attackers to break in. Now, to make all of this stick, let's just look at some practical examples. When it comes to home Wi-Fi, you'll most likely use WPA2 or WPA3 with a shared password. Now, this is not enterprise level security, but AES will still keep your data safe. When it comes to corporate Wi-Fi, you're going to use WPA2 or WPA3 enterprise with Radius authentication because employees are not going to be sharing a single Wi-Fi password. They're going to be logging in with their individual accounts. When it comes to network administrative access, TACAX Plus is going to control which IT staff can log into routers and what commands they can run. When it comes to Windows domain, Kerberos is going to issue tickets so users don't have to enter their password each and every time they access resources. And when it comes to banking and healthcare applications, multi-factor authentication, this is going to protect sensitive data, and it's often going to require some type of biometrics or one-time code to access your information. Now, for those of you out there studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, here are some tips. So the first thing you want to do is memorize your acronyms. Do not mix up WPA2 versus WPA3 or Radius versus TACAX Plus. Also, you want to remember the weaknesses. Remember that TKIP, this is outdated. Radius, this only encrypts passwords. The WPA2 is still vulnerable to an issue called crack. And also you want to understand real world use. So the exam loves scenarios like a company wants centralized authentication for Wi-Fi users. Well, the answer is going to be Radius. Or it might say something like an admin needs granular control over router access. That's going to be TACAX Plus. Or it might say a user needs single sign-on in a Windows domain. That's going to be Kerberos. Or it might say users must log in with a password and a fingerprint. That's going to be multi-factor authentication. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all this up. So wireless security, this isn't just about picking a strong Wi-Fi password. It's a whole system of encryption protocols and authentication methods that work together to keep networks safe. So WPA2 with AES, this was standard for years. WPA3, this is the future, and it offers stronger protections. TKIP is old and insecure. AES, this is the gold standard for encryption. Radius and TACAX Plus, they centralize and control authentication. Kerberos empowers single sign-on in Windows networks, and multi-factor authentication, this adds an extra lock on the door. So whether you're troubleshooting at home, setting up Wi-Fi for a business, or answering exam questions, these concepts will come up again and again. But once you understand them, you're going to see them everywhere in the real IT world. Now, with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following wireless security protocols introduce simultaneous authentication of equals to provide stronger protection against password guessing attacks? Is it WEP, WPA2, WPA3, or TKIP? And the correct answer is WPA3. So WPA3, this replaced WPA2's pre-shared key method with simultaneous authentication of equals, which makes it much harder for attackers to crack Wi-Fi passwords using brute force methods. WEP or WEP, this is outdated. WPA2, this uses AES, but still relies on a weaker handshake method. And TKIP was only a temporary patch between WEP and WPA2. Next question. A company wants to centralize user logins for Wi-Fi and have a single server decide whether users are allowed to connect. Which authentication method is most appropriate? Would it be TACAX Plus, Radius, Kerberos, or multi-factor authentication? And the correct answer is Radius. So Radius, this is commonly used for centralized authentication in Wi-Fi networks. It allows routers and switches to forward login requests to a central Radius server. TACACS Plus is more commonly used for administrative access to network devices. Kerberos is typically used in Windows Active Directory environments. And multi-factor authentication, this is a method that adds extra security but doesn't provide centralized authentication on its own. And our final question is, which encryption method is considered the strongest and is commonly paired with WPA2 and WPA3 for wireless security? Is it TKIP, AES, DES, or WEP? And the correct answer is AES, or the Advanced Encryption Standard. So this is the current gold standard for wireless encryption. It's far stronger than the older TKIP, which was a temporary solution, or WEP, which is completely insecure. Now, DES, this is an outdated encryption method not used in modern Wi-Fi security. And WPA2 and WPA3, they rely on AES to ensure data confidentiality and integrity. Let's start with a simple truth. Malware is everywhere. If you're connected to the internet, whether it's on your phone, your laptop, or that smart fridge in your kitchen, you're a potential target. And as someone preparing for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, you're going to be expected not just to know what malware is, but also how to detect, remove, and prevent it. So in this video, we're going to talk about the various types of malware that are out there, along with tools and methods that IT pros use every single day to fight off malware. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's kick this off by talking about the types of malware that exists. And the first one is called a Trojan. So imagine that someone sends you a quote unquote free game file that looks harmless, but once you install it, your computer is secretly controlled by a hacker. Well, that's a Trojan. It's basically malicious software disguised as something legitimate. And its key features are, it doesn't spread by itself. It relies on tricking you into running it. Its real world impact is that hackers can steal your data, install backdoors, or hijack your system. An example of this could be a fake Flash player update or pop-ups that install remote access tools, which are also known as RATs. Next, we have what is called a rootkit. So rootkits, these are like malware ninjas. They bury deep into the operating system, often at the kernel level, and they hide their presence. And basically, they make malware invisible to normal antivirus scans, and also attackers, they can use it to gain administrative level control of your device. And a famous example would be Sony's infamous 2005 rootkit scandal, where music CDs, they installed hidden software on Windows PCs. Then you have what is called a virus. So when people say my computer has a virus, they often mean malware, but technically a virus is malicious code that attaches itself to legitimate files and spreads when those files are run or shared. So basically you could think of it like a biological virus hitching a ride in your body. And a famous example of this would be the I love you virus that spread through email attachments in the early 2000s. You also have what is called spyware. So spyware, it lives up to its name because it essentially spies on you. It hides in the background, tracking your keystrokes, your browsing history, and even taking screenshots. And its goal is to harvest information, usually for identity theft or advertising. And an example of this would be key logging software that can steal your banking login. And then you have what is called ransomware. So ransomware, this is the mafia of malware. It basically locks your files or encrypts them and demands payment, usually in the form of cryptocurrency. And its real world damage is it can affect cities, hospitals, and businesses where they have been crippled by malware attacks. And the famous example is called the WannaCry of 2017, which affected over 200,000 systems worldwide. You also have what is called a boot sector virus. Now, this is old school malware that infects the boot sector of storage devices where they load before the operating system even starts. And why this thing is problematic is because normal antivirus running inside Windows would not catch it. An example of this was the Michelangelo virus from the 1990s. You also have what is called a crypto miner. So if you ever notice your computer's fan kicking into overdrive for no reason, you might be a victim of crypto mining malware. malware. And the goal of this is to hijack your system's processing power to mine cryptocurrency for hackers. And how it impacts things, well, it can slow your performance, spike your electricity bill, and reduce your hardware lifespan. You also have what is called stalkerware. Now, this one is personal because stalkerware, this is software that is installed often by someone you know to spy on your messages, your calls, and your location. Now, how this applies in the real world, unfortunately, this is common in domestic abuse cases. And when it comes to the ethical and legal side, well, selling or using it without consent is often illegal. You also have what is called fileless malware. So unlike traditional malware, this one does not rely on files. Instead, it runs directly in memory using legitimate system tools like PowerShell or WMI. So why is it effective? Well, it's harder to detect because it leaves little to no traces on a disk. An example of this will be attacks that exploit Windows PowerShell to spread across networks. Then you have what is called adware. So you've probably seen this where you have endless pop-ups, unwanted browser redirects, or ads that slow everything down. Well, that is adware, and this stuff is annoying, but sometimes it can be dangerous because it can link you to a malicious site. And then you also have what is called a PUP, or potentially unwanted programs. And these are those extra applications that are bundled with software that you install. So an example of this would be you download a free PDF converter, but it also installs a sketchy browser toolbar. Now, is this malware? Well, not exactly, but they are unwanted. They do waste resources, and they sometimes can track your data. All right, so knowing about malware, this is only half the battle. So now let's go ahead and talk about the tools and methods that professionals use to fight back. First we have is the recovery console. So basically Windows offers recovery modes like safe mode or the recovery environment. And the purpose of this is to allow for booting in a limited state, which lets you remove malware that hides in normal mode. An example of this would be running malware scans in safe mode to bypass rootkits. We also have what is called endpoint detection and response. So you can think of EDR as antivirus on steroids. Now, it doesn't just detect malware. It also tracks unusual activity, like a process trying to access files it shouldn't. And example tools of this is CrowdStrike Falcon and Sentinel-1. You also have what is called managed detection and response. So not every business can afford a 24/7 security team, and that's where MDR comes in. And basically you outsource monitoring and threat response to a third-party provider. Now this is good for small to medium businesses without a full SOC or security operations center. Then you have what is called XDR, or extended detection and response. And this basically takes it up a notch. It essentially integrates security across endpoints, networks, email, and cloud environments. And the benefit is it provides a quote unquote big picture view of all of your threats. And then there's antivirus and anti-malware. So antivirus, this is traditionally focused on detecting viruses. And anti-malware, this is broader because it targets Trojans, spyware, ransomware, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But in practice, both solutions are ideal because they can help you defend against a whole bunch of crap that's out there trying to take down your system. And then we have email security gateways. So since email is the #1 malware delivery method, email gateways, they filter suspicious messages before they reach your inbox. And the features they support are spam filtering, phishing detection, and attachment scanning. You also have software firewalls. So a firewall, this acts like a security guard, deciding which traffic gets in and out. And personal firewalls, they can block malware from phoning home to its control server. And then there's user education. So here's the truth. The best defense is often a well-trained user. And the types of training should include recognizing phishing emails, avoiding sketchy downloads, and using strong and unique passwords, because a large percentage of breaches, they start with human error. You also have anti-phishing training. So phishing, this remains the #1 attack vector. In training, this can help users spot fake sender addresses, suspicious links, and urgent act now messages. And then there's operating system reinstallation. So sometimes the nuclear option is the best one. Now, why would you use this? Well, you would use this if malware deeply compromises a system, like with a rootkit. And reinstalling the operating system, this would ensure a clean slate. Now, as a tip for the exam, when it comes to this option, you always want to back up your critical data first before you do anything like this. All right, so let's bring all of this wonderful knowledge together. So the A+ exam is going to test your knowledge on these malware types and defenses, but in the real world, This knowledge saves jobs, companies, and sometimes even lives. So for the exam, you need to expect multiple choice questions asking you to identify malware types from scenarios. So an example question could be something like: a user reports that every key they type is being recorded. Which type of malware is most likely being installed? Well, the answer is going to be a keylogger. Now, as it relates to real life, just understand that IT professionals, they rely on these same methods, from running scans in safe mode to rolling out EDR solutions to teaching users not to click suspicious links. All right, so let's wrap all this up. So malware, this isn't going away. In fact, it's evolving. You got fileless attacks, AI-driven phishing, and a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. But by mastering the fundamentals like the ones we just covered, well, you're setting yourself up for success both on the A+ exam and for your IT career. So here's the takeaway. You want to know your enemy. What types of malware exists? You want to know your defenses. What are the tools and methods you can use to combat malware? And you want to stay educated, because attackers, they count on ignorance. And remember, every IT professional, whether they're fixing a home PC or managing enterprise systems, they're going to encounter malware sooner or later. The difference between chaos and control, this often comes down to whether or not you are prepared. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is: a user reports that every time that they type on their keyboard, their login credentials and personal data get stolen. Which type of malware is most likely responsible? Would this be ransomware, keylogger, rootkit, or a Trojan? And of course, the answer is going to be a keylogger. So a keylogger, this is designed to secretly record keystrokes and capture sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, and credit card numbers. Now, while Trojans can deliver a keylogger, the direct malware type in this scenario is the keylogger. Ransomware, this encrypts files, and rootkits, they focus on hiding malware, not recording keystrokes. Next question. An IT administrator wants to strengthen the company's ability to detect threats across endpoints, networks, and cloud applications using a unified platform. Which solution best fits this description? Would this be antivirus, XDR, email security gateway, or the recovery console? And the correct answer is going to be XDR, or extended detection and response. So XDR, this integrates security data from endpoints, networks, email, and cloud services to provide a complete threat detection and response system. Antivirus, this focuses on individual systems. Email security gateways, they protect against phishing and spam. And the recovery console is used for repairing systems after infections. And our final question is: a company laptop becomes infected with a rootkit that hides itself from traditional antivirus scans. After multiple failed attempts to remove it, what is the most reliable solution? Would it be to reinstall the operating system? Would it be to boot into safe mode and run a scan? Would it be to install a software firewall? Or would it be to run anti-phishing training for users? And the correct answer is to reinstall the operating system. So rootkits, they often compromise the operating system at a deep level, making them extremely difficult to remove. And in many cases, the only guaranteed way to eliminate a rootkit is to reinstall the OS from a clean source. Safe mode scans can help in some cases, but they aren't always effective against rootkits. And firewalls and training, they are preventative, not corrective. All right, so you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, and you hit one of the most important and honestly most interesting objectives, and that is social engineering attacks. Now, this topic isn't just test material, it's real-world IT survival, because every IT pro will eventually deal with phishing emails, insider threats, or someone trying to sneak into the office pretending to be the quote-unquote printer repair guy. And if you don't know how to spot these tricks, then you are a walking target. So in this video, we're going to break down everything you need to know about social engineering, common threats, and vulnerabilities. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so exactly what is social engineering? So at its core, social engineering is all about manipulating people instead of technology. Hackers know that firewalls, intrusion detection systems, the antivirus tools are tough to beat, but people, they can be tricked. So here are the big ones that you need to know for the exam. The first is phishing. So phishing, this is the OG of social engineering. You've seen it. fake emails claiming you won a prize, your account is suspended, or click here to verify your login. Now, the goal is to steal your credentials, your money, or any sensitive data. And a real world example of this will be an email that looks like it's from your bank asking you to confirm your password. Now, understand that there are variations of phishing, and one of them is called vishing or voice phishing, and this happens over the phone. So think of a fake IRS agent calling you to say that you owe back taxes. You also have what is called smishing or SMS phishing, and this happens over text messages where you might get a message saying that your package is delayed. You need to click on this link to track it. Do not click that link. Also, you have what is called QR code phishing. Now, this is a new one that's out there, and basically you'll see a QR code that's posted in public that actually links you to a malicious site. So be careful with those QR codes. You got spear phishing, and this is targeted phishing aimed at specific individuals, like an HR employee who might get a fake email about updating the payroll forms. And then you have what is called whaling. Now, this is the same as spear phishing, but it's aimed at the big fish like CEOs or executives of a company. And then there's shoulder surfing. So if you ever peeked at someone's phone password on the subway, well, you have committed shoulder surfing. And hackers, basically, they watch over your shoulder to steal your pins, your passwords, or other data. You also have tailgating. So tailgating, which is also known as piggybacking, this is when someone follows an authorized person into a secure area without credentials. So an example of this would be someone carrying a box, pretending their hands are full and asking you to hold the door. And then there's impersonation. So this is where attackers pretend to be someone trustworthy. So it could be IT support calling saying that, hey, I need your password to troubleshoot your account. Or it could be someone dressed as a delivery driver trying to sneak into the server room. And then you have what is called dumpster diving, because yes, people still do dive in the dumpster looking through trash. And why do they do this? Because sensitive documents oftentimes get thrown away carelessly. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out and talk about common threats, because social engineering, this is just one piece of the puzzle. The other are the threats, whether they're technical or human driven, you need to know about them. So the first one is denial of service. So a DOS attack, this basically floods a system or network with traffic so it becomes unstable. An example of this could be a web server that's getting hit with too many requests at once. You also have what is called a DDoS, or a distributed denial of service attack. And when it comes to this, instead of one computer launching an attack, now you're getting attacked by thousands of compromised computers, which are known as a botnet, to overwhelm a target. You also have what is called an evil twin. Now, this sounds like a sci-fi villain, right? But it's actually a fake Wi-Fi access point that is set up by hackers. So imagine you're at Starbucks and you're trying to connect to the free Starbucks Wi-Fi. Guess what? That might be a hacker's laptop pretending to be Wi-Fi. You also have what is called a zero-day attack. And this is an attack that happens the same day a vulnerability is discovered, before a patch exists. Now, why is this dangerous? Well, because there are no defenses set up for it. So an example of this could be a hacker that is exploiting an unknown hole in Windows before Microsoft can fix it. You also have what is called spoofing. Now, spoofing means pretending to be something you're not. An example of this could be email spoofing with fake sender addresses. You got IP spoofing with a fake IP source. You have caller ID spoofing that looks like you're getting a call from your boss. You also have what is called an on-path attack, or a man-in-the-middle attack. And this is basically an attacker that secretly intercepts communication between two parties. So just imagine that you think you're on your bank's website, but the attacker is sitting in the middle, stealing your credentials. You also have a brute force attack. Now, this one is simple because hackers, they try every possible password combination until they get in. So if you got a password like password 1, password 2, password 3, so on and so forth, they're going to try every single combination until they crack it. And then there's the dictionary attack. So this is like brute force, but smarter. So instead of random guesses, attackers, they use a list of common passwords like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, QWERTY, or let me in. You also have what is called an insider threat. So not all threats are external. Sometimes the danger is from inside the company. And this could come from disgruntled employees who are trying to steal data. But this could be a careless worker who was clicking on malicious links. You also have what is called a SQL injection. So this is where hackers inject malicious code into SQL queries to manipulate databases. And an example of this could be a poorly designed login form that lets somebody type in this random jibber jabber right here to bypass the authentication. And then we have what is called cross-site scripting. And this is where attackers inject malicious scripts into websites so they run in the visitors' browsers. An example of this could be a forum post with hidden JavaScript that steals cookies from everybody who views it. You also have what is called business email compromise. And this is a targeted phishing scam that tricks employees into wiring money or sharing sensitive data. An example of this could be an attacker that pretends to be the CEO and emails the accounting personnel to send them $50,000 to his vendor ASAP. And then you have what is called a supply chain pipeline attack. And this is when hackers go after third-party vendors to compromise a larger target. So an example of this could be the SolarWinds hack, where attackers inserted malware into trusted software updates. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about vulnerabilities, because these are the cracks in the armor that threats exploit. The first one is called a non-compliant system. And this is when systems do not meet security standards or company policies, and they're just essentially wide open. An example of this could be employees using personal laptops without security software. You also have what is called an unpatched system. So updates, they exist for a reason. And skipping patches, this can leave known vulnerabilities wide open. You also have unprotected systems. So if you don't have any antivirus or a firewall, then that's like basically leaving your front door unlocked. An example of this could be a workstation with no endpoint protection. Well, that is an easy target. Then there's end of life. So when software reaches end of life, then the vendors, they stop supporting it, meaning you get no updates, which presents a major risk. An example of this could be if you're still using Windows 7 after 2020, then your computer is wide open because it's not getting any type of updates or protection, and you're just flapping in the wind. And then you also have BYOD, or bring your own device. So employees, they love using their own devices at work, but BYOD, this can be risky. And some of the risks include devices might not meet security standards, or personal devices, they can spread malware into company networks. All right, so here are some real world tips for you IT professionals out there, or you aspiring IT professionals. First thing you want to do is educate your users, because most breaches, they start with people, not machines. So train your staff to spot phishing. Also, you want to patch everything from operating systems to applications. You also want to use multi-factor authentication, because this makes brute force and stolen passwords almost useless. You want to monitor your networks. So use tools to detect unusual traffic like DDoS attacks or on-path attacks. And you want to lock down physical security to prevent tailgating and dumpster diving, because those are real threats. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So exactly how does all this connect? Well, it connects like this. Social engineering attacks, they trick humans. Threats, these are technical and human-driven dangers. And vulnerabilities, these are weaknesses that attackers exploit. And for the exam, you need to know examples of how they work and their defenses. And for the real world, you need to apply them daily to protect users and systems. So when CompTIA tests you, they might hit you with a scenario like this. They might say something like an attacker sends a fake CEO email asking for wire transfers. What is this? Well, that's going to be a business email compromise. Or you might get a scenario that says an attacker sets up a fake Wi-Fi hotspot at a coffee shop. What is that? That's going to be an evil twin. Or I might say something like a system wasn't updated and got hit by ransomware. What's the vulnerability? Well, that's an unpatched system. So if you can connect the dots like that, then you're good to go. Now, also remember, this isn't just about passing the A+ exam. This is about becoming the kind of IT professional who knows how to keep companies safe from the bad guys. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an attacker sets up a fake Wi-Fi hotspot called free coffee shop Wi-Fi. When the user connects, the attacker can monitor and steal their data. What type of attack is this? Is this spoofing, an evil twin, an on-path attack, or a zero-day attack? And of course, the correct answer is going to be this is an evil twin. So an evil twin, this is a rogue wireless access point that pretends to be legitimate. Users connect to it thinking it's safe, but attackers then capture their traffic. While spoofing and on-path attacks are related concepts, the specific scenario of a fake Wi-Fi hotspot, that is an evil twin. Next question. Which of the following best describes a spear phishing attack? Is it a phishing attack that targets many random people at once? Is it a phishing email that looks like it's from a CEO requesting money? Is it a phishing attack that targets a specific person or small group? Or is it a phishing attempt delivered by text message? And the correct answer is this is a phishing attack that targets a specific person or a small group. So spear phishing is targeted phishing. Attackers, they carefully craft messages for one individual or department, unlike regular phishing, which casts a wide net. Choice B, this is an example of whaling, and choice D, that is called smishing. And our final question is, a company suffers a ransomware attack because employees did not install a security patch that was released months earlier. Which type of vulnerability allowed this attack? Is it an insider threat, an unpatched system, a 0-day, or end of life? And of course, the answer is going to be an unpatched system. So when security patches exist but are not installed, attackers can exploit the known vulnerabilities. This is exactly what happened with the WannaCry ransomware outbreak. Now, 0 days, this refers to unknown vulnerabilities. And EOL, this means the vendor no longer supports the software. If you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, then one of the topics you absolutely need to understand is malware removal in a small office, home office environment. Now, malware removal, this isn't just something that pops up on a test. It's one of the most common real-world IT tasks. So in this video, we're going to walk through the official exam steps for removing malware, break down what each step means in practical terms, and sprinkle in some real-world context along the way. And by the end of the video, you'll not only know the right order of operations for malware removal, which is more than likely going to show up on your test, but you'll also know why each step matters and how to actually carry it out. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so first things first, do not assume it's malware just because something's acting weird. Now, as an IT support technician, you're going to hear my computer has a virus all the time. 9 times out of 10, it might actually be something else, like a slow hard drive, a browser with 50 tabs open, or an old PC that's just showing its age. And that's why you start with an investigation. So first thing you want to do is check system performance. Is the system unusually slow? You want to look for strange behavior. Are random pop-ups appearing, or are applications crashing? You want to check unfamiliar processes. So open the task manager in Windows or the activity monitor in Mac and see if there are old processes eating up the CPU. You also want to check network traffic spikes because malware loves to talk back to command and control servers. So if bandwidth usage is unusually high, then that is suspicious. And you want to check installed applications because anything recently installed that doesn't look familiar, well, that could be a red flag. And also verification. This means cross-checking your suspicions. So for example, if an antivirus scan flags something, then note the name and behavior. And also if multiple users report similar issues on the same network, then that adds credibility. Now, when it comes to the exam wants you to know this step because malware removal without confirmation, this can waste time and resources. All right, so once you know that you're dealing with malware, then the first action is not to nuke it with a scan. It's to quarantine the device. Now, why are you doing this? Because malware can spread. It can try to jump across the network to other devices, steal files from shared drives, or send infected emails to contacts. So here's how you quarantine it. You want to unplug the Ethernet cable if it's wired up, or you want to turn off the Wi-Fi. You want to disable the Bluetooth in case of worm-style spreading. And if it's a company environment, you might also isolate the device in Active Directory or remove it from the domain temporarily. Now, think of this step like isolating a sick person in a hospital. You're containing the infection before it spreads to the rest of the office. All right, so our next step is to disable the system restore in Windows Home. Now, this is weird, but an important one. System restore is handy for rolling back Windows changes, but malware can hide inside restore points. So if you remove malware but do not disable system restore, then the infection might come right back when someone restores their system. So before you start remediation, you want to go into the control panel, go to system and go to system protection. You want to select the drive, then click configure. Then you want to choose disable system protection. Now don't worry, you're going to re-enable it later. But for now, disabling it, this ensures the malware cannot respawn from old restore points. Then after that, we get to the fun part. We get to actually get rid of the malware. So there are a few methods here, and you may have to try more than one. First is you can use anti-malware software like Windows Defender, Malwarebytes, and so on. You can also do a manual removal. So in rare cases, you may need to kill malicious processes, delete registry entries, or remove startup items. Now, this is more advanced, but it's still good to know. And then you have specialized removal tools. So some malware families like rootkits, they require vendor-specific tools. Now on the exam, Remediation, this simply means understanding that you do not delete files randomly. You use trusted tools and proper techniques. All right, so our next step is to update the anti-malware software. So your anti-malware software is only as good as its definitions. And malware this evolves daily, and outdated definitions will not detect new variants. That's why running scans, you want to do some updates. You want to open up your anti-malware program. You want to hit update definitions or whatever similar command is out there. And you want to make sure that the last update timestamp is current. We're talking like today. So this seems obvious, but it's a common mistake, because running a scan with outdated definitions is like using an old phone book to find someone who moved last year. All right, so after we do all of that, it is now time to scan. But there are some tricks. The first trick is safe mode. So booting into safe mode, this loads only the essential Windows files and services. Many types of malware will not load in safe mode, which makes them easier to remove. You also have what is called the pre-installation environment. And this is like booting from a clean USB or recovery disk. It lets you scan the system without booting into the infected operating system, which is very useful for nasty rootkits or ransomware. So when scanning, you want to run a full scan and not just a quick scan. You want to quarantine or remove anything that's been flagged. And sometimes it'll take multiple passes to complete all of this. Now, as a tip, you always want to scan external drives and USB sticks if they have been used with the infected system as well. All right, so our next step is to re-image or reinstall, because sometimes malware does win. So if the infection is too deep, or if the critical system files are corrupted, then the best move is to wipe and reinstall Windows or restore from a clean image. Now, yes, this is going to be more work, but it guarantees a clean state. So on the job, you're going to back up your user data, like your documents, your pictures, etc. You're going to verify the backups are clean. You're going to reinstall the operating system or deploy a company-approved image. And then you're going to reinstall the applications and restore the data. Now, on the exam, just remember that re-imaging, this is the nuclear option, but sometimes it is necessary. And then our next step is going to be to schedule scans and run updates. So now that the system is clean, you don't just hand it back. You put preventative measures in place. So you schedule daily or weekly scans so malware can't sneak back in unnoticed. You enable automatic updates for both the operating system and anti-malware software. And you make sure critical security patches are installed. So think of this like putting an alarm system on a house after a break-in. And then after we do all of that, you want to enable system restore and create a restore point. So remember back in step 3 when we disabled the system restore? Well, now it's time to bring it back. So you want to re-enable the system restore and then create a fresh restore point. And this gives the user a clean checkpoint to roll back to if needed in the future, because without this, they'd be rolling back to old and possibly infected states. And then finally, after we do all of that, you want to educate the end user. Now, this might be the most important step of all, because here's the truth. Users are often the weakest link in security. If they keep clicking on shady links or downloading cracked software, then the infection cycle will never end. So what do? You teach them about phishing emails. You explain the dangers of downloading from unknown sources. You show them how to verify links before clicking, and you encourage safe browsing and password hygiene, because this isn't just about protecting the device. It's about protecting the whole SOHO or small office, home office network. All right, so let's put all of this together. So imagine this. You're working as an IT support specialist for a small accounting office. One of the employees calls you in panic saying their computer is running super slow and they keep seeing weird pop-ups. Well, here's how you're going to handle this step by step. First, you're going to investigate. You're going to check the task manager to look for any unfamiliar processes that are eating up the CPU and do a scan to confirm that there is malware. Next, you're going to quarantine it. So you're going to disconnect the PC from the office Wi-Fi to stop it from spreading. After that, you're going to disable the system restore to prevent reinfection from old restore points. Then you're going to remediate. So you're going to run malware bytes, quarantine the threats, and manually check startup items. After that, you're going to update the software. So you're going to update the definitions to make sure nothing is missing. You're going to do a scan in safe mode. So you're going to run another scan to clean up the leftovers. You're going to do a reimage. So if the scans can't fully clean it, then you're going to back up the data and reinstall Windows. You're going to schedule some more scans. So you're going to configure Defender to run weekly. You're going to enable system restore to where you're going to create a new restore point. And then you're going to educate the user. So you're going to remind the employee not to click on suspicious attachments. environments. And by following these steps, not only is the infected system fixed, but you will have also reduced the chances of repeat infections. All right, so why does any of this matter for the A+ exam? Well, you need to understand that CompTIA loves step-by-step processes. They're going to ask you questions like, what's the first step in malware removal? When should you disable system restore? And why quarantine before scanning? Now, if you know the order, such as investigate, quarantine, disable, restore, remediate, update, scan, reimage, schedule, re-enable, restore, and educate, you're going to be ready for whatever the test throws at you. And more importantly, you're going to be able to walk into a real IT support role and handle one of the most common user issues that are out there. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So malware removal in a SOHO environment, this might sound intimidating at first, but when you break it down into structured steps, it's really just a process of confirming the infection, containing the damage, cleaning or wiping the system, putting protections in place, and teaching users how to avoid repeating the problem. Now, as an IT professional, you're going to do this over and over again. And the better you get at both the technical side and the communication side where you're teaching users, then the more valuable you'll become. So next time you're studying for your A+, just remember, you're not just memorizing exam steps, you're learning how to solve real-world problems in the office or at home. Now, with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. What is the first step when implementing malware removal procedures in a SOHO environment? Is it to run a full antivirus scan? Is it to quarantine the infected system? Is it to investigate and verify the symptoms? Or is it to disable system restore? And the correct answer is you're going to investigate and verify symptoms. So you should never assume malware is the cause of system issues without confirmation. The first step is to investigate and verify the symptoms such as pop-ups, unusual processes, or network traffic spikes. Quarantining, disabling system restore, or scanning, all of that comes after confirmation. Next question. Why is it necessary to disable system restore in Windows before attempting malware removal? Is it speeds up the scan process? Is it because malware can hide inside restore points? Is it deletes infected files automatically? Or is it prevents the user from rebooting during scans? And the correct answer is malware can hide inside restore points. So system restore points can contain infected system files. If it's not disabled, malware may be restored even after removal efforts. So disabling it, this ensures that the infection cannot return from those stored points. And after remediation, system restore is re-enabled with a clean restore point. And our final question is, if malware is too deeply embedded and cannot be fully removed through scans, what is the best course of action? Is it to ignore the infection and continue using the system? Is it to reboot the system in safe mode every time it acts up? Is it to delete random files until the computer runs faster? Or is it to re-image or reinstall the operating system? And of course, the answer is going to be re-image or reinstall the operating system. So when malware is too severe or critical files are corrupted, the nuclear option is to re-image or reinstall the operating system. And this guarantees a clean state and restores the system to a safe working state. Ignoring, rebooting, or randomly deleting files, this does not resolve the infection. All right, so you've been studying for the CompTIA A+ exam, and you probably noticed that one of the big areas you're expected to know is workstation security and hardening techniques. Now, that might sound like a mouthful, but don't worry. By the end of this video, you will not only understand what CompTIA wants you to know for the test, but you'll also be ready to apply these techniques in the real world as an IT professional. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's begin by talking about why workstation security matters. So think of your workstation, whether it's a desktop at the office, your laptop at home, or even a shared lab computer at school. Think of it as the front lines of defense. You got hackers, malware, and even careless users that can put your system and the data on it at risk. Now, workstation hardening, this is all about reducing vulnerabilities by locking down weak spots before they can be exploited. So on the exam, CompTIA wants to make sure that you know the main techniques that are used to keep workstations safe. And in real life, employers want to know that you can protect those systems, data, and users without making computers unusable. All right, so let's start with data at rest encryption. So when we say data at rest, we're talking about files and information that are stored on a drive, like your documents, pictures, databases, or spreadsheets. Encryption, this makes sure that if someone steals the hard drive or gains access to the machine, they can't just copy the files and read them. And some examples that you should know are BitLocker for Windows, and this is Windows full disk encryption that is built into many Windows editions. You got File Vault from Mac OS. This is Apple's version of full disk encryption. And you got Lux or Linux Unified Key Setup, and this is common in Linux environments. So why does any of this matter? Well, imagine losing a company laptop at the airport. If the drive is encrypted, then the thief will not be able to access sensitive documents or personal data without the encryption key. And if you don't have any encryption on it, well, the laptop can become a gold mine for identity thieves. So for the exam, just remember that data encryption, this protects stored data, not data that's moving across the network. All right, next, let's talk about password considerations. So passwords, these are still the most common form of authentication. Now, unfortunately, they're also one of the weakest if not handled properly. And that's why CompTIA expects you to know about best practices around password creation and management. So when it comes to password creation, you want to think about length. So longer is better. You want to have a minimum of 8 to 12 characters because that is common, but there are organizations that are enforcing 14 plus characters for a password. But when it comes to character types, you want to use a mix of uppercase, lowercase, numbers, and special characters. You also want your password to be unique. So do not reuse passwords across multiple accounts, because if one account gets compromised, then attackers will try that same password everywhere. You also want to think about complexity. So complex passwords aren't just about special characters. It's about avoiding predictable patterns. So for example, password 123 that may look complex, but hackers know people will use it. You also want to think about expiration. So traditionally, companies, they force users to change passwords every 60 to 90 days. Today, that trend is shifting. So instead of frequent changes, you want to use longer, stronger, and unique passwords unless there's evidence of a compromise. So a real world example of all of this would be, let's say that you're supporting an office where users are logging in both their workstation and several cloud applications. A weak password, this could give attackers access not just to the PC, but also to the company's cloud storage, email, or financial systems. All right, next we have BIOS and UEFI passwords. So when we talk about BIOS and UEFI passwords, we're talking about securing the firmware level of the computer. And the types of BIOS and UEFI passwords you need to be concerned with are the power on password, and this is required before the system even boots up. And then you also have the setup or the admin password, where this protects the BIOS and UEFI settings from being changed. So why does this stuff matter? Well, without these, someone could walk up to a computer, change the boot order, and boot from a USB drive to bypass the operating system. With BIOS and UEFI passwords set, it's much harder for unauthorized users to tamper with the startup settings. All right, next let's talk about end user best practices. So security isn't just about IT technicians. It's also about the end users. And part of your job as a tech will be teaching and enforcing these habits. So you want to teach people to use screensaver locks. So you want to configure workstations so that after a few minutes of inactivity, the screen locks automatically. And this prevents shoulder surfing or unauthorized use if someone steps away. You also want to tell people about logging off when they're not using the computer. So shutting down or logging off, this helps protect accounts and it saves energy. You also want to talk to them about securing or protecting critical hardware. So if it's a laptop, you want to lock it up when it's not in use. And you also want to use cable locks in public spaces. And you want to treat it like it's your wallet because it contains valuable assets. You also want to teach people about securing PII and passwords. So personally identifiable information, this is a prime target for hackers. So you want to train users to store it securely, never leave it on sticky notes, and never share passwords over email. And you also want to talk to them about password managers. So instead of reusing passwords or writing them down, use a trusted password manager. And tools like LastPass, Bitwarden, or 1Password, they make it possible to have unique passwords for every account. All right, next let's talk about account management. So this is where you as the IT professional can really make a difference, because good account management, this prevents unauthorized access and keeps systems organized. So you want to restrict user permissions. So users, they should only have the rights they need to do their job. No more, no less. This is called the principle of least privilege. You also want to restrict login times. So some organizations, they limit when accounts can log in. So for example, only during business hours, and this prevents attackers from trying brute force attacks at night. You also want to disable guest accounts because guest accounts are easy targets for hackers. So disable them unless absolutely necessary. You also want to enforce lockouts on failed attempts. So if someone enters the wrong password too many times, the account should lock, and this stops brute force attacks. You also want to have timeout or screen locks. So we talked about screensaver locks earlier, and this is often enforced through account policy. And then there's account expiration dates. So for temporary employees, contractors, or interns, you want to set accounts to automatically expire after their assignment ends. All right, next let's talk about changing the default administrator account or password. So many systems, they come with the default admin account, which is sometimes called just simply admin. And attackers know these defaults and they try them first. So the best practice is to rename the account, use a strong password, and create a separate admin account if needed, and use regular accounts for day-to-day operations. You also want to disable auto run. So auto run or autoplay, this used to be a convenience feature where USB drives or CDs will automatically run programs when inserted. However, hackers quickly learned to exploit this by loading malware that would execute as soon as the device was plugged in. And that's why the best practice is to disable auto run and make sure nothing runs without user consent. You also want to disable unused services. So workstations may have services running in the background that aren't needed, and each one could be an attack vector. So for example, file sharing services on machines that don't share files, or you have remote desktop services on machines that do not need remote access. Now, by disabling unused services, you essentially reduce the attack surface. All right, so let me go ahead and tie all of this together. So think of workstation hardening as layered security. You're not relying on just one protection, but you're stacking multiple safeguards. So you're providing encryption for the data. You're providing strong passwords for authentication. You have your BIOS and UEFI protections at the firmware level. You're teaching end user habits for day-to-day safety. You're implementing account management policies to prevent abuse. And you're removing unnecessary risks like auto run and unused services. Now, just understand that workstation security isn't about one magic fix. It's about discipline, policies, and layers of protection. So for your exam, you want to make sure that you can define each security measure. You want to match it to a scenario, and you want to understand why it's important. For your career, just simply remember this. Good security doesn't just protect machines. It protects businesses, customers, and your professional reputation. Because at the end of the day, workstation hardening is really about being proactive instead of reactive. And most security incidents happen not because organizations do not care, but because they leave small openings that attackers exploit. And by applying these techniques such as encryption, password, best practices, account management, and system lockdowns, you're closing those openings. And if you're studying for the CompTIA A+ 1202 exam, this isn't just test prep. This is practical real-world IT knowledge that will make you a stronger, more trusted technician. Now, with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following best describes the purpose of data at rest encryption? Is it encrypting files that are being sent across the network? Is it protecting stored data on a hard drive or SSD from unauthorized access? Is it allowing multiple users to share encrypted files at the same time? Or is it preventing applications from running at startup? And the correct answer is protecting stored data on a hard drive or SSD from unauthorized access. So data at rest encryption, this secures files and information stored on a device. If the physical drive is stolen or accessed without permission, the data remains unreadable without the encryption key. It does not protect data in transit. That is handled by protocols like HTTPS or VPNs. Next question. A company laptop is stolen at an airport. Which two workstation hardening techniques would best protect the data on the laptop? Would it be BIOS and UEFI passwords and a screensaver lock? Would it be data at rest encryption and BIOS and UEFI password? Would it be guest account enable and auto run enable? Or would it be simple passwords and no account lockout policy? And the correct answer is this will be data at rest encryption and BIOS UEFI password. So even if the thief has physical possession of the laptop, data at rest encryption ensures that the files cannot be accessed without the key and the BIOS UEFI password. This prevents unauthorized users from changing boot settings or bypassing the operating system. And our final question is, which of the following account management practices reduces the risk of unauthorized access by former contractors or temporary employees? Would this be applying account expiration dates, disabling auto run, requiring password complexity, or using screensaver locks? And the correct answer is applying account expiration dates. So account expiration dates, they automatically disable accounts after a set time. And this ensures that contractors, interns, or temporary staff do not retain access to systems once their job ends. Password complexity and screen locks are important, but they do not solve the issue of lingering accounts. Mobile devices have become our lifelines. I mean, think about it. Your phone probably knows more about you than your closest friend. It got your contacts, your photos, your banking apps, your work email, even your health data. That's why securing mobile devices isn't just an IT professional thing. It's something that affects everyone. And for IT pros, especially those of y'all who are preparing for the CompTIA A+ exam, understanding how to protect mobile devices is essential. Not only will it help you on the test, but it's also a skill you use constantly in real-world IT support roles. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so before we dive into the technical pieces, let's set the stage. Mobile devices, these are prime targets for hackers, thieves, and even careless accidents. Why? Well, because they're portable, so they can be stolen or lost. They're connected, meaning they're always on Wi-Fi, cellular, or Bluetooth. They're personal, meaning they're full of sensitive data, and they're gateways because they're often linked to corporate resources, cloud applications, and work networks. So securing them is about protecting confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is the foundation of cybersecurity. Now, with that being said, let's dive into the methods that you need to know for the exam. All right, so let's talk about hardening techniques. Now, when we talk about hardening a mobile device, we mean making it more resistant to attacks, tampering, or misuse. And here's how that breaks down. So first we have device encryption. So encryption, this scrambles your data into unreadable gibberish unless the right key is used to unlock it. In both iOS and Android, they support full disk encryption. So if your device gets stolen, encryption ensures the thief can't just plug it into a computer and pull all your files. And also in many workplaces, encryption is mandatory for compliance when it comes to things like HIPAA or GDPR. Now, as an exam tip, just remember that encryption, this protects data at rest on the device, not just when it's transmitted. All right, next we have screen locks. Now, screen locks, these are the first line of defense against unauthorized access. And there are several types, and the exam expects you to know them. The first you have is called facial recognition. Now, this is quick and convenient, but maybe less reliable in poor lighting or with twins or siblings. You also have PIN codes. These are short numeric codes, but they can be weak if it's just a PIN code of like 1, 2, 3, 4. You got fingerprint scanners. These are fast and secure, and they are widely used. You got pattern unlocks where you have to draw shape on a grid. And then you got the swipe to unlock, which is the weakest because it's basically no real protection. Now, as a side note, just understand that most companies require a minimum standard like a 6-digit PIN or a biometric lock rather than you just swiping and opening up your phone. And then we have configuration profiles. So configuration profiles, these are like preset rules pushed to devices, often from IT departments. And basically they enforce security settings, like all devices must use encryption. They can restrict risk features where you can't install applications from unknown sources. And it makes setup consistent across hundreds or thousands of devices. So think of them as the group policies of the mobile world. All right, so moving on, we have what is called patch management. So here's the thing about software. It's never perfect. Bugs happen and hackers love exploiting those bugs. And patch management, this is all about staying current. So within patch management, we have operating system updates. So OS updates, they often include security patches, and ignoring them, this leaves your device vulnerable to well-known exploits. An example of this was when Apple rushed out its iOS updates to fix a 0-day vulnerability. Now, if you didn't patch your system, then attackers, they could literally potentially spy on your device. And we also have application updates. So it's not just the operating system. These applications got to be updated as well, because outdated applications can be weak points that hackers can target. Now, as an exam tip, just remember that IT, it often uses what is called MDM or mobile device management tools to push application updates to all corporate devices automatically. All right, next we have endpoint security software. So laptops, they have antivirus and so do mobile devices. While built-on protections have improved, endpoint security is still essential in many organizations. So you got antivirus where this protects against known viruses. You got anti-malware where this covers spyware, ransomware, trojans, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And you also have content filtering where this can block harmful or inappropriate websites or applications. Now, when it comes to this thing being used in the real world, just understand that a company might install a security suite that not only scans for malware, but it also prevents employees from accessing risky websites. Then there's locator applications. So if you ever lost your phone and felt that mini heart attack, well, locator apps, they will save the day. So you got Apple's Find My iPhone and Google's Find My Device where they can locate, ring, or lock a phone remotely. In enterprises, they often require employees to enable these features, especially if devices access company data. Then there's the ability to do a remote wipe. So if a device is lost or stolen and cannot be recovered, then IT can remotely wipe it. And basically, this erases all data, ensuring sensitive information does not end up in the wrong hands. Now, there is an important distinction to make here. Sometimes companies, they allow what is called selective wipe, which removes only corporate data while leaving personal files intact. And this is very helpful in BYOD environments. You also have remote backup applications. So backups aren't just for PCs, mobile devices need them as well. So you have cloud backups like iCloud and Google Drive that can ensure that you can restore data if a device is lost or wiped. And then corporate backup solutions, they may also integrate with MDM. Now, how this relates to the exam, just understand that backups, they support availability in the CIA triad. And then we have failed login attempt restrictions. So to prevent brute force attacks, most devices, they can lock out users after too many failed attempts. So just think of your mobile device after you put the pin in there wrong up to 10 times. Well, the device might wipe itself or lock it until IT resets it. And this is common in high security environments. And then we have policies and procedures. So technology alone does not secure devices. Policies also matter as well. And the exam calls out a few key ones. The first one is MDM or mobile device management. So MDM solutions, they give IT centralized control, meaning they can push configuration profiles, enforce encryption and screen lock rules, deploy applications, track devices, and remotely wipe them. So think of MDM as the control tower for enterprise mobile security. You also have BYOD versus corporate-owned devices. So companies that have two main approaches. The first is BYOD, or bring your own device. And basically, employees, they use their personal phones for work, and it's convenient, but this can also raise security and privacy challenges. And then there's corporate-owned devices, where the company provides lockdown devices. These devices are easier to control, but they also cost more money. And when it comes to the real world of IT, you want to strike a balance between security and employee convenience when you're setting these policies. And then you have profile security requirements. So profiles, they can define minimum requirements like your device must use encryption, or you must have a PIN or a biometric lock, and you must allow remote wipe. Now, if a device does not comply, then that device may be blocked from accessing company resources. All right, so let's tie all of this together. So securing mobile devices isn't about one single step. This is a layered defense, meaning you're hardening settings to keep out casual snoopers. You're doing patch management to close software holes. You're implementing endpoint security to protect against malware. You're using locator apps and remote wipe to handle loss and theft. And you have policies and MDM to keep everything consistent at scale. Now, with all that being said, let's go over a real world scenario. So imagine that you're working IT support at a hospital. Well, doctors and nurses, they can access patient data on tablets and smartphones. So here's how all of this will play out. So you're going to have configuration profiles to enforce encryption and strong screen locks. You're going to have patch management to keep the operating system and medical applications up to date. You're going to have MDM to ensure compliance and allow remote wipes if a device is lost. You're going to have backups to make sure that critical patient records are not lost. And you're going to have failed login limits to prevent brute force attacks. Now, without these protections, one lost phone, this could lead to a HIPAA violation and possibly millions of dollars in fines. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all this up. So when it comes to studying for the exam, you first need to understand the why. Do not just try to memorize terms. Know why each security measure matters. Also, think in terms of scenarios, because the exam is going to ask you something like, given a scenario, what's the best option? Well, picture yourself as IT support when you're answering that question. And also, you want to link to the CIA triad because almost every security concept maps to confidentiality, integrity, or availability. Now, mobile devices, these things are here to stay, and so are the risks that come with them. So whether you're preparing for the A+ exam or gearing up for a real IT job, knowing how to secure them, this is a must. From encryption and screen locks to MDM and remote wipes, every piece of the puzzle, it plays a role in keeping data safe. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following best protects data on a lost or stolen mobile device from being accessed by unauthorized individuals? Is it a screen timeout, device encryption, airplane mode, or a pattern lock? And the correct answer is device encryption. So while screen locks like patterns or pins, they add a layer of protection, encryption ensures that even if someone bypasses the lock or removes the storage chip, the data remains unreadable without the proper key. And this is the most effective way to secure data at rest. Next question. A company provides smartphones to employees. The IT department pushes out policies that enforce strong pins, require automatic updates, and allow remote wipe if the phone is lost. Which technology is being used? Is this mobile device management, remote backup application, content filtering, or locator application? And the correct answer is this is mobile device management. So MDM solutions, they give IT admins centralized control over corporate devices. They enforce security requirements and deploy applications and allow actions like remote wipe. Remote backup and locator apps, they are useful, but they do not enforce policies across devices. And our final question is, which of the following scenarios best demonstrates patch management on a mobile device? Is it enabling biometric authentication on the lock screen? Is it updating the operating system to fix a security vulnerability? Is it installing a content filtering application to block harmful websites? Or is it using Find My Device to locate a lost smartphone? And the correct answer is it is updating the operating system to fix a security vulnerability. So patch management, this focuses on keeping systems up to date with the latest security patches and fixes, updating the operating system and applications. This closes known vulnerabilities that attackers could exploit. The other options are important security measures, but they are not patch management. All right, so if you work in IT long enough, you'll learn something scary like most people assume that deleting files makes data disappear. But here's the truth. Deleting a file does not erase it. Formatting often doesn't erase it. Even replacing the operating system doesn't always erase it. In many cases, the data is still sitting on that drive, just waiting for someone with recovery tools to pull it back. And those so-called someones could be cyber criminals, identity thieves, competitors, or curious and sometimes unethical technicians. That's why organizations spend serious time and money on proper data destruction and disposal policies. And CompTIA wants you to know how to handle this responsibility for both security and compliance. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start with talking about the physical destruction of hard drives. So sometimes the only way to guarantee that data is gone forever is to simply completely destroy the storage device. This usually happens when drives are old, drives are heavily damaged, they contain highly sensitive or classified information, or the drive is leaving company control permanently, or wiping attempts fail. All right, so let's go ahead and walk through the different physical destruction methods. The first method is drilling hard drives. So imagine taking a power drill and punching holes through a hard drive platter. That's basically what drilling is. You drill multiple holes through the drive, especially the platters inside, making it impossible for the drive to spin or be read. And why does this work? Well, hard drives, they store data on circular platters. In drilling, this essentially breaks the platter alignment. It damages the magnetic surface, it prevents spinning, and makes recovery nearly impossible. Now, when it comes to the risk and drawbacks, just understand that drilling is effective, but only if done correctly. If you drill only once or twice, then parts of those drives may still be intact, and a determined forensic expert, they could possibly recover fragments. And also understand that sharp metal pieces, they do equal a safety risk. This is not environmentally friendly, and just understand that SSDs, these are different because they have chips and not platters. Then there's shredding hard drives. So think of a paper shredder except for metal. So hard drive shredders, they grind drives into tiny pieces, and this is often used by corporate IT departments and government agencies. And once the drive is shredded, the platters are destroyed, the chips are crushed, data recovery is impossible, and materials can sometimes be recycled. Now, shredding, this works especially well for hard disk drives, solid state drives, flash drives, phones, and tablets. The only downside is the cost, because these machines are not cheap, which is why many companies outsource their shredding. All right, next there's this thing called degaussing. So this one is interesting. So degaussing, this uses a powerful magnet to erase magnetic data from a drive. And traditional spinning hard drives, they use magnetism to store their data. So degaussing, this disrupts the magnetic alignment. And basically you could think of it like shaking an Etch-a-Sketch. Now the pros, this is very fast. The data is erased instantly. The drives become unreadable, and a degaussed drive, it cannot be reused. Also understand, this does not work on SSDs, it does not work on flash storage, and this can permanently damage nearby electronics. Plus, degaussing machines are expensive and can be dangerous if mishandled. Then there's incineration. So yes, sometimes we literally burn drives to ash. Industrial incinerators, they heat hardware to extremely high temperatures, melting the platters and electronics beyond recognition. And the typical uses are, you can find this being used in the military, by defense contractors, for classified research, and for critical infrastructure environments. The advantages, it offers complete destruction. There is no chance of data recovery, and this is great for highly sensitive data. Disadvantages are, this requires controlled facilities, it can produce toxic fumes, and it has to have strict environmental regulations. So basically, this is not something that you're going to find yourself doing in your backyard for fun. All right, next let's talk about recycling and repurposing. So not all equipment needs to be destroyed. Many organizations choose to reuse equipment internally, donate systems, sell refurbished systems, or recycle the parts. But you must remove data correctly before reusing. So let's go ahead and break down your options. All right, so the first option is to erase or wipe the data. So when you erase or wipe a drive, you're intentionally overwriting data. And software tools, they repeatedly write new data patterns across the drive. And examples include dban or diskpart from Windows. You got Linux wipe or shred utilities. And you got various manufacturing tools. And a secure wipe, this may overwrite with 1 pass, 3 passes, or 7 passes, which is the DoD standard in most cases. And once wiped, the drive remains usable, the data becomes extremely difficult to recover, and this is best for resale or reuse. But just understand that wiping takes times, like hours or even days. And when it comes to SSDs, understand that they behave differently than spinning drives, which is why many SSDs use secure erase options that are built into the firmware. Then there's this thing called low-level formatting. So originally, low-level formatting, this created the physical tracks on a hard drive. Today, low-level format, this usually means resetting the drive sectors back to factory default. And this basically removes the partitions, it clears the file tables, and resets the sector structure. But low-level formatting does not always securely wipe data. Residual traces may still exist, so for security environments, wiping plus verification is preferred. Then there's your standard format, and this is what most users think deletes the data. So an example of this could be you right-clicking to format a drive or formatting during an operating system installation. In standard formatting, this basically deletes file system references, it removes file tables, and everything appears empty to the user, but the data is still sitting there. So with common recovery software, deleted files they can return, old documents may still exist, and photos, emails, and records they can be restored. So for sensitive data, standard formatting alone is not acceptable. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about some outsourcing concepts. So many companies do not handle destruction themselves. Instead, they hire certified destruction vendors. Now, why do they do this? Because these vendors have specialized equipment. They provide documented proof of destruction. There's a chain of custody tracking mechanism in place. There's legal compliance. There's secure transportation that is offered by these vendors. And there's proper environmental handling. So just understand that a vendor may pick up the drives, wipe or destroy them, and then they're going to provide you some type of documentation proving that they wiped or destroyed them. All right, when it comes to third-party vendors, here's some things that you should consider when you're outsourcing for a company. So you want to look for their security certifications. You want to make sure that their staff has background checks. They secure their transport containers. They offer on-site or off-site destruction options. They have surveillance recording during the destruction, and they document their procedures. And most importantly, after destruction, these vendors give you what is called a certificate of destruction. And this document basically proves the date, the method used, the devices that were destroyed, the serial numbers, the location, and the authorized signatures. So this protects the organization. If a breach investigation occurs, the lawyers got to get involved, regulators start asking questions, or customers file complaints. So basically, if you don't have any type of certificate of destruction from a third-party vendor, then you have no proof that your items were destroyed, which could become a legal nightmare for your company. All right, so now let's talk about some laws and regulations. So improper disposal isn't just careless, it can be illegal. And companies, they must follow rules that are related to data privacy, environmental protection, and hazardous waste handling. So let's talk about regulatory compliance. So depending upon the organization, they may fall up under HIPAA, PCI DSS, FERPA, SOX, GDPR, or some state privacy laws. And many of these require secure destruction, documentation, restricted access, and verification. And failure to comply, this may result in fines, lawsuits, and breaches, and loss of customer trust. When it comes to environmental requirements, just understand that electronics, they contain lead, mercury, cadmium, lithium, and other hazardous chemicals. So throwing them into the regular trash, this can damage the environment and violate local regulations. When it comes to responsible e-waste recycling, you want to ensure that materials are reclaimed, toxic waste is handled properly. You want to make sure you're compliant with local rules so that you can reduce landfill waste. And many organizations these days, they do maintain some type of green IT policies for sustainability. All right, so which method should you use? Well, here's a simple rule. If the data is extremely sensitive, then you want physical destruction plus some type of certification that that thing has been destroyed. And examples of this could be if you're dealing with government or financial data, medical records, corporate secrets, or legal documents. If the device was reused internally, then you just want to do a secure wipe and verify that everything was deleted. If the device is leaving your control, you want to wipe or destroy it and document everything. All right, so how does this relate to the real world? Well, as an entry-level technician, here's what CompTIA wants you to remember. Never assume deleting equals destroyed. You always want to follow company policy. You never want to throw away drives casually. You want to document when devices are wiped or destroyed. You want to use approved tools. You want to follow environmental regulations. And if you're unsure, then you need to ask before you throw something away. Because one careless mistake, this could expose employee records, payroll information, customer credit cards, and confidential projects. And trust me, these are conversations with management that are not going to be fun for you in your future employment. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So here is a rapid fire breakdown. So when it comes to physical destruction, understand that drilling, this damages the platters. Shredding, this crushes the device entirely. Degaussing, this destroys the magnetic fields. And incineration, this burns the device completely. When it comes to recycling and repurposing, erasing and wiping, this overwrites the data. Low-level formatting, this resets the sectors, and this is not fully secure by itself. When it comes to standard formatting, this deletes the structures, but it is recoverable. When it comes to outsourcing, third-party vendors, they handle the destruction, and certificates of destruction, this proves compliance. When it comes to regulatory and environmental considerations, you always want to follow privacy laws. You want to follow e-waste rules. You want to protect sensitive data, and you want to avoid environmental harm. Now, just understand that data construction, this isn't the coolest IT concept because you're not configuring routers, you're not writing scripts, and you're not installing servers. But you're doing something even more important. You're protecting people's information, keeping organizations out of legal trouble, and preventing breaches before they happen. Because good IT techs, they fix systems. Great IT techs, they protect data. And if you're preparing for the CompTIA A+, then mastering these concepts is the first step towards becoming that trusted IT professional. All right, so with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, which of the following best guarantees that data on a hard drive cannot be recovered? Is it standard formatting, deleting all files manually, running antivirus software, or the physical destruction of the drive? And the correct answer is the physical destruction of the drive. So deleting files, formatting, and antivirus tools do not permanently destroy data. Recovery tools, they can often bring all that stuff back. Physical destruction, such as shredding, drilling, or incineration, this ensures that the storage media itself is unusable, making recovery impossible. Next question. A company plans to donate old computers to a local school. The computers still work and will be reused. What is the best method to prepare the drives? Is it to shred the drives before donation, perform a secure wipe/erase, break the drive with a hammer, or do nothing and the schools they can wipe them later? And the correct answer is to perform a secure wipe or erase. So since the devices will be reused, secure wiping or erasing is appropriate because it overwrites existing data while keeping the drive functional. Shredding or physically damaging drives just prevents reuse, and leaving the task for someone else creates security and liability risks. And our final question is, why do organizations request a certificate of destruction from third-party vendors? Is it to receive a discount on future recycling services? Is it to prove drives were recycled in an environmentally friendly way only? Is it to document proof that devices were destroyed or wiped securely? Or is it to extend the warranty on destroyed equipment? The correct answer is it is to document proof that devices were destroyed or wiped securely. So a certificate of destruction legally documents that devices were destroyed or wiped using approved methods. This protects organizations during audits, investigations, or legal disputes and helps meet regulatory compliance requirements. All right, so let's be honest for a moment. When most people think about network security, they picture massive data centers, enterprise firewalls, or teams of cybersecurity professionals staring at dashboards filled with red alerts. They don't picture a small office router, a Wi-Fi network in someone's home, or that little black box sitting under a desk at a family-owned business. But here's the truth. Most real-world breaches do not start in a data center. They start on poorly secured SOHO networks. That's why the CompTIA A+ included a section on discussing security settings in SOHO wireless and wired networks, because entry-level IT professionals are often the first line of defense for small businesses, home routers, and remote workers. So with that being said, let's get it. All right, so let's start with exactly what is a SOHO network. Well, SOHO, this stands for small office, home office, and that includes home networks, remote routers, small businesses. So think of doctors' offices, law firms, and retail shops. You got startups, family-owned businesses. And this can also be side hustles that are running out of someone's house. And these networks, they typically rely upon a single router and firewall, a wired Ethernet connection, some type of wireless Wi-Fi access, and basic IP provider equipment. And here's the problem. SOHO networks, they often lack dedicated IT staff, which means that default settings stay unchanged, passwords never get updated, firmware stays outdated, and security features go unused. That's where you come in as the IT technician. All right, so let's talk about router security settings. So think of the router as the front door to the network. If the front door is unlocked, or worse, using the factory default lock, then everything behind it is exposed. So let's walk through the key router security settings that you're expected to understand for the A+ exam. The first is changing the default passwords. Now, this is one of the most tested and most important concepts, because out of the box, routers come with default usernames and default passwords, and these credentials are publicly documented. You can find them online pretty much everywhere, and they are common knowledge amongst attackers. Now, why does this matter? Well, if an attacker logs into the router, then they can control the network, they can change DNS settings, they can redirect traffic, and they can install malicious firmware. So the best practice is to change both the admin username and password, use a strong password that's long, unique, and complex, and then store your credentials securely. So as an exam tip, if the question asks for the first thing to do when securing a router, changing the default password is almost always the correct answer. Next is IP filtering, and this allows you to permit or deny traffic based on IP addresses. You can block known malicious sources, and you can restrict access to sensitive devices. So think of a small business that only wants internal PCs, a printer, and a VoIP phone system. By filtering IPs, you can block unknown devices and limit access to internal resources. Now, when it comes to reality, just understand that IP filtering is not foolproof. IP addresses, they can be spoofed, but for SOHO environments, it's an effective layered security control. And then we have firmware updates. So router firmware is the operating system of the device. And just like Windows or Mac, it has bugs, vulnerabilities, and it needs to be updated. So why do firmware updates even matter? Well, unpatched routers, they can be exploited remotely, hijacked into by botnets, and used to spy on network traffic. And many major router exploits happen simply because firmware wasn't updated. So the best practice is to check for firmware updates regularly, enable automatic updates if that is supported, and apply updates during maintenance windows. Now, as an exam tip, just understand that firmware updates, this equals security patches, not feature upgrades. And then we have what is called content filtering. And this allows the router to block malicious websites, restrict inappropriate content, and reduce phishing risk. And this is commonly used in schools, small businesses, and homes with children. So an example would be a dental office may block social media, streaming services, and known malware sites because this is going to reduce risk, improve productivity, and help with compliance. Then we have physical placement and secure locations. So security isn't just digital. If someone can physically access the router, they can reset it, they can steal it, or they can plug in rogue devices. So your best practices are as follows. You want to place your routers in locked rooms. You want to avoid public or open areas. You want to have secure wiring closets, and you want to prevent unauthorized physical access. Now, as an exam reminder, just understand that physical security, this is always part of cyber security. And then we have what is called universal plug and play. And this allows devices to automatically open ports and communicate without manual configuration. Now, this sounds convenient, but it can also be dangerous because the risks are malware can open ports silently, devices they can expose services unintentionally, and attackers that can bypass firewall rules. So your best practice is to disable UPnP unless absolutely necessary. Now, as an exam tip, if security is the priority, then universal plug and play should be disabled. And then we have what is called a screen subnet, also known as a DMZ. So a screen subnet or a demilitarized zone, this is a network segment that sits between the internal network and the internet. It can also host public-facing services, and it limits damage if compromised. And when it comes to being used in SOHO environments, a small business might use them to host a web server, a mail server, or some public application. And the DMZ will keep the internal devices protected and contain potential breaches. And then we have secure management access. So managing the router should be encrypted, restricted, and authenticated. And your best practices are you want to use HTTPS instead of HTTP. You want to disable remote management if not needed. You want to restrict admin access to internal IPs, and you want to use strong credentials. Now, as an exam tip, just understand that secure management, this equals encrypted access plus limited exposure. All right, so let's move on and talk about wireless security. So wireless networks are especially vulnerable because signals travel beyond walls, and anyone nearby can attempt to connect, and attacks do not require physical access. So let's learn how you can secure your Wi-Fi properly. First thing you want to do is change the SSID, or the service set identifier, and this is basically the Wi-Fi network's name. So default SSIDs, they often reveal the router manufacturer, the model number, and the ISP information. Now, why is this bad? Because attackers, they can use SSID information to target known vulnerabilities and tailor their attacks. So your best practices is to change the SSID to something generic, avoid personal information, and avoid revealing device types. You also want to disable your SSID broadcast. So disabling SSID broadcast, this hides the network name from casual scans. Now you need to understand this. This does not make the network invisible to skilled attackers, but it does reduce casual connections and adds a minor security layer. Now, as an exam tip, just understand that disabling SSID broadcast, this equals what is called security through obscurity, but also understand that this is not true protection. And then there's our encryption settings. So encryption is non-negotiable. And here's the correct priority order. So WPA3 is the best and highest level of encryption. Under that is WPA2 AES. You got WPA, which is legacy. Don't use that. You You got WEP, never ever use that. Now, why does encryption matter? Well, without it, traffic can be sniffed, credentials can be stolen, and data can be intercepted. Now, once again, as an exam tip, if you see anything asking you about WEP, just understand, do not use it. And more than likely, that is the wrong answer on your exam for that particular question. And then we have configuring guest accounts. So guest networks, they can separate visitors from internal systems, limit exposure, and reduce risk. An example of this will be a coffee shop where customers can get internet access and the internal point of sale systems, they stay protected. Guest networks, they use separate SSIDs, they have limited permissions, and they can prevent lateral movement. All right, so let's talk about some firewall settings. Now, the router firewall, this acts like a security guard checking traffic at the door. So here are some settings you need to be concerned with. The first is disabling unused ports. So just remember that open ports are potential attack vectors and entry points for malware. So your best practices are to close unused ports, only allow necessary services, and follow the principle of least privilege. So as an exam tip, just understand that fewer open ports, this equals a smaller attack surface. Then there's port forwarding and port mapping. So port forwarding, this allows external access to internal services. Examples are remote desktop, web servers, and game servers. The risk is, well, every forwarded port exposes internal devices and increases attack surface. So your best practice is only to forward what's necessary, use non-standard ports when possible, and monitor your security logs. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all of this up. So no single setting makes a network secure. Security works because multiple layers exist, and each layer compensates for weaknesses in others. A secure SOHO network uses strong passwords, updated firmware, proper encryption, segmentation, firewalls, and physical security. All right, so understand that this objective isn't just about passing the exam. It's about becoming a trusted IT professional, someone who protects people's data, and someone who prevents problems before they happen. So if you can confidently apply these settings, then you're going to pass your CompTIA A+ Core 2 exam. You will be valuable in real-world IT roles, and you will stand out as someone who understands security, not just hardware. And that's exactly what CompTIA wants and what employers are looking for. All right, so with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a technician is securing a SOHO router for a small accounting firm. Which of the following actions should be performed first to reduce the risk of unauthorized access? Should you disable the SSID broadcast? Should you change the default administrator username and password? Should you configure port forwarding for internal services? Or should you enable universal plug and play? And the correct answer is you're going to change the default administrator username and password. So remember that routers, they ship with default credentials that are publicly documented and commonly targeted by attackers. Changing the default admin username and password, this is the most critical first step in securing a SOHO router. Other actions that may improve security, but none are as immediately impactful as preventing unauthorized administrative access. Next question. A small business wants to allow customers to access Wi-Fi while ensuring internal systems, such as file servers and point-of-sale devices, remain protected. Which wireless configuration best meets this requirement? Is it to disable wireless encryption, enable universal plug and play on the router, configure a separate guest wireless account, or disable SSID broadcast? And the correct answer is you're going to configure a separate guest wireless account. So a guest wireless network, this isolates guest devices from the internal network, preventing access to sensitive resources while still allowing internet connectivity. Now, this is a common and recommended security practice in SOHO environments, such as cafes, clinics, and retail stores. And our final question is, an IT technician is reviewing the firewall configuration on the SOHO router. Which action best reduces the network's attack surface? Is it enabling all available ports for future use? Is it disabling unused ports and services? Is it enabling SSID broadcasts? Or is it lowering the wireless encryption level? And the correct answer is disabling unused ports and services. So each open port represents a potential entry point for attackers. Disabling unused ports and services, this minimizes the attack surface and limits opportunities for exploitation. This aligns with the principle of least privilege, which is a core security concept that is tested on the CompTIA A+ exam. All right, so when most people think about cybersecurity, they imagine hackers breaking into servers, cracking passwords, or launching sophisticated attacks against big corporations. What they don't usually picture is a web browser, and yet your web browser is one of the most targeted pieces of software on any computer. Now, why is that? Well, because almost everything we do today flows through it. Email, online banking, cloud storage, job applications, social media, internal company portals, remote work tools, you name it. If an attacker can compromise the browser, they often don't need to break into anything else. The door is already open. And that's why CompTIA dedicates an entire objective to browser security, not because browsers are complicated, but because misconfigured browsers are one of the easiest ways attackers get in. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start off with talking about installing a browser. So most people assume installing a browser is harmless. You got Chrome, you got Firefox, you just install it and everything works beautifully. But from an IT perspective, where the browser comes from matters just as much as how it is used. So that's why we're going to talk about trusted sources versus untrusted sources. So a trusted source, this is an official verified location where software is known to be safe and unmodified. This usually means the vendor's official website, an official app store like Microsoft Store, the Apple App Store, or an enterprise-approved software repository. An untrusted source, this is basically everything else. Random download sites, pop-up ads offering faster browsers, cracked software sites, or third-party installers that are bundled with bonus programs. Now, in the real world, malware authors, they often distribute fake browser installers that look legitimate, but include spyware, adware, keyloggers. And to the user, it still looks like Chrome, but under the hood, it's been compromised. So from an A+ exam standpoint, the rule is simple. Always download browsers from trusted sources only. All right, next let's talk about hashing. Now, hashing, this is one of those terms that sounds intimidating until you understand what it actually does. A hash, this is a unique digital fingerprint of a file. If even one tiny piece of that file changes, the hash changes as well. And some vendors, they provide hash values like SHA-256 for their installers. An IT professional, they can generate a hash of the downloaded file to compare it to the official one. And if they match, the file is authentic. If they don't, if something has been altered intentionally or accidentally. Now, for the A+ exam, you don't need to perform hashing, but you do need to understand what it is used for. And basically, hashing is for verifying integrity and authenticity of downloaded software. Next, there's browser patching. So installing a secure browser doesn't mean it stays secure forever. Browsers are updated constantly because new vulnerabilities are discovered all the time. And attackers, they actively look for outdated browsers because they already know how to exploit them. So why does browser patching matter? Well, patching browsers, this fixes security vulnerabilities. It deals with zero-day exploits. It deals with bugs that attackers can abuse. And it deals with compatibility issues with secure websites. Now, from an IT technician's perspective, keeping browsers updated is just as important as updating the operating system. An unpatched browser, this can bypass even strong firewalls and antivirus tools. Now, for the exam, you want to remember this key idea. Browsers, they must be patched regularly to maintain security. All right, next let's talk about extensions and plugins. So browser extensions and plugins are one of the biggest double-edged swords in IT. They add functionalities such as ad blockers, password managers, and productivity tools, but they also run inside the browser, often with deep access to browsing activity. So when it comes to extensions and plugins, we got trusted and untrusted extensions. So trusted extensions, once again, they come from an official browser extension store or some type of reputable vendor that's out there or some verified publisher. Untrusted extensions, they may track your browsing habits, inject ads, steal your credentials, redirect traffic, or install additional malware. Now, a common real-world attack, this involves a malicious extension that looks harmless, like maybe it's a PDF converter or some type of coupon finder, but secretly it logs your keystrokes or steals your session cookies. Now for the CompTIA A+ exam, the key takeaway is simple. Only install extensions from trusted sources and remove ones that you do not need. All right, next we have password managers. Now, one of the biggest mistakes that users make is reusing passwords across websites. That's why password managers exist and why browsers now include them by default. So why do these things matter? Well, password managers, they generate strong, unique passwords. They can store your credentials securely. They can help you reduce password reuse, and it can minimize phishing damage. So if one site is compromised, the attacker cannot reuse the password elsewhere. Now, from a security standpoint, browser-based password managers are acceptable when configured properly. In enterprise environments, they may use dedicated password management tools, but for everyday users, browser managers are far better than sticky notes or reused passwords. And on the exam, just remember, password managers, they improve security when they are used correctly. All right, next we have secure connections and valid certificates. So that little lock in the address bar tells an important story. When a site uses HTTPS with a valid certificate, it means data is encrypted in transit, the site's identity has been verified, and man-in-the-middle attacks, they are harder to implement. So let's talk about valid versus invalid certificates. So a valid certificate, this means the browser trusts the site's encryption and identity. An invalid certificate triggers warnings because something is wrong, such as an expired certificate, a mismatched domain, or an untrusted authority. But from an IT perspective, users should never ignore certificate warnings, especially on login or payment pages. And for the A+ exam, just understand that secure connections, they require valid certificates. Next, we have pop-up blockers. Now, pop-ups aren't just annoying, they can be dangerous. And malicious pop-ups, they can deliver malware, they can trigger fake antivirus alerts, they can redirect users to phishing sites, or they can trick users into installing rogue software. That's why modern browsers include built-in pop-up blockers. From a technician standpoint, pop-up blockers, they should be enabled by default with exceptions for trusted business sites that require them. And on the exam, just understand that pop-up blocking is clearly a security setting, not just a convenience feature. Then we have clearing browser data and cache. So most users think clearing browser data is about performance, when in reality, it's about privacy and security. And browsing data, this includes your cookies, your history, your cache files, save form data, and login sessions. And attackers, they can abuse stored data to hijack sessions, track users, and reconstruct browsing activity. So clearing cache, this removes temporary files that may contain outdated or sensitive data. Clearing browsing data, this can help resolve browser issues and reduce exposure after using shared or public systems. So for the exam, just understand this: clearing browsing data and cache, this helps protect privacy and security. All right, next we have private browsing mode. So private browsing modes such as incognito, in private, and private window are often misunderstood. So exactly what does it do? Well, it doesn't save your history. It doesn't store cookies after closing, and it does not save any type of data you input into a form. But what it does not do is it does not hide your activity from ISPs. It does not prevent malware. It does not encrypt traffic automatically, and it does not make users anonymous. So from an IT standpoint, private browsing is useful on shared systems, kiosks, or temporary sessions, but is not a security silver bullet. For the exam, just remember that private browsing, this improves local privacy, not overall anonymity. All right, next we have browser sign-in and data synchronization. So modern browsers, they allow users to sign in and sync bookmarks, passwords, history, extensions, and settings. And this is incredibly convenient, but it also introduces risk, because if an attacker gains access to a synced account, they may gain access to every device that's tied to it. In enterprise environments, sync may be restricted or disabled. In personal use, you want to use strong passwords and multi-factor authentication. And also, CompTIA, they expect you to recognize that browser synchronization, this affects security, and it must be managed appropriately. And then we have ad blockers. Now, ad blockers, they aren't just about removing ads. They can often block malicious scripts, tracking pixels, drive-by downloads, and malvertising attacks. Now, malvertising, this is a real threat where legitimate ad networks unknowingly distribute malicious ads. Even reputable websites can be affected. Now, from a security standpoint, ad blockers, they reduce the attack surface. And from an exam standpoint, you should understand that ad blockers, they are a security feature. Then there's a proxy. So a proxy server, this sits between the browser and the internet, and it can filter content, enforce policies, log activity, improve privacy, and block malicious sites. In corporate environments, proxies are commonly used for monitoring and control. In browsers, they must be configured correctly to use them. For the A+ exam, just remember that proxy settings affect security and network behavior. Then there's secure DNS. Now, secure DNS services, they block known malicious domains before the browser even connects. And the benefits include phishing protection, malware, domain blocking, improved privacy, and faster name resolution. Now, secure DNS is increasingly used in both enterprise and home environments, and configuring it in the browser, this adds an extra layer of defense. Now, for the exam, just understand that secure DNS, this improves security at the name resolution level. And then there's browser feature management. So every enabled feature, this increases the attack surface. And browser feature management, this involves enabling needed features, disabling unnecessary ones, managing plugins, managing extensions, and controlling experimental features. From an IT perspective, minimalism is security, because the fewer features that are exposed, then that's the fewer opportunities that attackers have. And also just understand that CompTIA wants you to understand that features can be enabled or disabled to improve security. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So browser security is not flashy. They're not configuring routers or deploying servers, but it's one of the most practical and real-world skills an IT technician needs, because most security incidents do not start with elite hackers. They start with a bad download, a fake extension, an ignored certificate warning, or an unpatched browser. And by mastering browser security settings, you're protecting users, systems, and organizations at the most common point of attack. And once again, good technicians, they fix problems after they happen. Great technicians, they prevent them before they even start. And that mindset, not just memorization, is exactly what CompTIA is trying to teach you. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician is tasked to improve browser security on a shared workstation used by multiple employees. Which browser feature will be most effective at preventing browsing history, cookies, and session data from being stored after each use? Would this be enabling a password manager, clearing the cache manually after each session, using private browsing mode, or installing an ad blocker? And the correct answer is you're going to use private browsing mode. So private browsing mode prevents the browser from saving history, cookies, form data, and session information after the window is closed. This makes it ideal for shared or public systems. While clearing cache manually can help, it relies on the user remembering to do it, whereas private browsing handles this automatically. Next question. A user reports receiving a browser warning stating that a website certificate is invalid when attempting to log into an online banking site. What is the best action an IT technician should recommend? Would it be to ignore the warning and proceed if the site looks familiar? Would it be to disable certificate warnings in the browser settings? Would it be to switch to private browsing mode and try again? Or would it be to verify the website's URL and avoid proceeding until a valid certificate is present? And the correct answer is to verify the website URL and avoid proceeding until a valid certificate is present. So invalid certificate warnings indicate potential security risks, such as expired certificates, mismatched domains, or man-in-the-middle attacks. And the safest action is to stop and verify the site before continuing. And our final question is, which of the following browser configuration practices best reduces the risk of malware and unauthorized data access? Is it installing extensions from multiple third-party websites, disabling browser patching to prevent compatibility issues, installing extensions only from trusted sources and removing unused ones, or allowing all pop-ups to ensure full website functionality? And the correct answer is installing extensions only from trusted sources and removing unused ones. So extensions can access browser data and activity, making them a common attack vector. Limited extensions to trusted sources and removing unnecessary ones, this significantly reduces security risks. All right, so if you're studying for the CompTIA A plus exam, here is the honest truth. Windows troubleshooting is where theory meets reality. So this is the section of the exam where CompTIA stops asking what is and starts asking, what do you do when things break? And in the real world, things always break. So you're not just memorizing error messages here, you're learning how to think like a technician. So in this video, we're going to go over the most common Windows operating system issues that you're going to encounter on the A+ exam so that you can successfully pass the test. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so before we dive into these specific problems, you need to understand how CompTIA expects you to approach every issue. They're testing your ability to recognize symptoms, identify likely causes, and choose the best next step. Not the most advanced step, not the most expensive step, but the most reasonable step. So always think in this order. Ask yourself these questions. Is it software or hardware? Did anything change recently? Is there an error message or warning? What's the least disruptive fix first? With all that being said, let's go ahead and break down these issues one by one. All right, so let's start with the blue screen of death. So nothing strikes fear into users quite like a sudden blue screen that's filled with white text and a percentage counter. So exactly what is the blue screen of death? Well, a BSOD, this occurs when Windows encounters a critical system error it cannot recover from safely. And common causes include faulty drives, corrupt system files, bad RAM, failing storage, incompatible hard drive, or recent updates or driver installations. And some common BSOD scenarios are your system crashes shortly after you boot it up. The BSOD appears when launching a specific application. Your computer experiences a random crash under a heavy load, and you get a BSOD after you do a Windows update. So exactly how should a technician think about a BSOD? Well, you want to start simple. You want to ask, did this start after a change? Did you install a new driver? Was there a Windows update? Did you install some new hardware? Then you want to move into structured troubleshooting. So your best troubleshooting steps is to boot into safe mode or roll back or update your device drivers, check your event viewer. You can run the SFC scan now or check this. And you can also check your RAM with Windows Memory Diagnostic. Now, as an example tip, if the question mentions a recent driver or update, the correct answer is often rollback, not reinstalling Windows. All right, next we have degraded performance. Now, this is one of the most common and misunderstood issues. The system works, but it is slow, laggy, unresponsive, and freezing intermittently. And the common causes are you have too many startup programs doing too much stuff. You have insufficient RAM, low disk space, background processes running all crazy. You have some malware, some outdated drivers, and your thermal is throttling. So where do you want to look first? Well, you want to check your task manager, your startup tab, your performance tab, and your resource tab. And some practical troubleshooting steps are as follows. So you want to start with visibility. So open your task manager, identify whether or not you're dealing with high CPU usage, high memory usage, or your disk is pegged at 100%. Then you want to take some action. So go ahead and start disabling unnecessary startup applications, uninstall unused software, check for malware, free up some disk space, then update your drivers. Now, how does all of this relate to the real world? Well, if a system has 4 gigabytes of RAM and is running a modern Windows version like Windows 11, then slow performance is often normal behavior. That is not a failure. So basically you need to throw some more RAM up in there, at least 8 gigabytes of RAM. All right, next we have boot issues. Now, boot issues are critical because the operating system does not load. So basically, no desktop equals no productivity. And some common symptoms are you're stuck at spinning dots, you got the boot loop going on, you got error messages during your startup, or you get a black screen after your BIOS. Your likely causes are you're dealing with corrupt boot files, failed updates, bad drivers, disk errors, or improper shutdowns. So how do you deal with all of this? Well, you want to go to your advanced startup options. You want to deal with your Windows recovery environment, your startup repair, your system restore, or you want to boot into safe mode. Now, your troubleshooting flow is you want to start with the least destructive. So start with your startup repair. If not, then go to safe mode. If not, then go to system restore, then repair, install. And if all else fails, do a full reinstallation. Now, as an exam tip, if user data is important, CompTIA prefers a repair over a reinstall. All right, next we have frequent shutdowns. So if a system keeps shutting down unexpectedly, then that's a huge red flag. And some common causes are your system is overheating, you have a failing power supply, you got some crazy power settings, you got faulty drivers, or you have a hardware failure. So here's how you diagnose all of this. First, you want to ask the user, does your computer shut down under a load? Does this happen randomly? Or does it restart or power off completely? Also, you want to check the CPU temperatures, the fans, the power plan settings, and the event viewer. Now, when it comes to the exam, just understand that unexpected shutdowns during heavy use usually point to thermal issues and not software issues. All right, next we have services that are not starting. So Windows, it relies heavily on background services. And if services don't start, then things can break quietly. And your symptoms are your network's not working, your print spooler has stopped, your Windows update is failing, and you're going to have some login issues. So where do you want to investigate? Where you want to go to your services.msc, your event viewer, or your dependencies tab. And the common causes for all of this, you're going to have disabled services, a corrupt system file, some permission issues, or some malware. How do you fix this? You want to set services to automatic. You want to restart dependent services. You want to run system file checks. You want to check account permissions. Now, as this relates to the exam, just understand that if a service fails to start, do not reinstall Windows. Just fix the service. All right, next we have applications that are crashing, and this is usually software specific, not system wide. And your common symptoms are your application closes unexpectedly, the application has stopped working completely, or the app crashes during a launch. And the likely causes are you're dealing with a corrupt installation, compatibility issues, missing dependencies, or insufficient memory. And your troubleshooting steps are you want to update the application, run as administrator, reinstall the app, and then check compatibility mode. And you also want to verify system requirements. Now, as it relates to the exam, just understand that if one application crashes, then the operating system is usually fine. All right, next we have low memory warnings. Now, understand that Windows, it will warn you when system memory is critically low. So what does that really mean? Well, that means you have too many applications that are open, you have insufficient RAM, you got a memory leak, or you have disabled virtual memory. How do you fix all this? Well, you want to close your unused applications, you want to increase your RAM, you want to enable or adjust your page file, and you want to restart the system. Understand that CompTIA, it loves virtual memory questions. So understand that page file problems, they will show up frequently on the exam. Right, next is the USB controller resource warnings. Now, this one sounds scary, but it's quite common. Your symptoms are your USB device is not recognized, or you might see a message that says not enough USB controller resources, or your devices, they disconnect randomly. And what causes this? Well, you have too many USB devices that are connected, or you have some power limits or outdated chipset drivers. How do you fix this? Well, you want to remove unnecessary devices. You want to use a powered USB hub, and you want to update your chipset drivers. Now, as it relates to the exam, just understand that USB issues, they are often resource or power related, not bad devices. Then there's system instability, and this is when nothing is consistently broken, but everything feels wrong. And the symptoms are you get random freezes, your applications start crashing inconsistently, you get performance spikes and unexpected behavior. And what's causing this? You might have driver conflicts, you might have malware, corrupt system files, or hardware issues. How do you fix this? You want to update your drivers, you want to run malware scans, you want to do system file checks, and you want to check your event viewer. So understand that system instability, this usually means multiple small issues, not one big issue. All right, next is the no operating system found. So this is a boot level problem, not Windows itself. So what does this mean? This means the system cannot find an operating system to load. So what causes this? It might be a drive failure, loose cables, the wrong boot order is set, or corrupt boot loaders. How do you fix it? You want to check your BIOS boot order. You want to verify drive detection. You want to reseat any loose cables. You want to repair your boot records. Now, as this relates to the exam, if BIOS cannot see the drive, then the Windows tools will not help you. All right, next we have what is called a slow profile load. And basically, this is when a user logs in, but they wait forever to log in. And what causes this? Well, you might have a corrupt user profile. You might have network-based profiles that are acting funny. You might have excessive startup scripts or some type of antivirus scanning that's messing everything up. And so how do you fix this? Well, you want to create a new user profile, or you can remove any startup items, or you can check your domain connectivity. As this relates to the A+ exam, just understand that new profile creation, this is often the fastest solution to implement. And then we have what is called time drift. And this is when your system time slowly becomes inaccurate. So what causes this? You might have a dead CMOS battery. Your time sync is disabled, or you might have domain synchronization issues. How do you fix this? Well, you want to replace the CMOS battery, and this is literally a battery that is sitting on your motherboard, or you want to enable NTP, which is called Network Time Protocol, or you want to force a time resync. Now, as this relates to the exam, just understand that persistent time drift, this often equals hardware issues and not Windows settings. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all this up. So CompTIA A+, this isn't just about memorizing menus. It's about thinking logically under pressure, because good technicians, they look for patterns. They start with the simplest fix. They protect user data, and they avoid unnecessary reinstallations. So if you master these Windows troubleshooting concepts, then you're not just going to be passing your exam with flying colors, but you're going to be building real-world confidence to help you land a job so you can go out there and make the big bucks. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a Windows 11 system displays a blue screen of death shortly after a new graphics driver was installed. The system boots, but crashes after a few minutes. What is the best next step? Would you perform a clean installation of Windows? Would you roll back the graphics driver to the previous version? Would you replace the system RAM? Or would you disable all startup applications? All right, so the correct answer is going to be you're going to roll back the graphics driver to the previous version. Now, because the BSOD began after a recent driver change, the most logical and least disruptive step is to roll back the driver. But when it comes to CompTIA, just understand that they emphasize reversing recent changes before attempting major repairs like reinstalling Windows or replacing hardware. Next question. A user reports that their Windows system is running slowly. Task Manager shows high memory usage. Windows displays a low memory warning. What is the most likely cause? Is it a corrupt boot sector? Is it a disabled Windows service? Is it insufficient physical RAM or excessive running applications? Or is it incorrect system time configuration? And the correct answer is insufficient physical RAM or excessive running applications. So low memory warnings, they typically occur when available RAM is exhausted, often due to too many running applications or insufficient physical memory. In CompTIA, they frequently associate low memory alerts with RAM limitations or virtual memory or page file issues. And our final question is, a Windows system powers off unexpectedly after running demanding applications for several minutes. There are no error messages and the system works normally when idle. What is the most likely cause? Is it a corrupt user profile, malware infection, overheating due to inadequate cooling, or incorrect startup configuration? And the correct answer is overheating due to inadequate cooling. So unexpected shutdowns under heavy workload are commonly caused by overheating. Systems, they will automatically power off to prevent hardware damage when temperatures exceed safe limits. And CompTIA often links frequent shutdowns during high usage to thermal or power related issues. Mobile devices, they look simple. You tap an icon, you swipe a screen, you install an application, and you're done. But the moment something stops working, like an application won't open, the phone randomly reboots, or the battery drains overnight, or the Wi-Fi drops every 5 minutes, then users, they panic. And guess who they call? They call you the IT professional. So whether you're supporting company-issued smartphones, tablets, or helping users with BYOD devices, mobile OS troubleshooting, this is the core skill that you have to know. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so before we jump into specific problems, here's the golden rule of troubleshooting mobile devices. Just understand that most mobile devices fall into one of four categories. You're going to be dealing with a software glitch, some type of resource limitation, misconfigured settings, or connectivity conflicts. Now, your job isn't to guess, it is to narrow down the cause. So you got to ask yourself, did this start after an update? Does it happen with one application or all of them? Does it happen all the time, or is it random? And if you reboot it, does it temporarily fix the problem? So with all that being said, let's break this objective down exactly the way CompTIA expects you to understand it. All right, so let's talk about applications that fail to launch. Now, this is one of the most common mobile complaints where somebody says they tap an application and nothing happens. So what causes this? Well, they might be dealing with a corrupt application cache or data. The application is not compatible with the operating system version. They have insufficient storage, an incomplete installation, app permissions are denied, or they're dealing with an outdated application version. So how do you go about fixing this? Well, you want to start simple and work your way up. So you want to force close the application, restart the device, check for available storage space, update the application, check your application permissions, clear the application cache or data, and then reinstall the application. Now, as this relates to the exam, if the question mentions only one application fails, focus on application level fixes and not operating system resets. All right, next is applications that fail to close or they crash. And this happens when an application freezes, it crashes to the home screen, or it just refuses to close. And what causes this? You're dealing with memory leaks. You might be dealing with poorly coded updates, conflicts with other applications, low available RAM, or some corrupt cache data. So how do you fix this? You want to force stop the application, clear the cache, but not the data initially, update the application, restart the device, or uninstall and reinstall the application. Now, when it comes to the real world, understand that many crashes happen right after updates. So rolling back or reinstalling, this will often fix the issue. All right, next we have applications that fail to update. So nothing frustrates a user like seeing their update failed. So what causes this? You got insufficient storage space, poor network connection, the application store cache is corrupt, the incompatible operating system version, or account authentication issues. So how do you fix this? Well, you want to verify available storage. You want to switch to a stable Wi-Fi connection, restart the device, clear the application store cache or data, log out and back into the application store account, or update the operating system if required. And when it comes to CompTIA, just understand that if the question mentions update downloads are failing, you always want to think storage first, then connectivity, and then compatibility. Then that leads us to applications that fail to install. And this usually happens when installing new applications. What causes this? You might be dealing with unknown sources that are being blocked. The operating system version is incompatible, insufficient storage, corrupt installation files, or device management restrictions. So how do you fix this? Well, you want to verify operating system version compatibility, check your available storage, confirm application store permissions, enable allow unknown sources if applicable, restart your device, or try installing from official application stores. And when it comes to the enterprise environment, just understand that in managed environments, MDM or mobile device management policies, they may block installations. And if that's the case, then this is not a device problem. All right, next issue we have is your device is slow to respond. Now, this one feels vague, but CompTIA loves it. And the typical user complaint is, my phone is really slow. So what causes this? Well, it might be too many background applications are running, low storage, the operating system updates are pending, or you might have battery health degradation, or some malware or rogue applications. So how do you fix this? Well, you want to close your background apps, restart the device, check your storage usage, uninstall unused applications, disable unnecessary startup applications, check your battery health, and scan for malware. Now, as a tip, understand that low storage, this can slow everything down. We're talking about applications, operating system updates, even your touch response. All right, so the next issue is the operating system fails to update. So OS system updates are critical for security, stability, and compatibility. And some common causes might be insufficient battery charge, you don't have enough storage, you got a poor network connection, corrupt update files, or your device is too old. So how do you fix this? You want to plug your device into a power source. You want to free up some storage space, use a stable Wi-Fi connection, restart and retry your update, and check your manufacturer support status. Now, as it relates to the exam, if the device is end of life or EOL, the correct answer may be your operating system update is not supported on this device. All right, our next issue is battery life issues. So battery complaints are constant in IT support, and some common symptoms are your battery drains quickly, your device shuts down unexpectedly, your battery percentage jumps, or you may experience overheating. Common causes are you got too many background applications running, you got your screen brightness jacked all the way up to high, your location services are always turned on, you're dealing with an aging battery, or you might have operating system bugs. So how do you fix this? Well, you want to check your battery usage statistics. You want to reduce your screen brightness, disable unnecessary background applications, turn off your Bluetooth or Wi-Fi when they're not being used, update your operating system, and replace your battery if it is degrading. Now, as an exam tip, if the battery drains even when it's idle, then you might have background application issues, push notification issues, or some type of battery health issues that you want to examine and inspect. All right, next we have random reboots. So few things scare users more than a random reboot. And what causes this? This could be operating system instability, faulty applications, overheating, battery failure, or corrupt system files. How you go about fixing this? Well, you want to check recent application installations. You want to update the operating system, remove any suspect applications, check the device's temperature, or perform a factory reset as a last resort. And when it comes to CompTIA, just understand that random reboots, this often points to system level issues, not just application issues. All right, so let's talk about some connectivity issues. And the first one we're going to talk about is Bluetooth. So some issues with Bluetooth are your Bluetooth devices won't pair, they keep getting disconnected, or the audio lags. How do you fix this? You want to toggle your Bluetooth on or off. You want to forget the device and then repair it. You want to restart both devices, update your operating system, and check your compatibility. You got Wi-Fi issues. Your symptoms might be you're connected, but you have no access to the internet. You're dealing with slow internet speeds, or you're dealing with frequent drops. And how do you fix this? You want to toggle your airplane mode, restart your device and router, forget and rejoin the network, check your IP address, and reset your network settings. And then there's NFC issues or near field communication. So some symptoms to look out for: your tap to pay is not working, or you get no response during a data transfer. Well, how do you fix this? You want to enable NFC in the settings. You want to ensure your screen is unlocked. You want to remove the thick case, and you want to reposition your devices correctly. Now, as it relates to the exam, understand that NFC works only at a very close range and usually requires the screen to be unlocked in order for it to work. And let's also talk about your screen does not auto rotate. So this one tricks a lot of students, and your common causes are your auto rotate is disabled, your orientation lock is enabled, your applications do not support rotation, or you have a faulty accelerometer. So how do you fix this? You want to enable auto rotate, you want to disable your orientation lock, you want to test the rotation in another application, you want to restart your device, and you want to update your operating system. Now, as it relates to the exam, just understand that the most common fix is to simply enable the auto rotation. All right, so when you see a mobile troubleshooting question, you need to follow this mental flow. You need to ask yourself, are you dealing with an application issue or an operating system issue? Does this apply to one application or all the applications? What were the recent changes? Does this have to deal with storage, battery, or connectivity issues? And is there a simple fix before you do a drastic fix? Because CompTIA is testing your troubleshooting process, not just your ability to memorize all this stuff. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So understand that mobile troubleshooting isn't just phone stuff. It's supporting executives, it's managing company data, it's securing access, and it's keeping people productive. Because anybody can reboot a phone, but IT professionals, they diagnose problems, they isolate causes, and they apply the least disruptive fix first. So remember that as you move forward in your IT career. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a user reports that a single mobile application opens briefly and then immediately crashes. Other applications on the device function normally. What should the technician try first? Should they perform a factory reset on the device? Should they clear the application's cache and force stop the application? Should they replace the device battery? Or should they reset all the network settings? And the correct answer is they are going to clear the application's cache and force stop the application. And the reason they're going to do this is because the issue affects only one application, and the problem is most likely related to corrupted cache data or a misbehaving application, not the entire operating system. Clearing the application cache and force stopping the application, this is the least disruptive first step, which CompTIA strongly emphasizes. Next question. A mobile device user complains that their phone battery drains rapidly even when the device is not actively being used. Which of the following is the most likely cause? Is it the orientation lock is enabled? Is it multiple background applications are running? Is it NFC is disabled? Or is it auto rotate is turned off? And the correct answer is multiple background applications are running. So rapid battery drain while the device is idle is commonly caused by background applications, push notifications, or location services that are consuming power. And this is the classic battery life issue scenario that is tested on the A+ exam. And our final question is, a user reports that their smartphone will not automatically rotate the screen when turned sideways. Other features of the device appear to work correctly. So what is the best initial troubleshooting step? Is it to replace the screen assembly, perform an operating system update, enable the auto rotate feature in device settings, or reset the device to factory defaults? And of course, the answer is going to be enable the auto rotate feature in device settings. So the most common cause of screen rotation issues is that auto rotate or orientation lock is disabled. CompTIA expects technicians to check device settings before performing major changes. All right, so if you ever helped someone whose phone was acting weird, then congratulations, you've already done mobile operating system security troubleshooting. And the CompTIA A+ exam doesn't expect you to be a mobile forensic expert. What it does expect is that you can recognize security red flags, identify common symptoms, understand what caused the issue, and apply safe and practical fixes. And that's what we're going to discuss in this video. So let's go. All right, so let's start off by talking about why does mobile security even matter? Well, mobile devices are no longer just phones. They are email clients, multi-factor authenticators, banking apps, work devices, and personal data vaults. And when a mobile device is compromised, you're not just fixing a phone, you're protecting credentials, financial data, corporate access, and user privacy. And that's why CompTIA A+ treats mobile security issues as a core skill, not an advanced topic. All right, so before you troubleshoot symptoms, you need to understand what causes mobile security problems in the first place. So let's walk through the most common security concerns that will be tested on the A+ exam. The first one is application source and unofficial application stores. So what does that mean? Well, not all applications come from the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. Unofficial app stores include third-party APK websites, modded app repositories, and pirated app marketplaces. Now, why is this dangerous? Well, official application stores, they scan applications for malware, enforce developer policies, and remove known malicious applications. Unofficial sources, they bypass security checks, distribute Trojans and spyware, and they often bundle malware with free applications. So a real world example of this would be a user installs what is called a free premium version of a popular application from a website. A week later, their phone is slow, ads appear everywhere, and their data usage spikes. Well, that's not a coincidence. Basically, they've installed malware. Now, as an exam tip, if you see apps installed outside official stores or unknown installation sources that are enabled, then you need to be thinking about this is a security risk. All right, next we have what is called developer mode. So what is this? Well, developer mode is designed for app developers, debugging, and testing features. It allows USB debugging, advanced system access, and app side loading. Now, why is this a problem? Well, developer mode can weaken operating system protections, allow deeper system access, and make it easier for malware to hide. So a real-world scenario might be something like a user-enabled developer mode to install a custom theme, use an experimental app, and unlock more features. Now their phone randomly crashes, it connects to unknown servers, and behaves unpredictably. Now, as an exam tip, if you're troubleshooting a security issue, you want to disable developer mode unless it's absolutely required. All right, next we have root access and jailbreaking. So what are these things? Well, rooting when it comes to Android and jailbreaking when it comes to iOS, they basically remove the operating system security restrictions and grant full system access and bypasses the built-in protections. So why do users do this? Well, users, they often want to install unsupported applications, remove carrier restrictions, and customize the operating system. Now, why does IT hate this? Well, rooted or jailbroken devices, they are easier to compromise because they break security models and they cannot be trusted on corporate networks. When it comes to a real-world IT policy, you have many companies that will block rooted or jailbroken devices or deny email or VPN access and or enforce MDM restrictions. Now, as an exam tip, if a device is rooted or jailbroken, you need to expect security vulnerabilities, application instability, and the increased risk of getting malware. Then there's unauthorized or malicious applications. So what are they? Well, these are applications that a user did not knowingly install, or they appear after installing another application, or they run silently in the background. And examples of this include spyware, adware, and data harvesters. And here's some warning signs that you can look out for. So you have some application on your phone that has a generic name, no visible icon, excessive permissions, or it uses high background activity. So a real world example might be a user says they don't remember installing this application. And if that's the case, then that is a red flag. Now, as this relates to the exam, just understand that unexpected applications, you need to investigate immediately. And you also have what is called application spoofing. So application spoofing, this is a malicious app that pretends to be a banking app, a security app, or maybe a system update, and it looks legitimate, but it's fake. Now, why does this work? Well, users, they tend to trust familiar logos, they don't check developer names, and they click quickly through the permissions. An example would be a fake application that looks like PayPal, that has the same icon and the same login screen, but it sends your credentials to an attacker. Now, as an exam tip, if an application looks legitimate but behaves oddly, then consider the idea that you might have a spoofed application. All right, so let's go ahead and shift gears and talk about recognizing common symptoms, because CompTIA loves symptom-based questions. They'll describe behavior, and then they'll ask you to identify the likely cause. And the first one is high network traffic. So what does this look like? Well, as it relates to your phone is constantly using data. It has a bunch of background network activity taking place, and is doing all of this for no obvious reason. And the likely causes are you might have malware that's communicating with servers, spyware that's uploading data, or adware that's loading ads constantly. So how do you troubleshoot this stuff? Well, you want to check your data usage by application. You want to look for any unknown applications, run malware scans, and then remove any suspicious applications. You also have degraded response time. And this is when a user will say something like, my phone is really slow. And what causes this? This could be malware running in the background, too many ads are loading, or you have system resources that are being hijacked. How you troubleshoot this? You want to check your running applications, restart your device, remove recently installed applications, and check your storage usage. You also have data usage limit notifications. So what does this mean? Well, the user receives alerts saying stuff like you've used 90% of your data or your data limit has been exceeded. And the likely causes are you have background data abuse, you have malware that's constantly syncing, or you have unauthorized applications that are eating up your data. So as a key insight, normal applications do not burn data without user interaction. So remember that. Another issue is limited internet connectivity, and the symptoms are you have slow browsing, your apps are failing to load, and you have intermittent connections. The possible causes, you might be dealing with malicious VPNs, a rogue proxy application, or your network settings have been altered. How do you fix this? You want to reset your network settings, remove the VPN proxy applications, and check your Wi-Fi configuration. There's also no internet connectivity. So when this is a security-related issue, you might have malware that's blocking traffic, some type of DNS hijacking might be taking place, or corrupt network settings. And the troubleshooting flow to fix this is you want to test your Wi-Fi versus your cellular. You want to reset your network settings, boot into safe mode, and remove any suspicious applications. You also have high number of ads as a common symptom. And basically, this is a classic red flag. So if you see ads appear on your home screen and the system menus are outside of the applications, then you're dealing with adware. Now, as an exam tip, you want to understand that system level ads, they almost always mean a malicious application was installed on your device. Then there's fake security warnings. And basically, if you see pop-ups saying your phone is infected or install this security app now, you have a fake security warning. And the reality check is this: mobile operating systems do not issue pop-up virus alerts. They use built-in notifications, not browser pop-ups. So how do you fix this? When you want to close the browser, you want to clear your browser cache, you want to remove any malicious applications, and most importantly, you want to educate yourself or the user that you're fixing this problem for. And then you have unexpected application behavior. Some examples of this could be your applications keep crashing, you keep getting redirected to a website, or your permissions keep changing. And the likely causes are you're dealing with a spoofed application or a compromised application or some type of malware. And then you have leaked personal files or data. And this is a worst case scenario where your contacts are uploaded, your photos are leaked, or your messages have been accessed. And the likely causes are you're dealing with spyware, excessive application permissions, or a rooted or jailbroken device. And how do you go about trying to fix this? Well, you want to disconnect from the network immediately. You want to remove any malicious applications, change your passwords, and worst case scenario, you want to consider doing a factory reset on your device. All right, so exactly how does CompTIA expect you to think? Well, CompTIA isn't testing to see if you can memorize definitions. They're testing to see if you can recognize patterns and respond correctly. So here's some examples of what I'm talking about. So if they describe a symptom, then there has to be a cause. If they describe a risk, then there has to be some type of mitigation. If there's some type of user action, there has to be some type of consequence. And when it comes to troubleshooting, you always want to ask, what changed, what was installed, and what permissions were granted? And when it comes to best practices that IT professionals use, just understand that even entry-level technicians, they should recommend the following. So you want to tell people only use official application stores. Avoid rooting or jailbreaking your device. Review all of the app permissions. Keep the operating system updated. Use mobile security tools and back up your data on the regular. All right, so exactly why does any of this matter for your IT career? Well, mobile security isn't optional anymore. If you can identify malicious behavior, protect user data, and explain risks clearly, then you're already operating like a professional IT technician and not just a test taker. So if you remember nothing else, just remember this: unexpected behavior, you have to investigate it. Unofficial applications, if you're dealing with that stuff, then you are dealing with risk. And rooted devices, those are vulnerabilities. Also, ads plus data usage, this means you're probably dealing with malware. Fake alerts means you're probably dealing with some type of social engineering. So if you can master this objective, then you're not just ready for the exam, you should be ready to go out there and get a job. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a user reports that their smartphone has started displaying pop-up ads on the home screen and within system menus. The device is also consuming significantly more mobile data than usual, and the user recently installed a free premium version of a popular application from a third-party website. What is the most likely cause of these symptoms? Is it corrupted mobile operating system? They're dealing with unauthorized or malicious applications. They're dealing with limited internet connectivity, or their developer mode has been disabled. And the correct answer is they're dealing with unauthorized or malicious applications. So pop-up ads appearing outside of applications combined with increased data usage are classic signs of adware or malware. Installing applications from unofficial or third-party sources, this significantly increases the risk of malicious software. Next question. An Android user enables developer mode to install a custom theme. Shortly afterward, the device begins experiencing degraded performance, unexpected application behavior, and high background network traffic. Why does enabling developer mode increase security risk on a mobile device? Is it disables cellular data encryption that allows deeper system access and weakens built-in protections? It automatically installs unauthorized applications, or it prevents operating system updates from being applied? And the correct answer is it allows deeper system access and weakens built-in protection. So developer mode exposes advanced features such as USB debugging and application side loading, which can reduce the effectiveness of the mobile operating system security controls. And this makes it easier for hardware or unauthorized applications to gain elevated access, leading to performance issues and increased network activity. And our final question is, a user installs what appears to be a legitimate banking application. The app has the correct logo and interface, but after installation, the device begins redirecting the user to unfamiliar websites and prompting repeated login attempts. Which security issue is the user most likely experiencing? Are they dealing with root access, limited internet connectivity, application spoofing, or data usage limit enforcement? And the correct answer is they're dealing with application spoofing. So application spoofing, this occurs when a malicious app imitates a legitimate application to trick users into providing credentials or sensitive data. These apps often look authentic, but exhibit abnormal behavior, such as redirects, excessive permissions, or repeated login prompts. All right, so when most people think about IT troubleshooting, they imagine replacing hardware, fixing blue screens, or getting a printer to finally cooperate. Security issues don't always feel as hands-on or exciting, but here's the reality. Security problems are some of the most common, disruptive, and dangerous issues that you're going to face as an IT technician, especially at the entry level. So on the CompTIA A+ exam, security troubleshooting is a big deal, not because you're expected to be a cybersecurity expert, but because you are often the first line of defense. Users do not call the security operations center, they call the help desk. They call you, and the symptoms they describe are rarely clear or technical. They say things like, my computer is acting weird, or I keep getting pop-ups, or my files are gone. Well, guess what? This video, I'm going to walk you through exactly how to recognize, understand, and troubleshoot common PC security issues. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so one of the most important concepts for A+ students to understand is this. Symptoms are not the same as causes. A user might report that they can't access the network. That doesn't automatically mean there's a network outage. It could be malware. They might see antivirus alerts popping up constantly. That doesn't automatically mean the system is infected. It could be a fake antivirus software trying to scare them into clicking something. And the CompTIA exam loves scenarios where multiple symptoms point towards a security issue, not a single obvious clue. But guess what? Your job as a technician is to slow down, observe patterns, and avoid any knee-jerk reactions. All right, so let's start with the most frequently tested and encountered security-related symptoms. And the first one is you are unable to access the network. So when a user says that they can't get on the internet, most people immediately think of bad Wi-Fi or a down router. But from a security troubleshooting perspective, this symptom raises red flags because malware can interfere with network connectivity in several ways. Some malicious programs, they intentionally block internet access to prevent antivirus updates, and others, they modify DNS settings so traffic is redirected through malicious servers. And in some cases, a firewall rule may be changed without the user's knowledge. Now, from a troubleshooting standpoint, you should ask questions like, does the device connect to the network but not the internet? Do other devices on the network work fine? And did the issue appear suddenly after clicking a link or opening an attachment? Because on the exam, a sudden loss of network access combined with pop-ups, alerts, or file issues, this strongly suggests malware rather than a hardware failure. All right, so moving on, one of the most common security symptoms, especially on Windows systems, is unexpected desktop alerts. Now, these alerts might look official. They may use logos, shields, warning symbols, and technical language, and they often claim that your system is infected, immediate action is required, or click here to clean your PC. But here's the key thing to remember. Legitimate antivirus software does not aggressively scare users into clicking pop-ups. Fake alerts are usually generated by rogue security software or malicious browser extensions, and their goal is simple: panic the user into clicking, downloading, and paying. Now, from a troubleshooting standpoint, your first instinct should not be to click anything. Instead, verify whether the alert matches the installed antivirus software. Also verify that the antivirus software is even installed at all, and also verify that the alert appears when no browser is open. Now, on the exam, just understand that false alerts, these are a classic sign of rogue antivirus or scareware. All right, next we have fake alerts about antivirus protection. So this is closely related to desktop alerts, but CompTIA separates it for a reason. False antivirus alerts, they often claim that your antivirus subscription has expired, you have hundreds of threats that are detected, and you must renew immediately. Now, these alerts are especially dangerous because they exploit trust. Users believe antivirus software is supposed to warn them, and attackers, they take advantage of that belief. Now, as a technician, your role is to validate the source of the alert, so you want to check whether the antivirus dashboard shows the same warning. You want to check whether the alert appears even when the antivirus software is closed. You also want to check to see if the system suddenly has a new antivirus that's been installed without user consent. Now, on the exam, this symptom strongly points to malicious software that's impersonating security tools. All right, next we have altered system or personal files. So few things alarm users more than missing or altered files, and for good reason. This symptom often indicates a serious security problem. So when it comes to missing or renamed files, so when files suddenly disappear or have strange names or extensions, you should immediately think of malware or ransomware. Ransomware, this often encrypts files and changes their extensions. And other malware, it may hide files to confuse users to prevent system recovery. And some common red flags include files named with random characters, or you got new file extensions that the user does not recognize, or you have files that have been replaced with README or instruction files. Now, from an exam perspective, just understand that missing or renamed files are almost always never accidental, and this symptom nearly always points to malicious activity. And then we have the inability to access files. So sometimes files aren't gone, but the user cannot open them, and they may receive access denied messages or corrupted file errors. Now, this can happen when malware changes file permissions, files are encrypted, or the user profile is compromised. Now, for troubleshooting, this means checking file permissions, scanning for malware, and verifying backups. Now, on the A+ exam, just understand that file access issues combined with other symptoms, this strongly suggests that security has been compromised. And then we have unwanted notifications within the operating system. So if a user complains that Windows keeps showing notifications that they did not ask for, then your security senses should start tingling. And these notifications may advertise fake system optimizers, free virus scans, browser extensions, and software updates that are not real. Now, in many cases, these notifications come from malicious apps that have been installed without consent, browser push notifications that have been enabled accidentally, or adware that's embedded in free software. And this is extremely common in the real world, and CompTIA expects you to recognize it. Now, the key troubleshooting step is determining where the notification originates. Is it the operating system, a browser, or an installed application? And then you have operating system update failures. Now, at first glance, failed operating system updates may not sound like a security issue, but they absolutely can be, because malware can often block updates, because security patches could remove vulnerabilities that it relies upon, and antivirus updates can detect it, and system integrity checks can expose it. Now, if a system suddenly cannot update after previously working fine, and especially if it coincides with other symptoms, the malware should be considered. Now, on the exam, just understand that operating system updates combined with performance issues or alerts, this often indicates system compromise rather than simple misconfigurations. All right, so let's move on to talk about some browser-related security symptoms. Now, modern attacks, they heavily target web browsers because that's where users spend most of their time, and CompTIA places special emphasis on browser-based symptoms for this reason. So the first one we're going to talk about is random or frequent pop-ups. Now, pop-ups are one of the oldest tricks in the book, and they're still incredibly effective. If a user reports pop-ups appearing outside of a browser on a legitimate website or immediately after they boot, then you are likely dealing with adware or a malicious browser extension. From a troubleshooting standpoint, you should check install browser extensions, reset the browser settings, and scan for malware. Also on the exam, just understand that frequent pop-ups, these are one of the clearest indicators of browser-based malware. Then there's certificate warnings. Now, certificate warnings, they often confuse users because they sound technical and scary, because these warnings may say stuff like your connection is not private, this certificate cannot be trusted, or attackers may be trying to steal your information. Now, while certificate warnings can be legitimate, they can also indicate a man-in-the-middle attack, DNS hijacking, or malicious proxies. Now, on the exam, just understand that unexpected certificate warnings, especially on a trusted website, this is a major red flag. Then there's the browser redirection. So browser redirection, this occurs when a user types one website but ends up on another. And this is often caused by malicious extensions, altered DNS settings, or adware. Now, redirection is dangerous because users may not realize they're on a fake site designed to steal their credentials. And from a troubleshooting standpoint, checking browser settings, DNS configurations, and extensions is extremely critical. And then we have degraded browser performance. So slow browsers aren't always a performance issue. They can be a security issue. The malware, it may consume CPU and memory, inject ads into web pages, and monitor browsing behavior. Now, if the browser is slow, but the rest of the system seems fine, then that's a strong hint that the issue is browser-specific malware. Now, on the exam, degraded browser performance combined with pop-ups or redirection, this points to malicious software and not outdated hardware. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all this up. So CompTIA doesn't just want you to memorize symptoms. They want you to connect symptoms to likely causes. So for example, network access issues plus fake antivirus alerts, this equals malware. Missing files plus renamed extensions, this equals ransomware. Browser redirects plus pop-ups, this equals malicious extensions. And operating system update failures plus desktop alerts, this equals a compromised system. And your job is not to jump to conclusions, but to recognize the patterns. So why does all of this matter? Well, security troubleshooting isn't about fear. It's about awareness. And at the entry level, you won't be writing intrusion detection rules or analyzing packet captures, but you will be protecting users from scams, data loss, and downtime, because you're going to be the person who notices that something isn't right and takes action before it gets worse. So if you're preparing for the CompTIA A+ exam, mastering these symptoms will give you more than just test confidence. It's going to give you real-world credibility. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a user reports that their computer suddenly cannot access the internet. Other devices on the same network work normally, and the user also mentions seeing frequent pop-up warnings claiming their antivirus subscription has expired. What is the most likely cause? Is this a faulty network interface card? Is it an incorrect wireless security key? Is it malware or rogue antivirus software? Or is it an ISP service outage? And the correct answer is this is malware or rogue antivirus software. So when network access issues occur only on one system and are combined with fake or aggressive antivirus alerts, this strongly indicates malware or rogue antivirus software. And these threats may block internet access to prevent updates or trick users into clicking malicious links. Now on the CompTIA A+ exam, this combination of symptoms, this points to a security issue and not a hardware or ISP problem. Next question. The user states that many of their personal files have strange new file extensions and can no longer be opened. A text file on the desktop demands payment to restore access. What type of security issue is most likely responsible? Is this adware, spyware, ransomware, or a browser hijacker? And the correct answer is this is ransomware. So ransomware, this commonly encrypts files, changes their names and extensions, and prevents access until a ransom is paid. The presence of a payment message is a key indicator. And for the A+ exam, missing or renamed files combined with access denial, this is a classic ransomware scenario. And our final question is, a user complains that their web browser is slow, frequently redirects them to unfamiliar websites, and displays pop-ups even when visiting trusted sites. What is the best initial area for an IT technician to check? Should they check the CPU and RAM usage in Task Manager? Should they check the browser extensions and add-ons? Should they check the operating system power settings? Or should they check the display driver configurations? And the correct answer is they're going to check the browser extensions and add-ons. So browser redirection, excessive pop-ups, and degraded performance, all of that are strong indicators of malicious browser extensions or adware. And CompTIA expects technicians to first inspect browser-level components before moving on to deeper system troubleshooting. In hardware or display settings, this would not cause these symptoms. All right, so let's get something straight right out the gate. A lot of people think IT support is about fixing computers, and yes, that's part of it. But what separates an average technician from a trusted, promotable, professional IT technician is documentation. So if you ever worked in IT, you already know this truth. If it isn't documented, then it didn't happen. And this objective is all about teaching you how IT actually works in the real world, not just how to fix something, but how to track, communicate, manage, and protect information in a professional environment. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start off with talking about exactly why does documentation matter. So imagine this scenario. A user calls the help desk because their computer will not turn on. You troubleshoot it, you swap the power supply, and you get them back to work, and you think the problem is resolved. Now, fast forward 3 months, that same computer fails again. A different technician works the ticket, and there's no record of the previous power supply management. So now time has been wasted, money is wasted, the user is frustrated, and management starts asking questions. Well, that is what poor documentation does, because good documentation, this saves time, it prevents repeated mistakes, it protects the company legally, it makes you look professional, and it makes promotions possible. Now understand that CompTIA is not testing your ability to type notes. They're testing whether you understand how IT teams stay organized, accountable, and efficient. All right, so let's move on to talk about ticketing systems. So if IT were a hospital, the ticketing system would be the patient chart, because everything starts here. A ticketing system is used to log, track, update, and resolve support issues. And whether you're working at a small company or a Fortune 500 enterprise, you will use one. And some popular examples include a company called ServiceNow. You got Jira Service Management, Zendesk, Freshservice, and Spiceworks. But the specific software does not matter for the exam. What does matter is what information goes into a ticket. And the first bit of information is the user information. So who is experiencing the problem? Because every ticket starts with the user, and at a minimum, proper documentation includes the user's name, their username or employee ID, the department they work in, some type of contact information, and their location information. Now, why is this important? Because IT support isn't just about fixing things. It's about fixing things for people. And user information, this helps you verify identity, prioritize critical roles, understand the business impact, and route tickets correctly. Now, on the exam, you want to expect scenarios where missing user information slows down resolution or can cause miscommunications. Another piece of information is device information. So exactly which device is affected. So proper documentation, this should include the device type, an asset tag or ID number, the make and model, the operating system, and the IP address or host name. Now, this is critical because some issues are device specific. You have some type of warranties that may apply, or configuration differences will matter, and replacement decisions will depend upon this information. Now, from an A+ perspective, just understand that device documentation, this ties directly into asset management, which we'll cover shortly. You also need a description of the issue. Now, this is where many new technicians struggle because a bad issue looks like my computer is broken. Well, a good issue description, it looks like this. The user reports system powers on but displays no video output. The fan spin, the power LED is on. There's no post beeps heard. That is a good description. And the reason why is because clear descriptions, they reduce guesswork. They help other technicians jump in, they can speed up escalation, and they can improve first call resolution rates. Now, understand that CompTIA expects you to understand that clear, concise written communication. This is a technical skill and not a soft skill. You got categories. So ticket categories, they can help IT teams stay organized. Some examples include you got hardware, software, network security, account access, email, and printer issues. And why does any of this matter? Because categories, they can improve reporting, help spot recurring issues, and route tickets automatically, in addition to helping management allocate resources. Now, for the exam, just understand that categories are about classification, not urgency. Then we have severity. And severity, this answers one key question. How much is this impacting the business? So typical severity levels might include low, you got medium, you got high, and you got critical. And severity, this can affect response times, escalation, and SLA requirements. Now, this is where CompTIA wants you to think beyond the individual user and consider business impact. And then there's escalation levels. So not every technician knows every single thing, and that is okay. And escalation levels, they define when a ticket moves to tier 2 or tier 3, when specialists are involved, or when management has to get notified. And good documentation, this ensures that the next technician doesn't start from scratch, and previous troubleshooting steps are visible, and time is not wasted repeating work. Now, as far as the exam is concerned, you need to expect scenarios where proper escalation will depend upon accurate documentation. You also have progress notes. And progress notes, these are ongoing updates that are added to a ticket. And they include troubleshooting steps that have been taken, any changes made, any tests performed, and any communication with the user. So an example could be you rebooted the system, you verified the BIOS and detected the SSD, you ran the Windows startup repair, and the issue still persists. Now, why are progress notes important? Well, they show some effort, they prevent duplicated work, and they protect you if something goes wrong later. Now, from a real world standpoint, just understand that progress notes are your professional paper trail. And then there's issue resolution. So the final step in any ticket is resolution documentation. And this should include the root cause, how you fixed it, any verification steps taken, and user confirmation that everything is A-OK. So an example of this could be you write something like replace the failed SSD, you reinstall Windows 11, you restore the user data from backup, and the user confirmed the system is functioning normally. Understand that CompTIA wants you to understand that closing a ticket without documentation is a failure, even if you fix the issue. All right, so let's move on and talk about asset management. So asset management, this is about tracking hardware, software, and resources throughout their life cycle. And as it relates to IT, if you don't know what you own, then you can possibly overspend. You can have undersecured devices, you can fail audits, and you can possibly increase downtime. All right, so let's talk about inventory lists. And this is your foundation because inventory lists, they track computers, servers, network devices, mobile devices, printers, and software licenses. An inventory list, they typically include your asset IDs, your make and model, the date you purchased this stuff, any warranty information, and the user that the device is assigned to. Now, this is essential for budgeting, upgrades, and compliance. You also have this thing called CMDB, or Configuration Management Database. And this takes inventory one step further. It doesn't just list your assets, but it shows relationships. So for example, it can show you which server hosts which applications, which switch connects to which router, and which user is assigned to which laptop. Now, CompTIA does not expect you to build a CMDB, but it does expect you to understand what it does and why it matters. You also have asset tags and IDs. So asset tags are physical labels that are attached to devices, and they help identify equipment quickly, prevent theft, track ownership, and link physical devices to digital records. Now, as far as the exam is concerned, just understand that asset tags tie directly into inventory management, ticket documentation, and device tracking. You also have the procurement life cycle. So assets, they go through stages. There's the request stage, approval, purchase, deployment, maintenance, and retirement and disposal. Now, proper documentation, this ensures budget accuracy, compliance, and secure data destruction. And this is especially important in regulated industries. You have warranty and licensing. So documentation should track hardware warranties, software licenses, and renewal dates. And missing this information, this can lead to paying for repairs unnecessarily, software audits and fines, and potential legal risks. Understand that CompTIA, they love scenarios where failure to document your licensing can cause problems, so be prepared for that. You also have assigned users. So every asset should be associated with a specific user, a department, and a location, because this improves security, support efficiency, and responsibility tracking. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the different types of documentation that CompTIA expects you to recognize. So the first one is called an incident report. And incident reports, they document security breaches, outages, policy violations, and major failures. Basically, they include what happened, when did it happen, who was affected, the actions taken, and any lessons learned. So just understand that incident reports are critical for legal protection and future prevention. You also have what is called an SOP, and these are step-by-step instructions for common tasks. And examples could be software installation procedures, password reset processes, and backup verification steps. Understand that A+ specifically mentions custom software installation procedures, which ensure consistency across systems. You also have new user and onboarding checklists. So onboarding documentation, this ensures that new hires get user accounts, email access, required software, they get assigned a device, and they get some type of security training, because all of this can reduce mistakes and speed up productivity. You also have user offboarding checklists, and offboarding is just as important as onboarding, because proper documentation, this ensures that accounts are disabled, devices are returned, data is secured, and access is revoked. And this is a huge security topic for the exam. Then there's the service level agreement. So SLAs, they define expectations. Internal SLAs apply within the organization, and external SLAs apply to third-party vendors. And basically, they define response times, resolution times, and escalation paths. So when it comes to the exam, just understand that CompTIA wants you to comprehend that SLAs, they rely heavily on accurate documentation. And then you have knowledge-based articles, and they contain how-to guides, FAQs, and troubleshooting steps. And these things can help reduce ticket volume, improve self-service, and standardize solutions, because good documentation today becomes a knowledge-based article tomorrow. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So here is the big takeaway. Documentation is not busy work. It is not optional, and it is not something that is extra for you to do. Documentation is IT support, and the CompTIA exam is testing whether you understand that tickets tell the story, assets tell the inventory, documents protect the business, and clear communication builds trust. So remember, good technicians, they fix problems. Great technicians, they document them so they don't happen again. And with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a technician resolves a user's issue, but fails to document the troubleshooting steps and final fix in the ticketing system. Later, the issue occurs again and must be investigated from scratch. Which best practice was not followed? Is it asset tagging? Is it clear, concise written communication, proper escalation procedures, or severity classification? And the correct answer is clear, concise, written communication. So documenting troubleshooting steps and final resolutions in a ticket is a key part of clear, concise, written communication. Progress notes and resolution details. This ensures that future technicians do not repeat the same work and can quickly understand what was already done, because without documentation, time and resources are wasted. Next question. Which type of documentation is most useful for ensuring consistent installation of a customized software package across multiple systems? Is this an incident report, a knowledge-based article, a standard operating procedure, or a service level agreement? And the correct answer is this is a standard operating procedure. So in SOP, this provides step-by-step instructions for performing a task the same way every single time. The CompTIA A+, this specifically references custom software installation procedures as an example of SOP documentation used to ensure consistency, reduce errors, and streamline support processes. And our final question is, an IT department needs to track hardware relationships, assign users, warranty information, and how devices connect to each other. Which system best supports this requirement? Is this a ticketing system, a configuration management database, a knowledge base, or an incident response report? And the correct answer is this is a configuration management database. So with CMDB, this goes beyond a basic inventory list by tracking assets and their relationships, such as which devices are assigned to users and how systems depend on one another. And this information is critical for troubleshooting, change management, and business continuity planning. All right, so imagine this scenario. You're working IT support and a manager asks you to update the software on several computers, replace a network switch, change a group policy setting, and install a new security tool. Well, all of that sounds routine. But what if the update breaks a business critical application? The switch replacement takes down the office network, or the policy change locks users out, or the security tool conflicts with existing software. Well, that's exactly why change management exists. Change management is not about red tape. It's about preventing downtime, data loss, and angry users. And yes, CompTIA absolutely expects you to understand this concept. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's begin by talking about change management. Now, at its core, change management, this is a structured way to plan changes, document them, analyze risks, get approval, implement safety, and roll back if things go wrong. It also ensures changes are intentional, controlled, and recoverable. So for the A+ exam, you're not expected to run change management, but you are expected to understand how it works, follow procedures, and recognize proper versus improper changes. All right, so let's talk about documented business processes. So every organization that takes IT seriously has documented business processes. And these are written procedures that define how changes are requested, who approves them, how they're tested, how they're implemented, and what happens if they fail. So let's go ahead and break down the key components that CompTIA says you need to know. The first is the rollback plan. So a rollback plan answers one simple question. What do we do if this change fails? Now, no matter how confident you are, things can go wrong. And a rollback plan, this ensures you can restore systems to their previous working state. Some examples include reverting to an older software version, restoring a previous configuration file, rolling back a driver update, or re-enabling a disabled service. Now, for the exam, if you see a question mentioning the ability to revert changes or returning systems to a previous state, then they're talking about a rollback plan. And we also have a backup plan. Now, a rollback plan, this often depends on one critical thing, and that is a backup. And a backup plan, this ensures data is backed up before changes, systems can be restored if needed, and no critical information is lost. Some examples include a full system image before an operating system upgrade, file backups before storage changes, and configuration backups before network changes. I understand that CompTIA loves this concept, so expect scenarios where the correct action before making a change is you want to verify backups exist and are current. Then there's sandbox testing. So a sandbox is a testing environment that mimics production but does not impact real users. So think of it as a test lab, a virtual environment, or a staging system. In sandbox testing, this allows IT staff to test updates, validate configurations, and identify issues early. So why does this matter? Well, testing changes directly in production is risky, and sandbox testing reduces downtime, user disruption, and unexpected failures. Now, as an exam tip, If a question mentions testing changes before deployment, they're talking about sandbox testing. And then we have responsible staff members. So change management isn't a free-for-all. Every change has assigned responsibility. And this includes who requested the change, who approved it, who implemented it, and who tested it. Now, why does this matter? Well, it matters for accountability, audit trails, and clear communication. And on the exam, this may appear as an assigned technician, responsible party, or authorized personnel. They're talking about responsible staff members. All right, so let's go ahead and move into talking about the formal change management process. Now, most organizations, they use change management request forms, and these are structured documents that capture all relevant details about a change. And some common information on these request forms are as follows. You're going to discuss the purpose of the change, scope of the change type, the date and time the change is going to happen, the affected systems, the risk level, and the approval signatures for the change. Because if it is not documented, it didn't happen, at least as far as IT is concerned. So let's talk about the purpose of the change. So every change should have a clear purpose. Some examples could be you're going to improve performance, fix a bug, address a security vulnerability, or support a new business requirement. Now, on the exam, you may be asked to identify whether a change is justified or whether the purpose aligns with business needs. You got the scope of the change, and this defines what systems are affected, how many users are impacted, and whether the change is localized or widespread. A small scope, this is when you're updating like one workstation or changing a single user account. A large scope, this is network-wide updates, server migrations, and enterprise software upgrades. So just remember that a larger scope, this always equals a higher risk. You have change types. And this is a big exam topic, so let's go ahead and slow down here for a second. So you have what are called standard changes, and these are low risk, routine, and they are pre-approved. And some examples include installing approved software, creating user accounts, or applying regular updates. And just understand that standard changes usually do not require change board approval. You have what is called a normal change, and these are planned, non-routine. However, they do require review and approval. And some examples could be server upgrades, network configuration changes, or application deployments. And most significant IT changes do fall into this category. You also have what is called an emergency change, and these are time sensitive, high urgency, and they often bypass normal approval processes. And some examples could be patching an actively exploited vulnerability or restoring critical services after an outage. So just understand that emergency changes, they still require documentation even after the fact. Now, as an exam tip, if the scenario involves immediate security threats, some type of system outage, or business disruption, they're talking about an emergency change. And then we have date and time of change. So timing matters in IT because changes are often scheduled during maintenance windows or off-peak hours. And the reason why is because fewer users will be affected. There's an easier rollback process, and it reduces the overall business impact. You have what are called change freeze periods. Now, a change freeze, this is a period when changes are restricted or prohibited, and this is common during holidays, peak business seasons, and financial close periods. An example of this could be retail companies. They often freeze changes during major shopping seasons. And on the exam, a change attempted during a freeze is usually incorrect. You also have what is called a maintenance window, and this is a scheduled time when the changes are allowed, and this helps set expectations, minimize disruptions, and coordinate with other teams. And then we have affected systems and impacts. So every change should identify which systems are affected, who is impacted, and what services may be disrupted. And this includes end user systems, servers, network devices, and applications. So the broader the impact, the more scrutiny the change requires. There's also risk analysis, and this evaluates the likelihood of a failure, the potential impact, and the severity of consequences. And you have your low, medium, high risk levels, and just understand that higher risk changes, they usually require more testing, more approvals, and detailed rollback plans. You also have change board approvals. So in many organizations, significant changes require approval from a change advisory board, or the CAB. And basically the CAB reviews proposed changes, they evaluate the risks, and they approve or reject requests. Now, as an entry-level technician, you're unlikely to sit on the CAB, but you will follow its decisions. Then there's the implementation. So once approved, the change is implemented according to the plan, and this includes following documented steps, monitoring systems, and being prepared to roll back. Now, understand that unplanned deviations during implementations, this will be a red flag. And you also have peer reviews. So peer review, this involves another technician reviewing the change plan, the configuration, and the implementation steps. And all of this helps catch errors, oversights, and security risks. I understand that CompTIA loves peer reviews because it reinforces checks and balances. Then you also have end user acceptance. So after the implementation, the final step is end user acceptance. And this confirms that the change achieved its goal. Users can work normally, and there are no unexpected issues that currently exist. Now, if the users cannot do their job, then the change is not complete, even if it technically worked. So just understand that. All right, so exactly how does all of this show up on the exam? Well, CompTIA is going to test change management through scenarios and not definitions. So you want to look for clues like missing documentation, no backup or rollback plan, unauthorized changes, changes made during a freeze, or high-risk changes without approval. And the correct answers usually involve documentation, testing, approval, and planning. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all of this up. So here's the big lesson. Good IT is not about how fast you can make changes. It's about how safely you can make them. Even at the help desk level, change management protects users, systems, and ultimately your job. So following change management procedures, this shows your professionalism, accountability, and maturity as an IT technician. And that's exactly what CompTIA and your employer wants to see. So with that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician is preparing to deploy a new application to multiple user workstations. Before making the change, the technician creates a system image and documents steps to restore the previous configuration if the deployment fails. Which change management concept is the technician primarily addressing? Is he addressing sandbox testing, a rollback plan, end user acceptance, or a change freeze? And the correct answer is a rollback plan. So a rollback plan, this defines the steps required to return systems to a previous known good state if a change causes issues. Creating a system image and documenting restoration steps ensures the technician can undo the change if necessary. Sandbox testing, this occurs before deployment. End user acceptance happens after. And a change freeze, this refers to restricted periods for making changes. Next question. A company experiences an unexpected security breach that is actively disrupting business operations. IT staff immediately applies a critical patch without waiting for formal change board approval, documenting the change afterward. What type of change is this? Is this a standard change, a normal change, a change freeze exception, or an emergency change? And the correct answer is this is an emergency change. So emergency changes are implemented immediately to address urgent issues such as security incidents, system outages, or critical failures. While documentation and review still occur, they often happen after the change due to time sensitivity. Standard changes are routine and pre-approved, while normal changes require prior review and approval. And our final question is, an organization schedules a network upgrade during a predefined maintenance window and ensures the change request includes affected systems, risk level, and approval from the change advisory board. Which change management objective is being best demonstrated? Is it documented business processes, peer review, end user acceptance, or sandbox testing? And the correct answer is documented business processes. So documented business processes define how changes are planned, approved, scheduled, and implemented, including change requests, approvals, risk analysis, and maintenance windows, demonstrates adherence to formal change management procedures, peer review, and end user acceptance. These are specific steps within the process. While sandbox testing, this focuses on pre-deployment testing. All right, so let's start with an uncomfortable truth. Many people do not care about backups until something breaks. A laptop gets stolen, a Windows update goes sideways, a ransomware pop-up appears at 8:15 a.m. on a Monday, or a user casually says, yeah, all my files were on that drive. Well, this is where you, the IT professional, steps in. Understand that CompTIA doesn't expect you to design enterprise disaster recovery plans or architect multi-region cloud redundancy, but it does expect you to understand how backups work, how recoveries work, and how to apply both in real-world workstation scenarios. So guess what? That's what this video is all about. So let's go. All right, so let's talk about why backups actually matter. So from CompTIA's perspective, backups exist for one reason, and that is to reduce downtime and data loss. Now, in the real world, backups, they protect user files, configuration data, application data, system images, and they provide business continuity. From an exam perspective, CompTIA wants you to know which backup types make sense in a given scenario, how long recovery is going to take, what risk exists if backups aren't tested, and where backups are stored and why. Now, understand that backups, they are about trade-offs. We're talking about speed versus storage, simplicity versus flexibility, and cost versus risk. So with that being said, let's break it all down. All right, so the CompTIA A+ exam focuses on 4 backup types. You got full, incremental, differential, and what is called a synthetic full. Now, you don't just need the definitions, you need to understand how they behave over time. So let's start with the full backup. So a full backup, this copies everything. We're talking about all the selected files, all the folders, all the data, everything. Now, what it might look like. Well, you might run a full backup on a Monday night, another on a Tuesday night, and another on a Wednesday night. And each backup stands alone. Now, what are the pros of this? Well, this is the easiest to restore because you only need one backup set to do the restoration, and it is simple and reliable. However, the cons are this takes the longest time, it uses the most storage, and it is network intensive. Now, the exam takeaway for all of this is that if CompTIA mentions a simple restore, a single backup set, or high storage usage, then they're talking about a full backup. Next, we have what is called an incremental backup. In an incremental backup, this copies only the data that has changed since the last backup of any type. An example timeline will be something like this. On Monday, you do a full backup. On Tuesday, you're going to do an incremental backup where it's only going to save the changes that have been made since Monday. Wednesday, you're going to do another incremental backup where it saves the changes that have been made since Tuesday. And Thursday, you're going to do another incremental backup where it saves the changes that were made since Wednesday. Now, what are the pros of this? Well, this provides for fast backups, minimal storage usage, and this is very efficient for daily backups. The cons, it offers slow restoration. It requires every backup in the chain. And if one incremental backup is corrupted, then the recovery may fail. Now, an exam takeaway for this is that if CompTIA mentions fast daily backups, minimal storage, or the longest recovery time, then they're talking about an incremental backup. And then we have what is called a differential backup. Now, a differential backup, this copies all changes since the last full backup. So an example timeline of this might be you do a full backup on Monday, then Tuesday you do a differential where it saves the changes since Monday. Wednesday, you do another differential, and it's going to save the changes that were made since Monday. And Thursday, you're going to do another differential where it's going to save the changes that were made since Monday. And each differential grows larger over time. Now, the pros are this offers faster restores than incremental. You only need the full backup plus the latest differential. And this offers a good balance between speed and storage. The cons, this uses more space than incremental, and the backup size increases daily. Now, the exam takeaway for this is if CompTIA mentions a balanced approach, faster recovery than incremental, or growing backup size, then they're talking about a differential backup. And then we have what is called a synthetic full backup. Now, this is where things get a little more enterprise-ish, but CompTIA still expects familiarity. So a synthetic full backup is created by taking an existing full backup, merging incremental backups into it, and then creating a new full backup without recopying all the data from the original system. Now, the pros are this reduces the system load, it's faster than traditional full backups, and this is efficient for large environments. The cons are this is more complex and it requires backup software support. And the exam takeaway is this. If CompTIA mentions combining incrementals into a full or reducing the system load or server-side processing, then they're talking about synthetic full backups. All right, so let's move on and talk about recovery methods. Now, backups are only half the story. The real test is recovery, and CompTIA focuses on 2 recovery approaches. You have what is called an in-place or an overwrite, and then what is called an alternative location. So let's talk about the in-place recovery. And basically, this restores data back to the original location, overriding what's currently there. So when is this thing used? Well, it's used during system corruption, ransomware cleanup, operating system failures, or if the user deleted some important files. Now, the pros are this is simple, it restores the system to a known state, and it requires minimal user involvement. The cons, this overwrites existing data, and this is risky if the backup is outdated. Now, an exam clue is if CompTIA mentions restoring to the original location or overwriting the corrupted files, then they're talking about an in-place recovery. And then we have what is called the alternative location recovery. And this restores data to a different location, like another folder, an external drive, a network share, or some temporary directory. So when is it used? Well, it's used for verifying backup integrity, recovering individual files, and avoiding overwriting good data. The pros are this is safer, it allows for comparison, and this is ideal for file level restores. The cons, this requires manual cleanup, and this is slower for full system restores. Now, an exam clue is this. If CompTIA mentions restoring to a different folder, avoiding overwrites, or testing backups, then they're talking about alternative location recovery. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about backup testing. So here's a hard truth from the real world. An untested backup is just a hope. CompTIA explicitly mentions backup testing frequency, which tells you how important this is. So why backup testing matters? Well, backups can fail because of corrupted files, permission issues, storage failures, misconfigured backup jobs, or ransomware encrypting backups as well. And testing, this ensures that the data is actually recoverable, the restore procedures actually work, and the recovery time is acceptable. Now, how often should backups be tested? Well, CompTIA does not give a specific number, but it expects you to understand regular testing. And common practices include monthly test restores, quarterly full recovery tests, and then testing after major system changes. Now, from the exam perspective, if CompTIA mentions verifying backup integrity, periodic restore testing, or ensuring recoverability, then the correct answer involves testing backups regularly and not just taking them. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about backup rotation schemes. So backing up data every day without a plan, this can lead to full disks, confusing restore points, and wasted storage. And that's why rotation schemes exist. And the first type we're going to talk about are on-site versus off-site backups. So an on-site backup, this is when your data is stored locally. It provides for faster restores. However, it is vulnerable to theft, fire, and floods. Off-site backups, they're stored in another location. You're dealing with cloud or remote data centers, and they protect against physical disasters. And when it comes to the exam, here is the rule of thumb. Your best practice is to implement both on-site and off-site. However, if CompTIA mentions fire, flood, theft, disaster recovery, or business continuity, then they're specifically talking about off-site backups. And then we have what is called the grandfather, father-son backup scheme. And this is a time-based rotation model. So how does this work? Well, the son, this equals daily backups. The father, this equals weekly backups. And the grandfather, this represents monthly backups. And each level replaces older backups on the schedule. So why does this work? Well, this keeps multiple restore points. It protects against long-term data corruption, and it balances storage usage. So an example of this would be you're doing your daily incremental backups, then you're doing your weekly full backups, and then you're doing your monthly archive backups that are off-site. Now, as it relates to the exam, if CompTIA mentions daily, weekly, monthly, they say something about a rotation schedule or long-term retention, then they're talking about the grandfather, father-son backup rotation. And then we have what is called the 3-2-1 backup rule. So if you remember one thing, remember this, the 3-2-1 rule. That means you have 3 copies of your data, 2 different storage types, and 1 copy that is sitting somewhere off-site. So an example of this could be you have your original data that is saved on your workstation, but you also have a backup copy on an external hard drive, and you also have another copy of that data sitting in the cloud somewhere. So why does this matter? Well, this protects against hardware failures, it protects against ransomware, and it protects against disasters. As this relates to the exam, if CompTIA mentions best practice, multiple copies, different media, or offsite storage, then they're more than likely talking about the 3-2-1 rule. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So why does any of this matter for your IT career? Well, at the entry level, you will not be designing backup systems. However, you will be restoring data. You will be explaining backup failures to users, and you will be blamed if the backups do not work. So understanding backups, this can build trust, credibility, and your problem solving skills. And yes, it can help you pass the exam and eventually help you keep your job. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an organization performs a full backup every Sunday. On Monday through Friday, the backup system copies only the data that is changed since the last backup of any type. On Friday, the system must restore all data from Thursday. Which backup type is being used during the week? Is it a full backup, differential, incremental, or a synthetic full? And the correct answer is this is an incremental backup. So an incremental backup, this captures only the data that has changed since the most recent backup, whether the backup was full or incremental. This results in smaller, faster daily backups, but requires every backup in the chain to restore data successfully. Next question. A technician needs to restore a single spreadsheet that was accidentally deleted. The technician wants to avoid overwriting any existing files and verify the contents before returning the file to the user. Which recovery method should be used? Should this be an in-place recovery, an overwrite recovery, a bare metal recovery, or an alternative location recovery? And the correct answer is an alternative location recovery. So an alternative location recovery, this restores data to a different folder or location instead of overwriting the original files. And this allows the technician to verify the restored data before placing it back into production. And our final question is, a company wants to protect workstation data from hardware failure, ransomware, and natural disasters. The IT department keeps one copy of data on the workstation, one copy on an external hard drive, and one copy stored in the cloud. Which best practice backup strategy is being followed? Is this the 3-2-1 backup rule, the grandfather, father-son backup rule, incremental backup rotation, or on-site only backup strategy? And the correct answer is this is the 3-2-1 backup rule. So the 3-2-1 backup rule states the following. Keep 3 copies of data, store the data on 2 different types of media, and maintain 1 copy off-site. This approach provides strong protection against data loss caused by system failure, malware, or physical disasters. All right, so let's start with the truth that every experienced IT technician eventually learns the hard way. And that is, most IT damage is not caused by hackers, viruses, or bad software. It is caused by humans. We're talking about dropped equipment, fried components, back injuries, electric shock, fire hazards, lost screws in a power supply, static discharge that kills the motherboard silently and instantly, and all that other crazy stuff. Now, this is why this objective exists. This objective isn't about theory. It's about protecting you, protecting the equipment, and protecting the organization. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so first let's talk about electrostatic discharge. So ESD, this is one of the most underestimated risks in IT support. You can't see it, you usually cannot feel it, but it can destroy sensitive electronics in a fraction of a second. Now, static electricity, which is what ESD is, this builds up in your body naturally. Whether you're walking on the carpet, sitting in a chair, pulling on clothing, or even just moving your arms, this can create enough charge to damage internal components. And here's the scary part. You don't need to feel a shock for ESD damage to occur. A component can be weakened or partially damaged, leading to mysterious failures weeks later. And that's why CompTIA takes ESD protection very seriously. All right, so let's talk about ESD straps. Now, an ESD strap, which is also known as an anti-static wrist strap, this is designed to safely discharge static electricity from your body before it reaches sensitive components. You wear it around your wrists and it connects to a grounded surface, usually the metal chassis of the computer or an ESD mat. Now, the idea is simple. You and the computer stay at the same electrical potential. Static electricity flows safely to the ground, and there are no sudden discharges through the components. Now, on the exam, CompTIA wants you to know that ESD straps should be worn snugly against the skin. They must be connected to a proper ground, and they are used when you are working inside of a computer. In the real world, wearing an ESD strap, this also sends a message that this technician knows what they're doing. You also have what are called ESD mats. Now, an ESD mat, this is an anti-static surface placed on a workbench or a desk, and it provides a safe area where components can rest without risk of static discharge. So here's why ESD mats matter. Well, they protect components while they're outside the system. They provide a grounding point for ESD straps, and they reduce static buildup in the work area. So think of the ESD strap as protecting you and the ESD mat as protecting everything else. Now, on the exam, you may see scenarios like a technician's working on a motherboard that's been placed directly on the desk, components are stacked on the carpet, and the RAM is sitting on a paper towel. Now, these are all red flags, and the correct answer almost always involves using an ESD mat and wrist strap. All right, so let's talk about electrical safety. Now, electricity does not care if you are certified. Electrical safety, this is all about understanding that computers are powered devices, and improper handling, this can lead to shock, injury, fire, or destroy your hardware. So we have what is called equipment grounding. So grounding, this ensures that excess electricity has a safe path to travel back to the earth. Without proper grounding, electricity may travel through unintended pathways like you. And proper grounding, this protects users from electric shock, it prevents damage to equipment, and it reduces the risk of fire. Now, CompTIA expects you to know that power supplies, they must be properly grounded, outlets should be grounded, and equipment should never be modified to bypass grounding. Now, if you see a scenario that involves a 3-prong plug being forced into a 2-prong outlet, or the ground pins have been removed, or you're dealing with ungrounded power strips, just understand that that is a safety violation both in real life and on the exam. All right, so we have proper component handling and storage. Now, computer components are tougher than they look, but also more fragile than people realize. Now, improper handling, this can cause bent pins, broken connectors, cracked circuit boards, or ESD damage. And the best practices that CompTIA wants you to follow are as follows. You need to hold the components by the edges. You need to avoid touching contacts or chips. You need to place the components on anti-static surfaces, and you never want to stack the components loosely. And also storage matters as well, because components should be stored in anti-static bags or stored in the original packaging when possible and kept in cool, dry environments. Now, on the exam, if you see someone tossing RAM onto a desk or carrying a motherboard under their arm, then you know that something is wrong. Then we have cable management. And cable management, this isn't just for aesthetics. This is a safety issue. Poor cable management, this can lead to tripping hazards, block airflow causing overheating, pinched or damaged cables, and it can lead to difficult troubleshooting. Now, good cable management, this improves airflow, accessibility, safety, and professional appearance. Now, CompTIA expects you to recognize that properly routing and securing cables, this reduces risk, not just clutter. You got anti-static bags, and these are designed to protect components from ESD during storage and transport. They shield components from external static, they prevent charge buildup, and they are specifically designed for electronics. Now, one of the classic exam traps is placing a component on top of an anti-static bag. Just understand that that is wrong. The outside of an anti-static bag can still hold static. The component should go inside of the bag and not on top of it. Next, there's compliance with government regulations. So safety regulations aren't optional in professional environments, and many are enforced by government and regulatory bodies. And this includes OSHA regulations, environmental disposal laws, and workplace safety standards. Now, CompTIA does not expect you to memorize laws, but they do expect you to understand that safety procedures are legally required. Non-compliance can lead to fines, lawsuits, or shutdowns. And IT professionals, they must follow established policies. Now, if the exam mentions government regulations, then the correct answer usually involves following established safety guidelines and not improvising. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about you, because the A+ exam isn't just about protecting computers. It's about protecting the technician performing the work. So the first thing you need to understand is you need to disconnect the power before repairing a PC. Now, this is one of the most important and most ignored rules. Before you open up a computer, shut it down, unplug it, remove the batteries if you're dealing with a laptop, and hold the power button to discharge residual electricity. Now, why does this matter? Well, this prevents electrical shock, it prevents short circuits, and it prevents accidental component damage. Now, on the exam, if someone opens a PC while it is plugged in, the correct answer is almost always disconnect the power first. But then there's proper lifting techniques. Now, IT work, this involves more physical labor than people realize because you're going to be dealing with servers, desktop monitors, UPS units, and all of that stuff can be heavy. And improper lifting, this can lead to back injuries, muscle strains, and long-term health issues. So here are the proper lifting techniques. First, you want to bend at the knees. Then you want to keep your back straight, lift with your legs, and get help for heavy objects. Understand that CompTIA wants you to recognize unsafe lifting situations and choose safer alternatives. Then there's fire safety. So computers, they do generate heat, and power supplies can spark, and dust buildup can ignite. In fire safety and IT, this includes keeping fire extinguishers accessible, knowing proper extinguisher types, avoiding overloaded circuits, and maintaining clean ventilated systems. So if you see smoke, sparks, or burning smells, you want to power down whatever device you're dealing with immediately, disconnect the power, and follow fire safety procedures, because this is not a quote unquote keep troubleshooting moment. Then there's safety goggles. Now, you might think safety goggles are overkill, but they're not, because they're important when you're dealing with cutting zip ties, drilling, using compressed air, or working with broken components, because flying debris can happen fast and eye injuries can be permanent. So on the exam, goggles, they often appear in scenarios involving physical repair, cleaning dust, and mechanical work. There's also air filter masks. So compressed air in old computers, they can release dust, metal particles, toner residue, and mold spores. An air filter mask, this can protect your respiratory system when cleaning systems, working in dusty environments, and handling old hardware. And this is especially relevant in server rooms, repair shops, and warehouses. All right, so how does all of this information appear on the actual exam? Well, CompTIA loves scenario-based questions for this objective. So you're not going to be asked a question like, what is an ESD strap? You're going to be asked something like, a technician is replacing RAM on a desktop placed on a carpet. What should they do first? And the correct answer isn't replace my RAM carefully. It's going to be use an ESD strap or mat. So when it comes to dealing with these questions, you always want to ask yourself this: what's unsafe here? What could cause injury or damage? And what safety step is missing? Now, just understand that entry-level jobs, these are typically hands-on jobs because you're going to be trusted with expensive equipment, user safety, and business continuity. And understand that companies do not fire techs for being slow. They fire technicians for being careless. So mastering safety procedures, this can help build trust, reduce accidents, make you employable, and keep you healthy. And from CompTIA's perspective, if you cannot work safely, then you are not ready to work professionally. With all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a technician is replacing a motherboard on a desktop computer placed on a carpeted floor. The technician is not wearing any protective equipment. What should the technician do first to prevent damage to the components? Should he place the motherboard on top of an anti-static bag? Should he wear an ESD wrist strap and connect it to a grounded surface? Should they use compressed air to remove dust from the system? Or should they hold the motherboard by the metal contacts? And the correct answer is they should wear an ESD wrist strap and connect it to a grounded surface. So electrostatic discharge, this can damage sensitive components even if the technician does not feel a shock. Wearing an ESD wrist strap connected to a grounded surface, this equalizes electrical potential and safely dissipates static electricity. Placing components on top of an anti-static bag or touching metal contacts, this can actually increase the risk of damage. Next question. A technician is preparing to open a desktop computer to replace a power supply. Which action is the most important for personal and equipment safety? Should they remove all internal cables before opening the case? Should they disconnect the power cable from the electrical outlet? Should they place the computer on an ESD mat? Or should they wear safety goggles? And the correct answer is they should disconnect the power cable from the electrical outlet. So before working on any computer hardware, the technician must disconnect power from the electrical outlet to prevent electrical shock or avoid damaging components. While ESD protection and personal protective equipment are important, disconnecting power is the most critical first step when working inside a PC. And our final question is, a technician is cleaning dust from the inside of an older desktop computer using compressed air. Which personal safety equipment is most appropriate for this task? Is it heat-resistant gloves, steel-toed boots, safety goggles and an air filter mask, or an ESD wrist strap? And the correct answer is safety goggles and an air filter mask. So cleaning dusty systems, this can release debris, metal particles, and contaminants into the air. Safety goggles, they protect the eyes, and an air filter mask, this protects the respiratory system. While an ESD wrist strap is useful for component protection, it does not address airborne hazards. All right, so when people think about IT, they usually imagine screens, cables, cloud services, or cybersecurity threats. What they don't immediately think about are things like battery disposal, humidity levels, airflow, dust, or power quality. Yet in the real world, these are some of the fastest ways to destroy equipment, lose data, and create safety hazards. That's why CompTIA included this objective. They're testing whether you understand that being an IT professional isn't just about software and troubleshooting, it's also about protecting people, equipment, and the environment. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start with something many entry-level techs have heard of but never actually read, and that is the Material Safety Data Sheet, commonly referred to as an MSDS, or now what's called the SDS, or the Safety Data Sheet. Well, an MSDS, this is essentially a manufacturer-provided document that explains how to safely handle, store, transport, and dispose of hazardous materials. In IT, you might not think you're working with hazardous materials, but you absolutely are. Just think about the batteries, the printer toner, the cleaning chemicals, and certain electronic components. Each of these can pose health risks, environmental risks, or both if handled incorrectly. And the MSDS, this answers questions like, is this material toxic? Can it cause burns or respiratory issues? What protective equipment should I wear? How should it be disposed of? Or what to do if something spills? Now, in many workplaces, knowing where the MSDS documentation is stored is a compliance requirement and not a suggestion. And as an IT tech, you don't need to memorize every MSDS, but you do need to know how to find it and when to reference it. All right, next we have proper battery disposal. So batteries, they are everywhere in IT. You got laptop batteries, smartphone batteries, UPS batteries, CMOS batteries, and wireless peripherals. But here's the problem. Batteries, they contain toxic chemicals and heavy metals, and tossing them in regular trash cans, this can lead to environmental contamination, and in some cases, fires. Lithium-ion batteries in particular are dangerous if they are punctured, crushed, overheated, or disposed of improperly. And this is why organizations have battery recycling programs, collection bins, or partnerships with certified e-waste recyclers. Now, from an exam perspective, just remember this: batteries must be disposed of according to local regulations and manufacturer guidelines, and not just simply thrown in the trash. And from a real-world perspective, understand that improper battery disposal, this can cause landfill fires, release toxic chemicals into soil and water, and lead to regulatory fines for companies. And as an entry-level technician, you might be the one physically replacing the batteries, so this responsibility often falls directly on you. All right, next there's proper tonal disposal. Now, printer toner, this looks harmless, but it's actually a fine powder that can cause respiratory irritation and environmental harm if mishandled. And tonal disposal rules, they usually include the following. So never vacuum toner with a standard household vacuum, avoid inhaling toner dust, use sealed bags or manufacturer provided return boxes, and participate in toner cartridge recycling programs. Now, most printer manufacturers like HP, Brother, and Canon, they offer free toner recycling programs, and many companies require technicians to use them. Now, on the exam, you can expect scenarios where a printer cartridge may be leaking, someone suggests throwing a toner in the trash, or a vacuum is used incorrectly. And the correct response always involves safe handling and proper recycling, not shortcuts. Then there's the proper disposal of other devices and IT assets. So beyond batteries and toner, there's the big one, which is called electronic waste, or e-waste. And this includes old computers, hard drives, monitors, network equipment, and mobile devices. Now, improper disposal isn't just an environmental issue, it's also a data security nightmare. So before disposal, IT assets, they often require data wiping or destruction, asset tracking documentation, or certified e-waste waste recycling. Now, throwing a hard drive in the trash without proper data destruction, this is one of the fastest ways to cause a data breach. Now, from the A+ exam's perspective, the key idea is this: devices must be disposed of safely, securely, and in compliance with environmental regulations. Now, from a career perspective, this is how technicians build trust, by protecting both company data and the environment. All right, so now let's shift to the environmental conditions, and we're going to start with temperature. Now, electronic components, they hate heat. Excessive temperatures, they can cause reduced hardware lifespan, unexpected shutdowns, data corruption, and permanent hardware damage. Servers, desktop laptops, and networking equipment, they all generate heat. And if that heat isn't properly managed, then things will fail. That's why IT environments use climate control rooms, adequate airflow, and monitoring systems. Now, on the exam, understand that temperature awareness just often shows up in questions about server room conditions, equipment replacement, and unexpected hardware failures. Now, the rule of thumb is this right here. You want to maintain cool, stable temperatures to help the hardware last longer and operate reliably. Then there's humidity levels. Now, humidity, this is one of those topics people underestimate until it causes a serious issue. In high humidity, this can lead to condensation inside the devices, corrosion of components, and short circuits. Low humidity, this can cause static electricity buildup, electrostatic discharge, and component damage during handling. That's why professional IT environments aim for controlled humidity ranges and not extremes. For the exam, just remember this: humidity impacts hardware reliability. Static electricity, this is a real threat, and environmental controls, they can reduce risk. Now, in the real world, this is why server rooms often feel uncomfortable, because they're optimized for machines and not humans. All right, next is proper ventilation. So ventilation, this ties directly into temperature control, but it deserves its own attention. Now, poor ventilation, this can cause heat buildup, dust accumulation, and reduce cooling efficiency. That's why equipment placement matters. You don't shove a server into a sealed cabinet and hope for the best. Your best practices include the following. You want to keep vents unobstructed. You want to use rack-mounted airflow designs, and you want to avoid cramped or enclosed spaces. On the exam, just expect placement-based questions where equipment overheats due to poor airflow, devices are placed near heat sources, or the ventilation is blocked. Now, when it comes to addressing these issues, just understand that the fix is almost always better airflow and replacement, and not just simply replacing the hardware. And then we have dust. Now, dust might not seem dangerous, but in IT environments, it can be a real problem, because dust can block airflow, trap heat, damage fans, and cause short circuits over time. That's why regular dust cleanup is part of IT maintenance. However, and this is important, not all cleaning methods are equal. And that leads us to compressed air versus vacuums. So when cleaning IT equipment, understand that compressed air is typically used to blow dust out, and ESD-safe vacuums are used in professional environments. Now, what you don't use is a household vacuum, because that can produce static electricity. You do not use damp cloths inside of devices, and you do not use excessive force. Now, on the exam, if you see dust inside a PC, the correct answer usually involves compressed air, not water, and not a standard vacuum. And also, this is one of those exam topics that directly maps to real-world best practices. All right, so next let's talk about power, because bad power can destroy equipment faster than almost anything else. And the first one we're going to talk about is a power surge. Now, a power surge, this is a sudden spike in electrical voltage, and this can be caused by lightning, faulty wiring, or power grid fluctuations. And surges, they can instantly damage power supplies, motherboards, and storage devices. That's why surge protectors are a help, but they are not perfect. You also have what is called an under voltage event, known as a brownout, and this occurs when voltage drops below normal levels, and this can cause system instability, unexpected shutdowns, and data corruptions. And also understand that brownouts are sneaky because they don't always look dramatic, but they are just as harmful. And then you have a full-blown power loss. So a full power loss can shut down systems improperly, corrupt data, and damage storage devices. And this is especially dangerous for servers and systems performing active writes. All right, so this brings us to one of the most important devices in this objective, and that is the UPS, or the uninterruptible power supply. So in UPS, this provides temporary battery power during outages. It allows systems to shut down safely, and it protects against surges and brownouts. In enterprise environments, UPS systems are critical. Even in small offices, they protect servers, network devices, and critical workstations. And for the exam, just remember that if UPS protects against power loss, surges, and undervoltage events while allowing for safe shutdowns. In the real world, an UPS can be the difference between a minor inconvenience and a major data loss. And finally, we have what is called a surge suppressor. So a surge suppressor, this works by diverting excess voltage away from connected devices, usually routing it to the ground. Instead of letting the spike hit your computer, monitor, or networking gear directly, the suppressor absorbs or redirects it. And this is an important exam concept. So just understand that a surge suppressor, this protects equipment from voltage spikes, but it does not provide backup power. That distinction matters because CompTIA often tests whether you understand the difference between surge suppression and power continuity. All right, so exactly why does CompTIA care about any of this stuff? Well, this objective isn't about memorizing buzzwords. It is about understanding responsibility. Now, as an IT professional, you are responsible for protecting equipment, protecting data, protecting people, and protecting the environment. And environmental controls, they aren't glamorous, but they are foundational because they keep the systems running, the users productive, and the organizations compliant. So with all of that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician is replacing laptop batteries in an office. What is the best way to handle the removed batteries? Is it to place them in a regular trash bin? Is it to store them in a desk drawer until disposal? Is it to drain the batteries completely before discarding them? Or is it to dispose of them according to local regulations and manufacturer guidelines? And of course, the answer is going to be you want to dispose of them according to local regulations and manufacturer guidelines. So batteries, they contain hazardous materials and must be disposed of following local environmental regulations and manufacturer instructions. Throwing batteries in the trash or storing them improperly, this can lead to environmental damage or fire hazards. And CompTIA expects technicians to understand safe handling and compliant disposal practices. Next question. A desktop computer frequently overheats and shuts down unexpectedly. The system is located in a cramped cabinet with blocked air vents and visible dust buildup. What is the most likely cause of the issue? Is it incorrect BIOS configuration, malware infection, poor ventilation and dust accumulation, or power supply incompatibility? And of course, the answer is poor ventilation and dust accumulation. So blocked airflow and dust buildup, this can trap heat, which causes hardware to overheat and shut down. And our final question, the company experiences frequent power fluctuations that damage desktop power supplies. Which device should be used to protect equipment from voltage spikes, but does not provide backup power? Is this a power strip, an uninterruptible power supply, a generator, or a surge suppressor? And the answer is this is a surge suppressor. So a surge suppressor, this protects equipment from voltage spikes by diverting excess voltage, but does not supply power during outages. And UPS, by contrast, this provides temporary battery power and allows for safe shutdowns. All right, so if you ever thought, why do I need to know this for an entry-level IT job? Well, this video is for you, because here's the truth. Most IT professionals do not get fired for not knowing a command. The majority of them get fired for violating policy, mishandling data, or responding incorrectly to incidents. So just understand that this objective isn't about passing the exam. It's about protecting yourself, your employer, and your users. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's talk about why this actually matters more than you think. So when most people imagine IT work, they think about fixing computers, resetting passwords, installing software, and troubleshooting networks. And all of that is true, but behind the scenes, IT is also about trust. because companies trust IT staff with sensitive data, user credentials, expensive systems, and legal and compliance responsibilities. And one careless decision, this can trigger a data breach, cause regulatory fines, it can get the company sued, or it can possibly cost you your job. And that's why CompTIA emphasizes policies, licensing, privacy, and incident response, even at the entry level. All right, so let's start with incident response because this is where panic usually kicks in. An incident is any event that compromises confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And some examples could be a malware infection, a lost or stolen laptop, unauthorized access, a data breach, or some type of ransomware attack. And your job in entry-level IT is not to play hero. It is to follow procedures. So the first procedure we're going to talk about is called the chain of custody. And this is all about tracking who handled evidence and when. So think of it like a crime show. Evidence must be documented. Every handoff must be recorded. There are no gaps and there's no guessing. In IT, evidence could be a hard drive, a USB stick, a laptop, log files, a disk image, or some other stuff. Now, why does this matter? Well, evidence this may be used in court. Evidence may be reviewed by law enforcement, and improper handling, this can invalidate the case. So the key point to remember here is this: chain of custody. This ensures evidence integrity and accountability. All right, next let's talk about informing management or law enforcement. So one of the biggest rookie mistakes in IT is trying to handle incidents quietly. You never decide on your own to call the police, contact a lawyer, or ignore a breach. Your responsibility is to notify management, escalate according to policy, and document everything. And sometimes incidents that require law enforcement involvement, especially when financial data is involved, identity theft occurs, or criminal activity is suspected. Now, for the exam, just understand that you need to follow escalation procedures and do not freelance incident response. Then there's also making a copy of the drive or preserving your data integrity. So when the incident involves a computer or storage device, you don't work on the original drive. And the reason why is because this can cause changes to timestamps, files can be overwritten, and the evidence can get compromised. Instead, you want to create what is called a forensic copy or a disk image of whatever device you're working on. And the key principles here are this. This makes a bit-for-bit copy. The original drive remains untouched, and hash values that can verify integrity. And all of this ensures data preservation, legal defensibility, and accurate investigation. Now, as this relates to the exam, just understand that this ties directly to data integrity and preservation. Then there's incident documentation, where you want to write everything down, because if it is not documented, then guess what? It didn't happen. So incident documentation, this includes jotting down the date and time, who discovered the issue, the systems that's been affected, the actions that were taken, the people who were notified, and the evidence that was collected. And this documentation can help future investigations, protect the company legally, and protect you professionally. And CompTIA expects you to understand that documentation is not optional. It is essential. Then you have what is called the order of volatility, and that's basically what do you collect first. So the order of volatility, this refers to how quickly data disappears. So when it comes to collecting things, you want to start with the most volatile to the least, and the most volatile will be things like the CPU registers and cache, then the RAM, then the running processes, temporary files, your disk data, and your backups. Now, why does this matter? Well, the reason why is because RAM is lost the moment you turn the power off. This data, this can persist longer, and backups are last. Now just understand that collecting data in the wrong order, this can destroy critical evidence. So the thing that you need to understand the most is this right here. When it comes to order of volatility, just understand that you want to collect the most volatile data first. All right, so let's talk about something that gets companies sued all of the time, and that is software licensing. So let's talk about valid licenses real quick. So just understand that just because software runs, it does not mean that it is legal. Valid licensing, this ensures legal compliance, vendor support, and security updates. Unlicensed software, this can result in fines, lawsuits, failed audits, or loss of business reputation. And as IT staff, you may be responsible for tracking these licenses, verifying their installations, and ensuring compliance. You have what is called a perpetual license. And this basically means this is a one-time purchase where software can be used indefinitely, and the updates, they may require additional fees. So an example of this would be you buying an older version of Microsoft Office or some traditional desktop software. Now, the important thing to remember here when it comes to this is that perpetual, this does not mean transferable or unlimited. it still has usage rules. You have personal use versus corporate use licenses. So this one tends to trip people up, but just understand that personal use licenses, these are intended for individuals and not business use. And corporate use licenses, these are intended for business environments. Now, installing personal software on company machines, this can violate licensing terms, create legal exposure, and trigger compliance issues. Then there's an open source license. Now, open source, this does not mean no rules. Open source software like Linux operating system, this is free to use. It has licensing conditions. It may require attribution, and it may require sharing modifications. So some common licenses are GPL, MIT, and Apache. And when it comes to CompTIA, just understand that they want you to know that open source still has legal obligations, and violating them, this can cause problems. Then you have what is called DRM, or digital rights management. And this controls how software is used, how media is accessed, and copying and sharing restrictions. So examples could be activation keys, one-time validation, or licensed servers. And from an IT perspective, DRM, this can help enforce licensing. Also, DRM violations, they can disable software, and DRM issues, they can break applications. And then you have what is called a EULA, or an end user license agreement. And this is basically that long body of text that nobody ever reads. And basically it defines how the software can be used, what is prohibited, the liability limitations, and the support terms. And when it comes to the IT professionals, they are expected to respect the EULA restrictions, enforce usage policies, and avoid any violations. All right, so let's move on to talk about NDAs and MNDAs. So an NDA, or a non-disclosure agreement, this protects confidential information, and an MNDA, or a mutual NDA, this protects both parties. And these agreements, they often cover trade secrets, client data, internal processes, and proprietary software. Now, as IT staff, you may have access to sensitive information, so you will be legally bound to confidentiality, and violations, they can potentially lead to lawsuits. And CompTIA wants you to understand that NDAs, these are legal obligations. And if you find yourself breaking them, just understand that this is not just a policy issue. You can face some potential legal consequences. And then we have what is called regulated data. And this is one of the highest risk areas in IT. First one is credit card payment information. And this is governed by PCI DSS, or the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. And this includes rules that pertain to encryption, limited access, secure storage, and audit trails. And improper handling, this can result in massive fines or loss of merchant privileges. You also have personal government issued information. So think of social security numbers, driver license numbers, and passport numbers. This data is highly sensitive and tightly regulated. You also have what is called PII, or personally identifiable information. And this includes stuff like your name, address, phone number, email, date of birth, etc. And IT professionals, they must limit access to this information. They need to have it protected, and they need to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Then we have healthcare data. And this is protected under HIPAA, and this includes medical records, test results, insurance data, and other sensitive medical information. And HIPAA violations, this can shut down a business and lead to criminal charges. And then there's data retention requirements. So not all data can be deleted whenever you want. And retention rules, they specify how long data must be kept, when it must be destroyed, and how it must be protected. And IT people, they often manage backups, archives, and secure deletions when it comes to this type of data. And next you have what is called the AUP, or the acceptable use policy. And this defines what users can do, what they cannot do, and the consequences of violations when they're using the company network or computers. And some common AUP rules include the following. So obviously we're not going to be looking at any illegal activity, no offensive content, no misuse of company systems, and no bypassing security controls. In IT, they enforce AUPs through monitoring what the employees do. They set up access controls, and they log everything that you do. So just understand, for the exam, AUPs, they exist to protect the organization, not to annoy the users. And finally, let's talk about compliance. Now, compliance, this means following laws, regulations, and internal policies. Examples include HIPAA, PCI DSS, GDPR, and SOX. And failure to comply, this can result in legal penalties, or loss of certifications, or a loss of trust. And within that, you have what is called a splash screen. And these are login messages that you see before you sign into a computer. And basically, they serve as a legal warning. They give consent notifications and usage disclaimers. And a typical splash screen message might say something like the following: this system is for authorized use only, and activity may be monitored. Now, why does this matter? Well, this establishes legal notice, it supports enforcement actions, and it strengthens compliance posture. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap all this up. So understand that this CompTIA A+ objective isn't about memorizing definitions. It's about professional behavior. Understand that IT professionals, they must respond correctly to incidents. They have to protect sensitive data. They have to respect licenses and agreements. They got to follow policies, and they got to maintain compliance. At the entry level, companies do not expect you to know everything, but they do expect you to follow rules, ask questions, escalate properly, and document accurately. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician discovers malware on a company laptop that may contain evidence of criminal activity. What is the most appropriate action to ensure the evidence remains legally valid? Is it remove the malware immediately to prevent further damage? Is it create a bit-for-bit copy of the drive and preserve the original? Is it power off the system and reinstall the operating system? Or is it allow the user to continue working while monitoring the system? And the correct answer is you're going to create a bit-for-bit copy of the drive and preserve the original. So when an incident may involve legal action, preserving evidence is critical. Creating a bit-for-bit forensic copy of the drive allows investigators to analyze the data without altering the original evidence. And this supports data integrity and maintains the chain of custody. Removing malware or reinstalling the operating system, this would destroy valuable evidence. Next question. Which type of software license allows a user to install and use software indefinitely after a one-time purchase, but does not automatically include future upgrades? Is this an open source license, a subscription license, a personal use license, or a perpetual license? And the correct answer is this is a perpetual license. So a perpetual license, this allows the software to be used indefinitely after purchase. However, updates, upgrades, or support may require additional fees. At CompTIA, they expect you to understand that perpetual does not mean unlimited use or free upgrades. It simply means no expiration date for usage. And our final question is, which policy defines what users are allowed and not allowed to do on an organization's network and systems? Is it a non-disclosure agreement, a data retention policy, an end-user license agreement, or an acceptable use policy? The correct answer is this is an acceptable use policy. So in AUP, this outlines acceptable and prohibited activities when using company systems, networks, and resources. It helps protect the organization from legal, security, and compliance risks, and is commonly enforced by IT through monitoring and access controls. All right, so if you're studying for the CompTIA A+ exam, then there's a good chance you're spending a lot of time memorizing troubleshooting steps, command line tools, malware symptoms, and operating system features. And all of that matters. But here's the uncomfortable truth that most new technicians do not realize until they're on the job. And that is, companies do not fire IT technicians for being slow. They fire them for being careless, rude, or unprofessional. And that's exactly why CompTIA includes professionalism and communication as an exam objective. It isn't just about computers. It's about people who are frustrated, confused, stressed, and sometimes angry because technology is not doing what they need it to do. And your ability to communicate calmly, professionally, and respectfully, this often matters more than how fast you can fix the issue. So in this video, we're going to talk about what professionalism looks like, how it shows up in how you dress, speak, listen, manage time, handle difficult users, protect confidential information, and follow up after you fix the issue. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so let's start with something that often gets brushed off in tech, and that is your appearance. Now, you might hear people say, well, this is IT, nobody cares what you wear. And And that's only half true. What actually matters is matching your appearance to the environment that you're working in. And showing up overdressed or underdressed, this can send a message whether you intend to or not. In a formal environment like corporate offices, hospitals, law firms, or financial institutions, formal attire might be expected. This could mean slacks, a button-down shirt, dress shoes, or even a jacket and tie, depending upon the organization. In these environments, professionalism builds trust, and when users see you, they're trusting you with the systems that affect business operations, finance, or even patient safety. In business casual environments such as schools, tech companies, or internal IT departments, the dress code may be more relaxed, but that doesn't mean that you come in there looking sloppy. So we're talking clean clothes, appropriate footwear, and a neat appearance. All of that still matters. A wrinkled shirt, stained hoodie, or flip-flops, this can undermine confidence before you even say a word. So for the exam, just remember this key idea. Always match the attire to the environment. CompTIA is not asking you to become a fashion expert. However, they do want you to understand that professionalism starts before you even speak. All right, next is using proper language. Now, one of the biggest mistakes new IT professionals make is talking like they're explaining something to another technician when they're actually talking to a user. Now, understand that acronyms, jargon, and slang, all of that is efficient amongst other IT professionals, but they can confuse, intimidate, or frustrate end users. So if a customer hears you say something like, your NIC isn't negotiating properly with the DHCP server, so we'll need to reset the interface, the user may nod politely while having no idea what you just said. Professional communication, this means adjusting your language to your audience. So instead of saying your OS registry might be corrupted, you could say something like some system settings may be damaged, which is why your computer isn't starting correctly. Or another example could be you avoiding saying something like this is probably a layer 1 issue, and you could say it looks like there may be a physical connection problem. So just understand that CompTIA expects you to know when to avoid jargon, acronyms, and slang, especially with non-technical users. Just use clear, simple language because that can build trust and make the users feel included rather than being talked down to. All right, next is maintaining a positive attitude and projecting confidence. So here's a reality check. Users do not care how smart you are if they act annoyed, defensive, or unsure. A professional IT technician, they maintain a positive attitude even when things go wrong. And that doesn't mean pretending everything is perfect. It just simply means staying calm, respectful, and solution focused. And projecting confidence, this does not require knowing everything. In fact, confidence often looks like you saying something like, I haven't seen this exact issue before, but I know how to troubleshoot it, and I'll keep you updated as I work on it. And that statement right there, that can reassure the user without over-promising. Now compare that to you saying something like, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't understand why this is happening. So just understand that confidence paired with honesty, this builds credibility. And CompTIA wants you to understand that your tone, body language, and attitude, this directly affects customer trust. All right, next is active listening. So this is one of the most underrated IT skills. So active listening, this means giving the customer your full attention, not interrupting and not mentally jumping ahead to conclusions. And many troubleshooting mistakes happen because the technician assumes they already know the problem before the user finishes explaining it. So when a user describes an issue, just go ahead and let them speak. Even if you think you already know the cause, listen anyway. Often users, they're going to mention key details that didn't show up in the ticket, like what they were doing when the issue started, whether it happens intermittently, or how it affects their work. Active listening, this also involves acknowledging what the user said. So for example, you saying something like, so just to make sure I understand, the system freezes only after you log in, correct? This technique of restating the issue, this does two things. It confirms your understanding and reassures the user that you're actually listening. So understand that CompTIA emphasizes avoiding interruptions for a reason, because listening first, this can save time later. All right, next is cultural sensitivity and professional titles. So IT professionals, they work with people from diverse cultural, professional, and personal backgrounds. Being culturally sensitive, this means treating everyone with respect, regardless of their accent, job role, age, gender, or communication style. And part of professionalism is using appropriate titles and designations when applicable. So if you're working with a doctor, a professor, a manager, or an executive, addressing them properly, this shows respect. Even when the environment is casual, it's always safer to start formal and adjust later. You also want to avoid jokes or comments that could be misinterpreted, because humor doesn't always translate across cultures, and what seems harmless to you, this could be offensive to someone else. And from CompTIA's perspective, cultural sensitivity, this isn't about memorizing etiquette rules. It's about being aware, respectful, and professional in all interactions. Then there's punctuality. So in IT, understand that time matters. And being late, this can disrupt meetings, delay fixes, and damage trust. And professional technicians, they need to arrive on time. And when being late is unavoidable, they need to communicate early. So a quick message like, I'm running about 10 minutes behind due to another issue, but I'll be there shortly. Well, that single message, this can prevent frustration and show respect for the customer's time. Now, for the exam, just remember this: being late without communication is unprofessional, and being late with communication, this shows accountability. All right, next there's avoiding distractions. So when you're working with a customer, they deserve your full attention. Personal calls, texting, social media, or unrelated conversations, they can send the message that the customer's issue is not important. Even checking your phone briefly, this can break trust. From the user's perspective, they're already dealing with a problem. So seeing the technician distracted, this can make things worse. So understand that professionalism, this means staying focused, minimizing personal interruptions, and handling one interaction at a time. The CompTIA includes distractions in its objective because they directly affect customer satisfaction and perceived competence. All right, next is handling difficult customers. So every IT professional will eventually encounter difficult customers. Some are angry, some are impatient, some are stressed, and some just had a bad day. Now, the key rule here is simple. Do not argue, do not be defensive, and do not dismiss their concerns. Arguing, this can escalate situations. Being defensive, this makes it about you instead of the issue. And dismissing concerns, this makes users feel unheard. So instead, just acknowledge the frustration, like, I understand how frustrating this is, especially since it's affecting your work. Also, you want to avoid judgmental statements, like you don't want to say things like you shouldn't have done that or that's user error, because those phrases, they can instantly shut down cooperation. Understand that CompTIA emphasizes clarifying customer statements. So you want to ask open-ended questions to narrow down the issue, like, can you walk me through what happens right before the error appears? Because restating the issue, this helps verify understanding. So say something like, so the printer works for everyone else, but not for your computer. Did I get that right? Because the professional handling of difficult customers, this often turns a bad experience into a positive one. All right, next there's discretion and professionalism. So IT stories, they can be entertaining, but not all stories belong in the workplace. So using discretion, this means not gossiping, not mocking users, and not sharing sensitive or embarrassing situations. Even when the user isn't present, professionalism still applies. So for example, saying something like, you won't believe how dumb this user was, well, that kind of talk can damage trust even amongst coworkers. And CompTIA expects you to understand that professionalism, this extends beyond the customer interaction itself. All right, next is setting expectations and communicating timelines. So one of the fastest ways to upset a customer is unclear expectations. And professional IT technicians, they set realistic timelines and communicate status updates. So instead of you saying something like, I'll fix it soon, try saying, this may take about 30 minutes. If it takes longer, I'll let you know. If a repair or replacement options are available, then explain them clearly so that the user can make an informed decision. And this includes cost, time, and potential impact. Also, documentation matters. So recording what was done, what was changed, and what the outcome was, this protects you and the organization. And CompTIA, they view documentation as part of professionalism and not just paperwork. Then there's following up. So after the issue is resolved, professional technicians, they should follow up. A quick message or email asking if everything is working as expected. This shows care and accountability, and it also catches lingering issues early. And from a business standpoint, follow-ups, they improve customer satisfaction. And from an exam standpoint, CompTIA wants you to recognize follow-up as part of the service lifecycle, not an optional extra. And finally, here is one of the most critical aspects of professionalism, and that is confidentiality. So IT professionals, they often have access to sensitive information like files, emails, documents, printouts, and personal data. And handling this information, this requires discretion and respect. So never browse through files out of curiosity. never discuss private information casually, and never leave confidential documents exposed on desks or printers, because even accidental exposure, this can be a serious issue. And CompTIA emphasizes this because trust is the foundation to IT work, and once it's broken, it is hard to repair. All right, so why does CompTIA emphasize professionalism? Well, at first glance, professionalism might seem like common sense, but in IT environments, it's often the difference between a technician who advances and one who does not. And CompTIA includes this objective because technical skills can be taught, but professionalism, this reflects judgment, maturity, and readiness to work in real organizations. So if you can dress appropriately, communicate clearly, listen actively, manage time, handle difficult situations calmly, protect confidential information, and follow up responsibly, then you're not just prepared for the A+ exam, you'll be prepared for a career in IT. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician is assisting a non-technical user who is frustrated because their computer will not connect to the network. Which of the following is the most professional response? Will you say something like, your NIC isn't negotiating correctly with the DHCP, so I'll need to reset the interface? Are you going to say this is probably a user error because you must have changed a setting? Are you going to say, I understand how frustrating this can be. Let me ask a few questions so I can figure out what's going on? Or are you going to say, I've already seen this issue before, so let me just go ahead and fix it? And the correct answer is you're going to say, I understand how frustrating this can be. Let me ask a few questions so I can figure out what's going on. In this response, it demonstrates active listening, empathy, and professional communication. It avoids technical jargon, it does not blame the user, and it shows a calm and helpful attitude. Now just remember that CompTIA emphasizes acknowledging customer concerns and asking open-ended questions to clarify the issue. Next question. A technician plans to arrive late to a scheduled on-site support visit due to an earlier issue. What is the best action the technician should take to remain professional? Should it be arrive as quickly as possible and apologize after starting the repair? Should it be to contact the customer as soon as possible to inform them of the delay? Should it be to continue working on the previous issue until it is fully resolved? Or should it be to reschedule the appointment without notifying the customer? And the correct answer is you're going to contact the customer as soon as possible to inform them of the delay. So professionalism, this requires respect for the customer's time. If a technician is running late, they should notify the customer as soon as possible because CompTIA stresses punctuality and communication as key professional behaviors. And our final question is, which of the following actions best demonstrates professional handling of a difficult customer? Is it explaining why the issue is not serious and should not be a concern? Is it defending your troubleshooting steps when the customer questions them? Is it arguing with the customer to prove your technical knowledge? Or is it restating the issue and asking clarifying questions to confirm understanding? And the correct answer is restating the issue and asking clarifying questions to confirm understanding. So restating the issue and asking clarifying questions, this shows active listening, it avoids defensiveness, and it helps ensure the problem is properly understood. CompTIA specifically highlights this approach as a best practice when dealing with difficult customers or unclear issues. All right, so when most people hear the word scripting, their brain immediately jumps to one or two places. They either say, that's programming, I'm not smart enough for that, or that's hacker stuff, I'll break something. Now, neither of those are true. Scripting is not about becoming a software developer. It's about learning how IT professionals save time, reduce mistakes, and manage systems more efficiently. In fact, chances are you've already used scripts without even realizing it. Have you ever double-clicked the file and watched a bunch of stuff happen automatically? Ever installed software without clicking next 15 times? Have you ever logged into a computer and had the network drives magically appear? If so, then guess what? Scripts did all of that. So in this video, we're going to talk about exactly what scripting is and why you need to recognize it for the A+ exam. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so exactly what is scripting? So at its core, a script is just a list of instructions. That's it. Think of a script like a to-do list for a computer. You know, do this, then do this, and if something happens, then do that instead. Unlike full-blown software programs, scripts are usually short, task focused and designed to automate repetitive actions. If programming is like building a car, then scripting is like setting up cruise control. You're not designing the engine, you're just telling the system how to operate more efficiently. And in IT support roles, scripting is used to speed up things, reduce human error, and make sure tasks happen the same way every single time. And yes, CompTIA expects entry-level technicians to understand this concept, even if you are not writing complex scripts yet. All right, so why does CompTIA even care about scripting? Well, here's a reality of modern IT work. If you do something manually once, then that's fine. However, if you do something manually 50 times, then that's a problem. So scripting exists because humans get tired, humans make mistakes, and computers do not complain about repetitive work. Now, CompTIA doesn't expect you to be a scripting wizard, but it does expect you to recognize common script file types, understand what scripts are used for, and know the risk of using them improperly. And this is especially important as IT environments grow larger and more automated. All right, so for the exam and the real world, you need to be familiar with common scripting file extensions. Now, you don't need to memorize syntax, but you do need to know what these files generally do and where they're used. So let's go ahead and break them down one by one. And the first one is called a batch file. So batch files, these are one of the oldest and simplest scripting types in Windows. A .bat file is basically a list of command prompt commands that run in sequence. Instead of typing commands manually, you put them in a file and double click it. And some common uses are you can use it for running maintenance tasks, deleting temporary files, starting or stopping services, mapping network drives, or launching multiple programs at once. An example of this would be just imagine a help desk technician who needs to clear temporary files, restart a service, or log the results. Instead of typing the commands every single time, they'll just use a .bat file to do it instantly. Now for the exam, if you see Windows, command prompt, or simple automation, then they're more than likely talking about a batch file. All right, next we have what is called a PowerShell script. Now, PowerShell script, this is like command prompt's much smarter cousin. A .ps1 file, this is a PowerShell script, and that is where modern Windows administration really lives. And PowerShell scripts, they can manage users, configure systems, install software, pull system information, and automate complex administrative tasks. Now, why is PowerShell important? Well, Microsoft has heavily invested in PowerShell. In enterprise environments, PowerShell is everywhere. So if command prompt is a bicycle, then understand that PowerShell is a pickup truck. So an example of how this is used, just imagine there's an IT admin out there that's using a PowerShell script to create 100 user accounts, assign permissions, set default passwords, and map drives automatically. And with that script, they can do all of that in seconds. As this relates to the exam, just understand that if you see Windows administration, automation, or system configuration, they're more than likely talking about PowerShell. All right, next we have what is called Visual Basic Concept. So VBS script, this is an older scripting language, mostly associated with older Windows systems and legacy environments. And you're not going to see it as much in new deployments, but you still need to recognize it because it can be used for legacy login scripts, older administrative tools, or automation in older Windows versions. So why does this matter? Well, some organizations, they still run older systems. And IT technicians, they often inherit environments that they did not build. So knowing what .vbs files are, they can help you avoid deleting important scripts, understanding older workflows, and troubleshooting legacy systems. And as it relates to the exam, just understand that if you see older Windows systems or legacy automation, they're more than likely talking about VBS scripts. All right, next we have what is called a shell script. So if you're working with Linux or Mac, and then shell scripts are pretty much everywhere. And a shell script, this is a list of terminal commands that run automatically in Unix-based systems. And they're commonly used for server maintenance, software installation, backup jobs, user management, and system updates. An example will be a Linux server that runs a shell script every night to back up data, compress files, or upload backups to another server where there's no human required at all. As it relates to the exam, if you see Linux, Mac, or terminal automation, they're more than likely talking about a shell script. Then we have what is called JavaScript. So JavaScript, this is commonly associated with websites, but it's also used for automation, web-based tools, and cross-platform scripting. Now, an important clarification is this is not Java. Java is a completely different thing. But anyways, JavaScript, this can run in browsers, on servers, and in automation tools. An example of this would be a web-based IT dashboard that uses JavaScript to collect system stats, trigger updates, and display real-time alerts. As it relates to the exam, if you see web automation or browser-based scripting, they're more than likely talking about JavaScript. And then there's Python. So Python, this has become one of the most popular scripting languages in IT. And the reason is because it's easy to read, extremely powerful, and it is cross-platform. Python scripts that can run on Windows, Linux, and Mac, and they're commonly used for automation, data collection, system monitoring, security tools, and AI and machine learning. An example of this will be a technician who uses Python to pull disk usage data from 200 machines, generate a report, and email the results automatically. As it relates to the exam, if you see cross-platform scripting or automation plus data handling, they're more than likely talking about Python. All right, so now let's talk about why scripting actually matters in IT jobs. Now, these are the exact use cases that CompTIA expects you to understand. The first is basic automation. So automation, this is the backbone of scripting. Instead of doing the same thing over and over manually, scripts can handle it automatically. We're talking about clearing temporary files, running diagnostics, starting services, and checking system health. In automation, this can save you time, reduce errors, and make your life more efficient. There's also restarting machines. So yes, you can restart a computer manually, but what if you need to restart 20 machines, 100 machines, and you have to do all of this at 2 o'clock in the morning? Well, scripts, they make this painless. An example is a PowerShell script that can restart lab computers every single night so they're fresh for students in the morning. You also have the ability to remap network drives. So if you ever logged into a work computer and seen drives like H, S, and Z, those didn't appear by magic. Scripts, they can map network drives automatically based on your user account, department, and permissions. So why does this matter? Well, this ensures consistency, correct access, and less manual setup. Scripts can also install applications. So clicking next over and over, this can get old really fast. Scripts, they allow for silent installations, consistent configurations, and mass deployments. So just think of an IT team that deploys Microsoft Office to 500 computers using a script. Well, there's no manual installation needed if you're running a script. You have automated backups. So backups, they should run regularly, be consistent, and not depend on humans remembering to do them. Well, scripts can automate file backups, system images, and cloud uploads. And this is critical for business continuity. There's also gathering information and data. So scripts are excellent at collecting system data like CPU usage, disk space, installed software, and network configurations. So why is this useful? Well, instead of checking machines one by one, a script can gather everything in minutes. Then there's initiating updates. So updates, they keep systems secure, but manual updating does not scale. In scripts, they can check for the updates, install them, and restart the systems if needed. And this is especially important for scripting patches, operating system updates, and application fixes. All right, so now let's talk about the dark side of scripting, because with great power comes great responsibility. And one of the issues is unintentionally introducing malware. So scripts can be dangerous if they download from untrusted sources, they're modified by an attacker, or they run without understanding what they do. A malicious script, they can delete files, steal data, and install malware. So as it relates to the exam, just understand that you never want to run a script that you do not understand or trust. Another issue is inadvertently changing system settings. So scripts, they execute instructions exactly as they're written. So if a script deletes the wrong folder, changes permissions incorrectly, or modifies registry settings, then the system can break, and it can break really quick. This is why testing scripts is critical, and running them with administrative rights is extremely risky. And another issue is browser or system crashes due to resource mishandling. So poorly written scripts, they can consume too much CPU, use excessive memory, and create endless loops. And this can lead to slow systems, crashes, and unresponsive machines. All right, so why do entry-level technicians need to understand scripting? Well, even if you never write scripts right away, understanding them helps you troubleshoot faster, communicate with senior administrators, avoid dangerous mistakes, and it helps you grow into higher paying roles. In modern IT, scripting is not optional. It is inevitable. Scripting does not replace IT professionals. It does empower them. Now, for the CompTIA exam, just understand this. You don't need to code like a developer. However, you do need to understand what scripts do, where they're used, and why they matter. Now, if you can explain scripting like this to someone else, then you're more than likely ready for the exam, the job, and your next step in your IT career. And once you get comfortable with scripts, you'll never want to do repetitive tasks manually ever again. All right, so with that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, an IT technician wants to automate the process of mapping network drives for users when they log into a Windows system. Which scripting file type is most appropriate for this task in a modern Windows environment? Will it be a .ps1 script, a .bat script, a .sh script, or a .vbs script? And the correct answer is .ps1, which is a PowerShell script. Now, PowerShell scripts, these are the modern standard for Windows administration. They are commonly used to automate tasks like mapping network drives, managing user accounts, and configuring system settings. While batch and VBS files can perform similar tasks, they are considered more legacy solutions, and shell scripts, these are primarily used on Linux and Mac systems, not Windows. Next question. Which of the following is a common use case for scripting in an IT environment? Is it designing graphical user interfaces, writing operating systems, automating backups and system updates, or creating new hardware drivers? And the correct answer is automating backups and system updates. So scripting, this is heavily used in IT to automate repetitive administrative tasks, including automated backups, installing updates, restarting systems, and gathering system information. Designing operating systems, hardware drivers, and complex software applications. This is typically handled through full programming languages and development environments, not basic scripting. And our final question is, what is a potential risk of running scripts without fully understanding what they do? Is it scripts may run slower than manual tasks? Is it scripts can only affect one system at a time? Is it scripts may unintentionally introduce malware or change system settings? Or is it scripts automatically delete themselves after execution? And the correct answer is scripts may unintentionally introduce malware or change system settings. So scripts execute instructions exactly as written. So if a script is downloaded from an untrusted source, poorly written, or run with admin privileges, it can introduce malware, alter system settings, or crash the system by misusing resources. This is why IT professionals must be cautious, test scripts, and understand their impact before running them. All right, so when most people hear remote access technologies, they picture someone controlling a computer from across the room, or worse, a hacker in a hoodie typing furiously in a dark basement. But in the world of IT support, remote access is how work actually gets done. It's how help desk technicians fix problems without leaving their chair. It's how system administrators manage hundreds or thousands of machines. And it's how companies support remote employees, cloud systems, and global offices. So in this video, we're going to discuss the major remote access methods you need to know for the exam and how they're actually used on the job. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so first things first, what does remote access mean? So at its core, remote access, this allows one computer or device to connect to and interact with another device over a network. And this could be a local area network, the internet, a VPN tunnel, a virtualized environment, or a cloud-hosted system. And remote access, this can mean seeing and controlling a desktop, running commands on a server, transferring files, monitoring system health, or managing devices without user interaction. Now, the key idea that CompTIA cares about is this. Different remote access tools, they exist for different jobs, and each one comes with unique security risks. All right, so the first one we're going to talk about is the remote desktop protocol. So this is Microsoft's built-in remote access technology that allows a user to connect to and control a Windows system's graphical desktop. So if you ever use remote desktop connections in Windows, then you've been using RDP. So here's a real-world scenario. So just imagine that you're working at the help desk and a user calls and says that their Outlook keeps crashing, but they're also working from home. Well, instead of trying to walk them through the troubleshooting steps over the phone, you would just launch remote desktop, authenticate to their workstation, see exactly what they see, and then fix the issue directly. That is RDP doing its thing. So where is RDP commonly used? Well, it's used in Windows desktops and servers, internal IT support environments, domain joined systems, and it is used for remote administration. Now let's talk about some security considerations real quick. So this is where CompTIA really leans in because RDP is powerful, which makes it dangerous if misconfigured. So some key security concerns are as follows. So you've got exposed RDP ports like TCP port 3389. This could be a major attack target. Weak passwords, they can lead to brute force attacks. A lack of multi-factor authentication, this can increase the risk. And sessions can be hijacked if encryption is weak. So the best practices is to disable RDP if it is not needed, restrict access using firewalls, use VPN plus RDP and not open internet RDP, enforce strong passwords and multi-factor authentication, and then monitor login attempts. Now for the exam, just remember, RDP, this provides full GUI or graphical user interface access, and that means full risk if it is compromised. All right, next we have what is called a VPN or a virtual private network. And this creates an encrypted tunnel between a user's device and a private network. And while VPN doesn't usually control a system by itself, however, it secures the connection so other remote access tools can be used safely. So a real world scenario will be a company has remote employees that are working from home, and before they can access file servers, use RDP, or connect to internal applications, they must first authenticate to the VPN, establish a secure channel, and then they will be allowed to access internal resources as if they were on site. Now, why do VPNs matter when it comes to IT? Well, VPNs are essentially everywhere. You'll find them in corporate remote work, secure Wi-Fi access. They're used for cloud connectivity and site-to-site connections. And when it comes to security considerations, just understand the following, that VPNs are designed for security, but they are not magic. And the risks include weak authentication credentials, stolen VPN certificates, outdated VPN clients, and split tunneling misconfigurations. So your best practices are as follows. You want to use strong encryption protocols, enforce multi-factor authentication, patch VPN software on the regular, monitor VPN access logs, and disable unused VPN accounts. Now for CompTIA, just understand that VPNs, they protect data in transit, not the endpoints themselves. All right, next we have what is called virtual network computing, or VNCs. And a VNC, this allows a user to remotely view and control another system's graphical desktop. And this is very similar to RDP, but it is platform agnostic. And what that means is VPN can work on Windows, Mac, and Linux. Real world scenario, just imagine you're supporting a Linux workstation in a lab environment where RDP is not an option. So instead, you will launch a VNC client, connect to the system, and then troubleshoot visually. Now, how is VNC used? Well, once again, this has cross-platform support. You'll find it used in IT labs and classrooms. You can find it being used on legacy systems and embedded devices. And when it comes to these security considerations, well, here's the catch. VNC itself is not inherently secure. The common risks are it has weak or no encryption, it has plain text authentication, and open VNC ports, they are exposed to the internet. So your best practices is to use VNC over SSH or VPN, enable encryption, restrict network access, and use strong passwords. Now, an exam tip, just understand that VNC, this offers flexibility, but security depends heavily on configuration. All right, next we have what is called Secure Shell, and this provides encrypted command line access to a remote system. Now, unlike RDP or VNC, SSH, this is text-based and it is not graphical. So imagine that you're running a Linux server running in the cloud. There's no desktop environment. Basically, you would open an SSH client and authenticate using a key or a password, and then run your commands remotely. Now, here's where SSH is commonly used. You'll find it used on Linux and Unix systems, network devices like routers and switches, cloud servers, and you'll find it being used in automation and scripting. When it comes to security considerations, just understand that SSH is secure by design, but only if configured properly. And some risks are you have password-based authentication, you have default ports that can be exposed to the internet, and you could have weak user permissions. So your best practices are you want to use key-based authentication, disable the root login, change the default ports when appropriate, monitor any login attempts, and use firewalls and access control lists. For the exam, just understand that SSH, this equals secure remote CLI or command line interface access, not desktop control. And then we have what is called remote monitoring and management, or RMM. And RMM tools, they allow IT teams to monitor, manage, patch, and troubleshoot systems remotely, often without user interaction. And this is big in what is called an MSP, or a managed service provider. You'll also find it in enterprise IT and large device fleets. So basically, imagine you are responsible for 500 computers and you don't want to RDP into each and every single one. You also don't want to manually check the logs and update them individually. Instead, you'll use an RMM platform where you can monitor system health, deploy patches, you can have alerts for any failures that might be taking place, and it'll allow for you to do some remote remediation. And when it comes to security considerations, just understand that RMM tools, they have high level access, which means these are high value targets. And the risk could be compromised admin credentials, supply chain attacks, or overprivileged accounts. So your best practices are you want to use strong authentication and multi-factor authentication. You want to enable least privilege access. You want to set up network segmentation, and you want to conduct regular audits. Now, when it comes to the exam, just understand that RMM tools, they manage systems at scale, and that scale can increase risk. All right, next we have what is called SPICE, and that stands for Simple Protocol for Independent Computing Environments. And this is a remote display protocol used mainly in virtualized environments, especially with Linux-based virtual machines. And this allows remote access to virtual desktops and multimedia and device redirection. Now, where will you see SPICE? Well, you're going to see it in VDIs, or virtual desktop infrastructure. You'll see it on hypervisors like a KVM, keyboard, video, mouse is what that stands for, or you'll see it in data center environments. And when it comes to security considerations, just understand that SPICE security depends upon hypervisor configuration, encryption settings, and access tools. Now, for the A+ exam, just understand that SPICE, this is a virtualization-focused remote display protocol. This is not a general-purpose desktop tool. All right. And you also have this thing called Windows Remote Management, and this allows remote command execution and management of Windows systems using web-based protocols. And it is heavily used in PowerShell remoting, automation, and enterprise administration. So just imagine that you need to restart services, query system information, or run scripts on multiple machines. Instead of you logging into each one, you can just simply use Windows Remote Management. And when it comes to security considerations, just understand that the risks include misconfigured permissions or overexposed management ports. So your best practices are you want to use HTTPS, you want to restrict access, you want to apply least privilege, and you want to monitor activity. Now, as it relates to the exam, just understand that Windows Remote Management, this is about management and not user support. All right, and that brings us to third-party remote access tools. And the first one is screen sharing software. So you got examples out there like TeamViewer, AnyDesk, or Chrome Remote Desktop. And these programs are used for quick support. They're also used for non-technical users, and they have cross-platform access. Now, the security risks are they can have unauthorized access take place. You can possibly have session hijacking, and you can possibly subject yourself to phishing through fake invites. You also have video conferencing software like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and Google Meet. They are used for screen sharing, collaboration, and remote assistance. The security considerations are as follows. You got meeting passwords, waiting rooms, and screen share permissions. All of those are security considerations. You have file transfer software like FTP, SFTP clients, and cloud storage tools. The risks associated with these are unencrypted transfers, data leakages, and unauthorized access. And you also have desktop management software like Intune, SCCM, and other third-party MDM tools. And the security focus for these products are policy enforcement, device compliance, and access control. All right, so let's talk about how CompTIA tests these objectives. So on the A+ exam, you will not be asked a question like, what is RDP? Instead, you're going to see scenarios like a user needs to secure access to internal files from home, or an admin needs to manage multiple systems remotely, or a technician needs command line access to a Linux server. Now, your job is to choose the right tool with the right security considerations, because remote access technologies, these are not just a nice to have skill anymore. They are core IT skills. So if you understand these tools, then you are not just passing the A+ exam. You're actually preparing for real IT work. Whether you end up at the help desk, you work in desktop support, system administration, or some MSP environment, you're going to use these tools every day of the week. So if you master them now, you will stand out later. Now, with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is, a help desk technician needs to remotely access a Windows 11 workstation to troubleshoot an application issue for a user who is working from home. The technician needs full control of the desktop as if they were sitting in front of the computer. Which remote access method is the best? Would this be secure shell, a virtual private network, Windows remote management, or remote desktop protocol? And the correct answer is remote desktop protocol. So RDP, this is specifically designed to provide full graphical remote access to Windows systems, allowing the technician to control the desktop, open applications, and change system settings. SSH and Windows Remote Management, these are command line and management tools, while a VPN provides network access but does not directly control the desktop. Next question. An IT administrator needs to remotely manage a Linux server using a secure text-based connection to check logs and restart services. Which remote access technology is the most appropriate? Would this be virtual network computing, secure shell, remote desktop protocol, or video conferencing software? The correct answer is this is secure shell. So secure shell, this provides secure encrypted command line access and is the standard tool for managing Linux servers. VNC, this is a graphical remote desktop solution. RDP is primarily used for Windows systems. The video conferencing software is not designed for system administration. And our final question is, a company allows employees to work remotely and needs a solution that provides secure access to internal network resources, such as file servers and internal web applications. Which technology should be implemented first? Is this remote desktop protocol, virtual network computing, virtual private network, or screen sharing software? And the correct answer is a virtual private network. So a VPN, this creates a secure encrypted tunnel between the remote device and the internal network, allowing safe access to internal resources. RDP and VNC, they provide remote control of systems, but should typically be used after establishing a VPN connection. And screen sharing software, this is intended for collaboration, not secure network access. All right, so artificial intelligence is everywhere now. It's in your phone, your email, your car, your streaming apps, and increasingly in your workplace. Whether you love it, fear it, or feel a little overwhelmed by it, AI is officially part of the IT landscape, and CompTIA knows it. That's why this objective focuses on explaining basic AI concepts, not how to build AI systems, but how to use them responsibly, understand their limits, and manage risk as an IT professional. So with that being said, let's go. All right, so exactly what is AI? So at its core, AI, this refers to software systems that can perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Now that might sound fancy, but in practice, it usually means recognizing patterns, making predictions, generating text, images, or code, and analyzing large amounts of data. So just understand that AI does not think the way humans do. It doesn't understand intent, emotions, or truth. Instead, it relies on training data, statistical models, and probabilities to generate results. Now, for the A+ exam, you're not expected to know how AI is built. You're just expected to know how it is used, where it fits, and where it can go wrong. All right, so let's talk about application integration. So one of the biggest AI concepts in the exam is application integration, meaning how AI is built into the software and systems that people use every single day. Now, you don't install AI like a printer driver. Instead, AI is embedded into applications, often behind the scenes. And some common examples of AI application integration are as follows. So think about the tools that you probably already have touched. We're talking email spam filters that learn which messages to block. You have virtual assistants like Cortana, Siri, and Google Assistant. You got chatbots on company websites or help desks. You got autocomplete and predictive text in emails and documents. And you got ticketing systems that categorize or prioritize support requests. Now, from an IT support perspective, AI integration, this means users may not even realize they're interacting with AI until something breaks, behaves strangely, or raises privacy concerns. Now, why does this matter for IT support? Well, as an IT technician, you may be asked questions like, why did this system flag my email as spam? Why did the chatbot give me the wrong answer? Or can I trust this AI tool with company data? Now, you don't need to debug the AI model, but you do need to understand how it integrates into applications and workflows so you can support users effectively. All right, next, let's talk about AI policy. Now, this is where CompTIA gets very practical and very real. So understand that AI is powerful, but uncontrolled AI use can create legal, ethical, and security problems. And that's why organizations create AI usage policies, just like acceptable use policies for computers and networks. So let's talk about the appropriate use policies for AI. So an appropriate use policy, this defines how AI tools can and cannot be used in the workplace. And some examples include whether employees can use public AI tools like ChatGPT for work tasks, what type of data can be entered into AI systems, whether AI generated content can be used in official documents, and how AI can assist but not replace human decision making. Now, from an IT standpoint, enforcing or supporting these policies, this might involve blocking access to certain AI tools, configuring browser or endpoint restrictions, and educating users about safe AI practices. And then there's plagiarism when it comes to AI. So one of the most exam relevant policy topics is plagiarism, because AI tools, they can generate essays, reports, code, emails, and documentation in seconds. So what's the problem? Well, that content may closely resemble existing copyrighted material. It may be reused by multiple people using the same prompts, or it may be presented as original work when it's not. Now, in schools, plagiarism, this is an academic issue. In the workplace, it can be a legal and reputational disaster. So for the CompTIA A+ exam, you should understand that AI-generated content, this is not automatically original. Also, using AI output without verification or attribution, this can violate policy. And IT teams that may be involved in monitoring, logging, or restricting AI use. All right, so let's move on to talk about AI limitations. So AI is impressive, but it is far from perfect. And CompTIA explicitly tests your understanding of AI limitations because this is where real-world problems happen. So let's go ahead and break down the three big ones. The first is bias. Now understand that AI systems, they learn from training data, which often comes from real human behavior, historical records, and online content. Now, if that data contains bias, then the AI will reflect it. So how does bias show up in AI? Well, some examples include resume screening tools that favor certain demographics, facial recognition systems that perform poorly on certain groups, and language models reinforcing stereotypes. Now, the key takeaway for the A+ exam is this: AI does not create bias. It only amplifies the bias in its training data. And as an IT professional, you may not design the AI system, but you may be responsible for supporting users affected by biased outcomes, reporting issues to vendors or management, and also understanding that AI decisions should not be blindly trusted. Then there's the issue of hallucinations. Now, this one surprises a lot of people because an AI hallucination, this occurs when an AI system generates information that sounds correct, but is completely false. And the scary part is AI often presents these hallucinations with confidence. And some examples of AI hallucinations are as follows. So we're talking about citing fake sources or studies, inventing product features that do not exist, giving incorrect troubleshooting steps, or making up commands, settings, or configurations. Now, for IT support, hallucinations that can be dangerous. So imagine a technician that's copying and pasting AI-generated commands into a production system, or trusting incorrect troubleshooting steps, or sharing false information with users. This is why CompTIA emphasizes human verification. Just remember, AI can assist, but humans, they must validate. And then there is the issue of accuracy. So understand that AI does not know facts. It predicts what response is statistically likely based on patterns. That means older or outdated information may be presented as current, complex technical topics may be oversimplified, and edge cases may be completely wrong. But from an exam perspective, just understand this: AI output should always be reviewed, tested, and verified before used in IT environments. And with real jobs, this might look like double checking AI generated scripts, verifying documentation against vendor sources, and testing AI suggestions in a lab environment first. All right, so let's talk about something that every IT professional must understand, and that is the difference between private and public AI systems. This is a big deal for data security, privacy, and compliance, and it is very testable on the A+ exam. So what is a public AI system? Well, a public AI system, these are platforms that are available to anyone. Think of public chatbots, free AI writing tools, or public image or code generators. So what is the risk of a public AI? Well, when users enter data into public AI tools, the organization often has no control over data storage. The data may be logged or retained, and the inputs may be used to train future models. And also the data may cross geographic or legal boundaries. Now, for IT support, this raises serious concerns about confidential company information, personally identifiable information, and compliance with regulations like GDPR or HIPAA. And this is why many companies restrict or prohibit public AI usage for work-related tasks. And then there's private AI systems. In private AI systems, they are controlled by an organization, and they may be hosted internally, managed through enterprise cloud services, or configured with strict access controls. So the benefits of private AI are as follows. So private AI environments, they allow organizations to control who can access the system, define what data is used for training, apply security controls and monitoring, and meet compliance and audit requirements. Now, for the exam, the key idea is simple. Private AI, this offers greater control, security, and privacy, but this requires way more management. And then we have data security. So data security, this is a recurring theme across all CompTIA exams, and AI is no exception. When AI systems process data, that data must be protected at rest, protected in transit, access controlled, and logged and monitored. Now, from an IT perspective, this may involve encryption, role-based access control, endpoint security, and network monitoring. And just understand that AI does not replace security principles. It simply inherits them. So another important concept is data source transparency. In AI systems, they rely on training data, which may include public internet data, licensed data sets, and internal company data. Now, problems tend to arise when data sources are unknown or undocumented, data is outdated or inaccurate, or sensitive data is unintentionally included. Now, for entry-level IT roles, you may be asked to help users understand where AI results come from, escalate concerns about data usage, and support audits or compliance reviews. And finally, let's talk about data privacy, which is arguably the most sensitive AI topic. Now, understand that AI systems, they can process massive amounts of personal data, including names, email addresses, behavioral patterns, search history, and user interactions. And without proper controls, this can lead to privacy violations, regulatory fines, and loss of user trust. Now, CompTIA wants you to understand that AI systems must respect the same privacy principles as any other IT system. That means collecting only necessary data, protecting user content, limiting data retention, and following legal requirements. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap all this up. So if there's one message that CompTIA wants you to walk away with, it's this: AI is a tool, not a decision maker, not a truth engine, and not a replacement for human judgment. Now, as an entry-level IT professional, your role is not to build AI systems. Your role is to support users who interact with AI, understand where AI fits in applications, enforce policies and appropriate use, recognize AI limitations and risks, and protect data privacy and security. Now, if you can explain application integration, policy concerns, limitations, and private versus public AI differences in plain language, then you are exactly where CompTIA expects you to be. And honestly, you'll be ahead of a lot of people who are already working in IT if you can do that. All right, so with all that being said, let's do some check on learning. So our first question is: an organization allows employees to use an AI writing tool, but prohibits entering internal documentation, customer information, or personally identifiable information into the tool. Which AI related concept is the policy primarily addressing? Is it application integration, appropriate use, hallucinations, or accuracy? And the correct answer is appropriate use. So appropriate use policies, they define how AI tools may be used within an organization, including what data is allowed or prohibited. Restricting sensitive information from being entered into AI systems. This helps reduce legal, privacy, and security risks. And this aligns directly with CompTIA's focus on AI policy and acceptable use. Next question. A technician uses an AI chatbot to generate troubleshooting steps for a Windows issue. The chatbot confidently provides steps that reference settings and features that do not exist in the operating system. This behavior is an example of which AI limitation? Is this bias, plagiarism, hallucinations, or application integration? And the correct answer is this is hallucinations. So AI hallucinations, they occur when an AI system generates information that sounds accurate but is completely false. And this is especially risky in IT environments, as following hallucinated instructions, this can cause system misconfigurations or downtime. And CompTIA emphasizes that AI output must always be verified by a human. And our final question is, which of the following is a key security advantage of using a private AI system instead of a public AI platform? Is it private AI systems are always more accurate? Is it private AI systems eliminate bias? Is it private AI systems do not require policies? Or is it private AI systems allow greater control over data access and storage? And the correct answer is private AI systems allow greater control over data access and storage. So private AI systems, they are managed by an organization and they provide greater control over data security, data sources, and privacy. Now, while private AI does not eliminate bias or accuracy issues, it allows organizations to enforce access controls, comply with regulations, and reduce the risk of sensitive data exposure.